Hello everybody, welcome back to CCT. It's Monday. We're getting started the best way possible here on CCT TV. And I'm excited about today's matches, right? Because it's entering a new frontier, some more teams that can make it possibly to playoffs, make their dreams come true, get some more extra cash in their pocket, or we'll inevitably be seeing them having to force their way through some redemption stories. My name is Paulos, and today I'm joined by Atro, man. This is the first time we get paired up with each other. I'm excited.
Hell yeah, we've known each other for quite a while now. We've been past the year mark, right? But we have finally managed to work together, and it's a new frontier here in the casting list as well. And it's going to be there for the teams in the server too, because Iberian Soul are going to be matched up against Cybershock here to start things off for the day. You can already take a look on down to the schedule. It's going to be a fast day today, okay? So let's not get our hopes up too much that we're going to get a lot of action in the long run, but hopefully in the games themselves, in the maps, it's going to be short, compact, and fun. As starting off the day should be a battle which I don't necessarily know which way it should go, because on paper, again, it's like Iberian Soul, man, great names. They did a lot of stuff in the past, but now they've been having a bit of a run. So how do you feel about them?
I mean, it's the similar case for all the teams we'll be seeing on broadcast today, right? Because from Cybershock all the way to Zero Tenacity, all of them have got already 2 losses in the Swiss stage. So one more, and they're kind of out for this iteration of the tournament. For Iberian Soul, I feel like it's kind of been, a slope for them. Obviously, you've got the core, and you brought, the likes of Glowing the likes of Alex alongside them to kind of lead the way. I got ahead of myself there. I was talking about Cybershock already. Look, there's a lot of promise in this roster. There's a lot of potential. Some players that can hit pretty damn well. You look at Soul as well, a very intelligent player when it comes to his lurks and everything. So, there's definitely potential here, but it hasn't really hit the heights it could have so far, I feel, especially under this new name with Iberian Soul. So, look, there's a lot more left to be desired. And the fact that they still have a living chance in the Swiss stage is also a gift, given that they had a default win against Favbet. Otherwise, they haven't really won a game in this tournament, in the main Swiss stage at least. 2-0 against TNL, who, reminder for anybody that hasn't seen any TNL games, those guys are on crack recently. They just completely, they're insane. So sure, okay, they have to concede there. TNL have actually qualified already to playoffs, and they're 1-2 against Monty. So look, it's been a hard route. They haven't played against easy teams, but this is where the road could end for them today. And they're playing up against Cybershock that I feel, look, they've had a similar level of difficulty, so there is a good chance there.
There is a good chance indeed. However, when we take a look on down to the other side of the river, we have ourselves Cybershock, who have been on a bit of a run themselves in the past couple of weeks. Especially this last week was pretty tough on them. They started their losses against Nexus, then they went down the line with Astrum, Sashi, and Nine. Finally able to win something out this week was against Rush B and Yala Compass in the contenders department over there. But these guys are definitely shooting. I will tell you, I got the pleasure of casting their games up against Nexus. It went all the way to a 2-1. We got to see the decider. And I will say, individually, this roster was shooting better than Nexus were. However, where they came down low, where their positional awareness were a lot of clutch potentials that Cybershock just didn't really go for. There wasn't really a lot of confidence, I felt like, in the back of this Cybershock roster. And that's something that we always kind of highlight for especially a younger team, one that is also being front run by Glowing out here. As you mentioned, he's joined in like 3 months ago. He comes in with the experience, he brings it on around, but he's not the IGL. That's Blixie's role to take. So he is definitely going to be one to watch out for. Glowing can still be a force to be reckoned with on the server individually too. But I feel like the best testing ground right now for that Cybershock peek into it's going to be Mirage. And after that, we head ourselves into Nuke.
I mean, it's kind of obvious where these teams like to go when they go for their first picks, etc. They kind of want to already tend to their strengths rather than their opponent's weaknesses, which is something that we can see at this level. But obviously, Mirage and Nuke is constantly something that these two teams try to bring out, the kind of the comfort pick, if you will, and it will, kind of go their way. The interesting part was when you come and talk about Ancient a little bit, because it's the type of map that gets floated a lot for both of them. So I feel like it's as good as a decider as it could be, because if you start already considering, look, both of these teams, high likelihood they win their own maps, and we go to an Ancient, I feel like there's a strong chance we can have a really competitive series here, and ending up on Ancient, I feel like possibly one of the best ways it could go.
100%. It's fun to talk about Ancient and Anubis always kind of being that leftover decider map pool. You know, the time where if two teams are fighting against each other, especially this tier of play, they don't have Ancient or Anubis as a perma pick or a perma ban. Usually, you get to see them vetoed in towards the later side, in towards the decider. They're not really a second pick. They're not really a first pick. If you don't enjoy going on them too much. And, you know, that's why we got ourselves right here, right now. Mirage and Nuke always getting picked on over. D2 is not really that played anymore. Inferno is a permaban coming through from Cybershock.
True.
And when we take a look on down to Mirage, I'd say that we should hold on horses a little bit out here, Pavlos, because I don't know if we're going to make it to Ancient, right? We're jumping onto this first map, and there's a bunch more chances out here for Iberian Soul to be able to take away Mirage from Cybershock than the other way around for Cybershock to be able to take away Nuke from Iberian Soul. So if there's a way for a 2-0, that's the way I kind of see it.
On the one hand, I agree, but on the other, I just look at this recent streak of form for example, the last 10 matches played, and it's kind of been a rough time on Mirage for Iberian Soul. They've barely been able to get over 5 rounds each of their games. Sure, the ones that they do, you know, can end up being close, but they don't end up getting the win. While on the other hand, it's been a pretty smooth sail for Cybershock when it comes to Mirage recently, right? I think out of the last... Don't do maths on stream. In the last 10 matches, they've won 8 of them, and they've won against some pretty impressive teams in the space as well on that tier 2 side of things. So, you know, it's hard to imagine Cybershock won't come out strongly. It's just, like you said, given the fact that, you know, it's a Mirage, if, you know, Iberian Soul do start things off well, they feel confident in their fragging, and things roll in their favor from the get-go, that Nuke could quickly fall into a 2-0 potential. But we've got a bit of a head-to-head here. Sorsal and Glowing, both being the top performers for their rosters. A bit of a different role for each of them. Sorsal is kind of more of the lurker, and that's where he kind of creates a lot of these opportunities for his team, whether that's on the entries, whether that's on catching up rotations. You know, a lot of people could kind of just look at his, you know, score and think, oh, these are some pretty good numbers. But I feel like it's more the way he navigates around the map that it causes a lot more pressure to your opponents, because you've always got to have that extra eye at the back of your head to keep aware for him. Glowing, on the other hand, he's usually moving along with the team. You'll have him, you know, explode in those sort of situations. So yeah, two very impactful players, but the way they play and approach the game is a little bit different.
And the people they have around them is very different as well, right? Glowing being that second entry, maybe even third entry at some points, always managing to find those multi-kills is fundamentally different to what Sorsal usually brings to the table. But we're going to be jumping out there into the first map in just a second. I do want to mention as well, you mentioned the 8 out of 10 games being won out here by Cybershock on Mirage in the past couple of weeks. While that is true, you have to remember those stats a little bit bumped up. It hurts my heart to say it, but they've been fighting Nexus like 3 out of 8 times. So, you know, it's it happens. It happens.
Okay, well, let's get things going. Iberian Cell on the CT side, Cybershock on the T side, as there seems to be a quick rush towards the B apartments.
I love to see it. You know, Cybershock just trying to pull the pin off early on the grenade, go all out as soon as they can, and they set everything up. Now they're ready to go. Phenomen up early into the entry, and they've already dropped down the window, looking for shots. The dualies connect on one. Sorsal had so many opportunities, yet only found one headshot. Bomb to be planted in the 4v3 on the retake is what we're going to get to see with no defuse kit from Iberian Soul.
God, for Iberian Soul in this moment. Positive is that Phenomen is low. One bullet could find him and it could be his end, but still a lot more to find after that. Alex sneaking out of kitchen, getting a lot of damage across the dually, smashing heads. And all of a sudden, it's Blixie all by himself.
20 seconds left on the clock. Oh, he finds the first beautiful. Blixie turns back around, tucks head in, and just plays that timer wonderfully. It's almost to perfection. Mopaz misses the jump, and that's the round as well. Blixie, this is a smart man in play. Great shot from Mopaz, but there's no defuse kit to save your round. So it was a very nice try. It's done. Yeah.
Indeed. A little bit, you know, too little, too late, but at the same time, you can't really call that little. That was impressive. The dualies doing work. And honestly, seeing Alex just move through the apartments like that without kind of making any noise, no flashes were thrown, just try to find that first point of engagement to try and pull the rest of the team in with him, that was impressive. But again, you were playing up against 4 players, you were playing up against catch-up, so by the time you're able to find the final player in apartments, time runs out, bomb will explode, so first pistol goes to Cybershock. And honestly, the entries there for them were clean to allow them to do that.
They were indeed, and it was really fast again. Cybershock, I'm very doubtful that we're going to get to see something like that anytime soon in this first half, but it's a one and done, it's a hit and run, and hey, they correctly hit the mark on that one. Now, Galil's coming through, of course, for Cybershock. It's fun to see, though, double scout setup coming through out here from Iberian Soul. We've seen this more and more, I feel like, especially in the past couple of months, the scouts actually getting picked up. Did Dodo's actually icon change around? He changed his photo. He's looking much more locked in at us right now.
He's the only one with a different stance. He's just got to be different than everybody else.
Good. It attracts attention. Hopefully the good kind.
Yeah. Indeed. Looks hyper-focused, though. Either way, Cybershock look like they want to be hitting a bit of a split into A. For Iberian Soul, the positive is that they still have 3 defenders nearby. You can see quick rotations coming in from Sorcerer as well. He might look to be quicker rather than later onto the site. But the fact that Mopos looks to push through the smoke, oh, he escapes through the chaos somehow, avoids Blixie's eyesight. And still, it's a 4v4 as Cybershock's plan might have just been telegraphed.
Could have been. Now still going down to low HP. 30 seconds to plant that bomb, and the first engage goes through again. Alex, he's the one to fall out here. Not really enough damage to be dealt through, but Dodo still connects the shot. Lovicus wants to take care of these scouts. The flash is going to come through, but it just goes a little bit too high up. Glowing going to take care of it from CT, and Dodo gets another one down before he falls. Leaves Davy in a 1v2 out here, and the Deagle could do a lot in this instant. Just needs to find Glowing first.
I wish I can't giving him anything.
It's going to be tough. He's still going to be attempting it slowly. There is no defuse kit either, no utility too. Davy left in a spot of hurt. Ooh. There you go, spamming away, doesn't fully connect. Down to 10 HP and the timer is still ticking, and we love to see Glowing and Notineki coordinating really well here, just timing it perfectly. Leaping out there was Davy, hoping to be able to do something towards the latter side of that round, but it just comes all crumbling apart. Cybershock playing a very smart post plant every single round so far.
Yeah, it's looked quite clean. Well, they did lose 3 plays in the process, but the fact that Iberian Soul did force, it doesn't really matter too much because they get an extra round of a buffer. But you're right, the fact that Cybershock on that post plant did not give the Deagle player much of a chance, didn't really reveal themselves, didn't give him any information of where they are, and sort of let him do the maneuvering.
Yeah,
was the reason they could guarantee it in the end. And it looks like they'll be able to crunch into this A site brute force as the pistols pose no threat.
Yeah, the MAC-10 is going to be getting all of these kill bonuses. Will be very happy. That is something I wanted to talk about out here for Cybershock as well, is the fact that they usually do give a lot of opportunities where they shouldn't. They usually get a bit too excited right when the round is about to end, and they think, okay, there has to be some... Like, there's never a way in which the enemy wins it, and suddenly you get, like, an ace clutch scenario or 1v4, which you never believed. I saw it happen, like, 2 times or even thrice against Nexus, and that's how they managed to win on that last map. So, you know, I feel like Cybershock have managed to actually slow down a little bit, and after all of these best of 3s in the past week, something has changed in the way that they practice, because now they definitely seem to be a little bit more intellectual about the way they approach their retakes or their post plans, so it's very nice to see.
Iberian Soul finding a big green in their hands now. Dodo will start being prevalent in that way, considering where's the right place to move. Not too much pressure exerted in mid, allowing Cybershock to take that to themselves. But Mopos again aggressing through A main. Blixie about to cross. It's a matter of timing on the flash. Davy considering to help his team move in there, but Cybershock might seize the opportunity of the A-side aggression to waltz through Catwalk and B.
The timing's, again, great out here for Cybershock, yet nothing really gets killed, nothing really gets converted. Molotov down under Palace, and it's Alex to have first contact on connector. Lovicus, I don't really believe he wants to go out just now. Going to be waiting for Phenomen and Glowing to get their positions out through mid. Glowing, great grenade, even hears it tap onto Solsol. He's ready for it. Solsol brings the knife out. What a kill out of Lovicus as well. The entry fragger does his job. I think his job's been done well enough already. Last man standing inside of the A-bomb site is going to be Mopos, running for his dear life as the bomb's going to be planted once again. Cybershock on looking absolutely deadly out here on their T side.
And the thing is, it's not just the incredible work from the entries there, getting the numbers advantages, it's also Fenomen just throwing flashes at the opportune moments, right?
Oh, yeah.
The team being able to follow up on them. Those flashes have been pretty damn clean. And, you know, both in window and on the A side towards a player looking on connector, it just did everything in those exchanges. So, nice coordination play from the Cybershock team. This was the moment where Iberian Soul should have put their mark on the game from the start. But the buy round bears no fruit. They're going to have to hold on to these rifles if they're able to do so to the next round, and Cybershock starting to create a bit of a buffer.
Oh, they are. Economic and in the round count as well. They're having a grand old time out here on Mirage, and it is their own map pick after all, right? So makes sense that if you're able to start off well enough and convert after the pistol, that you're going to be able to continue that lead as well. But right now, Iberian Soul, a much needed tactical pause coming through to try to change something around. There's going to be a forced investment as well. And that's something I always enjoyed about Cybershock, you know, their utility usage. As you say, Blix is usually the guy to toss over those flashes, to set up those executions, and Fenomen's right there behind him. If he doesn't have an AWP in hand, trying to peek into a corner, he's going to have that flash, he's going to have that smoke. Now, I'm looking towards Iberian Soul now, and I'm wondering, okay, who's that player supposed to be, right? Because in theory, it should be Alex. But so far, we've seen Alex not really opt in for a lot of utility.
Yeah, it's a kind of a hard scenario here for Iberian Soul. You want to be able to win some of these early exchanges. You kind of get their game plan as well. They've attempted to walk onto that A ramp and disrupt Cybershock before they execute. And look, most of the times they've been correct in the assumption that was a site Cybershock were intending to hit. But the way their opponents have played the CIS roster has sort of gone about it has been very patient. This time, though, a complete switch of pace. Quickly finding a way onto the site. Sure, Mopa sticks one down and doesn't go down with the ship either. Sure, the smoke's created a bit of a wall. Nade will disrupt it for a little while, but Cybershock forced to pull the brakes here. They can't get overzealous.
Oh, that's a great grenade, though, down on jungle. Leaves around about 100 HP down the drain already. Lavicus just looking for another entry, another opener to make space a little bit more out here for Cybershock. Because they're still struggling to get that plant going. Stadoto coming in from CT, and what just happened? 3 headshots out of nowhere as the dogfight is about to go down. 1v2 remains from a 4v5. Out here, Iberian Soul have only got Stadoto left. The CT hold absolutely crumbled apart. And now a double peek down onto Firebox, not even needed. Glowing took his time, and no Taneki won the fight. That's Cybershock keeping the streak alive.
Look, Cybershock can have shown great restraint as well with pairing it perfectly with explosivity, right? That round started super fast, super quick, and they used all of the util in the process, which is what got me scared when Iberian Soul was so quick to rotate. They got the first pick, things started to align for this Iberian roster, but for some reason, Cybershock just decided, okay, look, guys, we know they've rotated around, they're holding the crosses, let's try and group up together and take the fight into CT, and that's when they were able to get the advantage, really. That's where the round was dictated. Really smart stuff coming through from the Iberian Soul, from Cybershock rather, as the Iberian Soul are looking to make something work of their own. Davigi only good for one as he has to go down here.
Hey, better something rather than nothing. That's his first kill on the board in these 6 rounds. So maybe there's going to be many more where that came from. The Dodo on a CZ, that's a weapon we haven't seen in a while. I haven't seen in a while. I feel like for good measure as well, for good reason. Doesn't really seem to have done a whole lot. I know Simple's back in the game, okay, but the year is not.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's what I was actually talking about yesterday or the day beforehand with Nexus too, about the UMP. We'll get to talk about that a bit later. The UMP is also goated,
in my opinion. Though, in my opinion, yeah, but it's for stupid reasons. I just like calling it the Oompa Loompa. That's the only way that gun finds its way on the server. Sorcel doing quite little, and of course it's Flames to put an end to his reign. Already in the 2v2, Iberian Soul might have a chance, but the riflery is far out of reach. With Cybershock, you've got to be cautious. Running out of smoke, just an HE available. Bomb to be slowly tapped down, and Fenomen's holding the right angle here.
Yeah, there it is. Great shot coming through. It's down to a Deagle. Alex in a 1v2. There's low HP on Blixie, but it's quite tough to get in there. 50 HP remaining, and they're going to swap weapons. This is perfectly played. Even the sidearm being brought out by Blixie, knowing what he's up against. Alex Needs a clean headshot, and he's playing the right angle, but yet again, the timer is ticking, and Fenneman doesn't really want to peek this. Or he does, but it's still going to be scary. Running out of bullets on the AK, the Deagle's pushing him down, and there's almost not going to be enough time. Yeah, just playing around.
Yeah, trying to avoid him. Trying to run away from him at all costs. And I love the little bit of Bogdan's Law in the heat of the action there. Throw the AWP to the lower health player. But yeah, I mean, Cybershock are keeping a streak going. Sure, it's starting to get expensive. Sure, that round was an eco from Iberian Soul on the most part, and it did a lot of damage. It's keeping their opponent's economy at reach. So in case Iberian Soul start to net rounds here, it could allow them to get themselves a bit of a comeback. But for Cybershock, if they're able to keep things going from here on out, this is some really cool stuff showing from them on their own map pick so far.
Yeah, it's great. It's fun. Cybershock 6-0 are finding the streak. And, you know, Iberian Soul have gone for a lot of retakes. They have attempted these plays. It's not like they've just been taken down and lying in it. But minute 25 on the clock, just starting off round number 7 here. There's got to be something drastic to be changed. So far, we've seen Iberian Soul struggle to take any presence on the map, really, on the CT side. Just been holding angles, waiting for Cybershock to make a move, and that's why it might be 6-0 on the scoreline. That's why maybe it just feels like Cybershock are in the driver's seat. Full mid control now for the T side, and going into short, we're going to have Davi G running away.
The thing is, you kind of have to wait for a flash to move into Nest. Blixie doesn't care about that. Takes the fight on. Thing is, bomb is now dropped. Iberian Soul have got all the information they need. It's a catwalk push coming towards Source's location. They both miss each other. What is going on? Gotta check your right-hand side corner.
Oh, God.
It over to Sourcel on a silver platter. That is ridiculous. And of course, it's Iberian Soul's way into the game.
You know, I was going to highlight that Alex repositions himself really well down on connector to actually find that third player, make the trade in favor of Iberian Soul. And even in that case, it's still a 2v3 in which if Sourcel isn't the first one to look on the left-hand side, that could have been Cybershock taking yet another round. But goddamn, they just pass by each other like ships in the night. Okay.
No radar, no anything.
No, don't need it. When you're locked in, you're just watching your crosshair.
I mean, you kind of need it.
Well,
you don't want shipwreck accidents all the time.
You don't.
No.
You don't. But that was definitely one of them.
Oh, sure, indeed.
Go.
We're getting his hands on an AWP now, as well. Liking to challenge that mid from a further distance angle. And the rounds have been so close, so it's not like Cybershock have an impenetrable economy. It's been pretty malleable to what Iberian Soul has been throwing at them. And look at all the information they've got from A-Ramp as well. No, there's nothing impending quickly there. And they're also paying, you know, very respectful over to the catwalk. Cybershock, sure, have got a lot of presence in mid, but they're not quickly pressuring somewhere that is forcing Iberian Soul to rotate. They're just holding on to their angles for now.
Oh, I like that smoke coming through from Sourcel. It fakes out that there's a player still in towards CT or jungle, so brings a little bit of attention out there to try to get away the attention that right now Mopos is trying to gain in from ramp. But sadly, the push isn't going to be happening on A out here for Iberian Soul. There's a lot of util that went there, and now Blixie just takes Dodo's head down, out of commission. And Iberian Soul, well, Blixie's just opening up the entire B side by himself, isn't he? He's also trying to take him down, finally connects. And now needs a second, but Glowing's just a bit too fast. Man, he's 13-4 right now. He's having a grand old time, but there's 13 seconds, and there's a bomb plant.
Gotta be careful of Mopus' position, but he's just been telegraphed. Therefore, if you're Cybershock, you're well aware Iberian Soul was sort of hoping they could get away with a pick or two. And if they did, maybe this round could have been within the realm of reason, but no. I think this is a cool-off moment as any other. And sure, Mopus will be walking into the crosshairs of Lovicus to seal the deal here. But overall, that round, very well coordinated from Cybershock from their attacks in both apartments and catwalk, putting pressure on the defenders of that B-bomb site, not allowing them to gain too much cover, and distracting the A-site players long enough to not allow them to quickly rotate either. Cybershock have been playing with Iberian Soul and reading them like a book so far.
Yeah, exactly so, right? Because Iberian Soul, at that same time with the information that they were kind of given on a little silver spoon out there by Cybershock. They decided to leave a single anchor down towards the B bomb site, and we saw, I believe that was Soul actually getting out of kitchen and moving in towards jungle, moving in towards A. And at that point, the fight already came through because Cybershock are making a lot of noise in towards middle. So it was just great timing, good reads, and yeah, it really does feel like this T side currently is reading the Iberian Soul players like a book. Going to be a half investment round though. The CZ is going to be brought out again. Even a taser out there on DaVG. This round number 9 is bound. I'm not gonna lie, I still have my my mind's eye on that previous conversation of ours. The UMP was called in Romania like literally the GOAT. Like that's what we would call it, GOAT.
Huh.
But not because it was good, because Capra it was like is like a nasty position that people usually, it meant basically we were getting butt fucked by it. So we hated it in that sense, and everybody, we didn't hate it, but we hated to play against it. So everybody was calling it like, oh, it's they're playing with the GOAT again.
I see.
Because they're butt fucking us. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Romanian idioms. Love to hear it.
All right, let's see how this one goes though. For Cybershock, they've gone for a very similar setup to what they used to, putting a little bit of pressure in ramp as well as mid, smoking off any of the Iberian players.
Amazing. Damage
done onto Alex. These nades have done quite a bit. Neki, will he be aware of that right-hand side? Blixie will cover his teammates back. And all of a sudden, site control access granted. Cybershock moving, bomb planted, but at least there's a number deficit that Iberian Soul can work with.
Sure, but there's still low HP on Alex, and the CT-sided players now all coming in from one side. There's going to be 3 out here up against the 2 for Blixie and his teammate. Trying to peek on out. It's a beautiful flash. It doesn't fully work out. No, Tenacity takes out 2 and backs away, trying to even out the score line. Oh my goodness,
word.
Another flash relying on its mark, connecting its shot, and Phenomen left into this actual 1v1. Makes that flick look damn easy. Also losing out against his upper counterpart, and this is Cybershock absolutely dominating even from a 2v4.
I don't know why Phenomen wasn't attributed the assist on the kill towards Ticket Booth there from the walk-in and from his CT, because that flash was superb again. Even when he's got to hold on with that AWP and sort of cause his own pressure to the, from the player pushing him out from connector, he still does so much damage by helping out his team. Get their own individual kills. Being everywhere has been so important for him. And again, showing that he can also be that supportive aspect to his team if needed.
It's beautiful to see, Phenomen had a bit of a slower game this past week, so now him coming back up to form, not only in the shooting department, but also utility is very nice to see. But now he's gonna have to start shooting, man. It's down to a 2v4. He connects on 1, but the entire A advance has been absolutely taken out. Iberian Soul, 2 players left down to half HP. Lovicus himself in the same case, but the bomb left down on T-spawn, and look who just found it. It's Mopos to call in the information.
Oh, this is good.
Okay.
It's something. Nice pickup. And that's one of the 2 healthier players, so potential. Thing is, if you're Phenomen, you've given away your position. Mopos, on the other hand, he knows what's going on. Lovicus, low on health, is quicker to find a headshot. And all of a sudden, with 40 seconds to spare, you've got a site you want to rapidly move towards. The thing is, you want to really break in through mid. DaVG could get caught. Phenomen looking to see if he can get the chase on him. Lovicus, the timing works like a charm. Hang on a second. This was a 2v4. Now it's a 2v1 where Alex needs to collect the pieces.
It's happening again, man. Just these headshots coming out, better positions coming out of Cybershock. Alex can still deny this. Look at that grenade, 23 HP on Lovicus. Yeah, it's not going to be fast enough. Alex is going to be playing this one for the long run, and there is no defuse kit out here on the Spaniard. So things are going to go from bad to worse as the timer keeps ticking down. Lovicus is locked in, knows the position, and takes the shot. Puts him up against the wall, and it is just beautiful out here for Cybershock. Yet again, a huge man disadvantage that somehow goes into T's way.
Look, some of these rounds were close for Iberian Soul. So many of them were like, okay, this could have gone either way if we would have won a 1v1 or, you know, won a clutch. We've kept things to a close mark. And Cybershock, albeit that, you know, come out on top. But this was a bit of a soul crusher moment, I feel, for Iberian Soul. This is a round you shouldn't lose. You've had so many players, you know, spread out across the map, made the 1v1s pretty damn simple for Iberian Soul. No fight was taken together from them. They could have played a buddy system, but they didn't. They have to fall because of it. Sure, at the start of this round, Cybershock start to pull off madness, create chaos, and there's nothing Iberian Soul have been able to do. It's ridiculous. Look at Venom go! He is feeling it today. Sorcerer, all that remains, but I feel you might as well call the day off. Cybershock completely annihilating.
That is... Damn, Phenomen, that was making me physically, like, compress. My hands are onto my face right now. That is insanity out of the op around here for Cybershock. The absolute confidence, the pressure he's exerting. He's just going off and flicking everybody right now. It's 10-1. And I mean, at that scoreline, I guess you can absolutely go for plays like that, but it just feels so oppressive. Cybershock, they're just having their way with Iberian Soul right now, and if this is how things are going to continue, then maybe the nuke situation might even change a little bit.
You think? I mean, look, starting off the series is definitely a massive positive if you're able to carry on from here. For Iberian Soul, sure, it's not the end of the road, and they could definitely rack up some more rounds, build up the confidence, but also not allow Cybershock to feel the prestige they're in right now. Not let them sort of dwell in it.
They're having fun, man. That's a big aspect as well. When you're 10-1 up, you're allowing your team and everybody else to kind of take the reins off and have a little bit of fun, try to go for these rounds a bit more individually. That's what we got to see out of that execution on the previous round. Like, everybody was just going straight through. There was a single dude throwing out flashes, and that was just enough. Out here glowing.
Oh. Damn. Okay, Sedona. We see you. Jumping MP9 shenanigans. Thing is, two Iberian Soul players are very low. But the molly placed on the side will keep Cybershock at a malleable point as well. This is ridiculous. The nades today are chiming. And if you're Sorcerer here, you know you got to do some heavy lifting. At least you've got a player next to you, a teammate holding hands with you. But Blixie will make sure you cannot cross. 36 seconds remaining, and Cybershock, with the info they have, know they can sprint to the B site enough time to put that bomb in the ground.
This is ridiculous, man. Cybershock are playing it out of their minds, and I don't know, every single time we get to see Iberian Soul's perspective, it just feels like my soul is about to pop off. Thought to the other side of the screen, because goddamn, they are getting headshotted left, right, and center. It is not fun being on the CT camp right now. 10 seconds, another flash coming through, and they don't even want to plant the bomb. It is just adding insult to injury. Cybershock are up 11 on the halftime.
That's ridiculous. That is truly ridiculous. There was some great moments, I think, for Cybershock all across the board. I think 2 or 3 rounds shouted brilliance, but the rest of them, you know, were pretty normal, pretty simple ways of securing T-side rounds, which Iberian Soul couldn't quite, you know, capture their hands onto. But I think the star of the show for this map has got to be, sure, glowing, but he's usually that normal suspect. Today, Phenomen really is showing up so far. Both on the assist departments, those flashes have been pretty damn brilliant when he's not on that big green. But even when he had his hands on the AWP, he felt alive. He felt aggressive. He took engagements head on. And that's what you kind of like to see from a player, right? You know, sure, Phenomen has been on the Cybershock roster for a while, right? Since July 2023. But this still is the first roster he's been part of in his initiation in Tier 2. So I feel like there's a lot of growth shown from him throughout the time he's been on this squad. I just want to see a lot more of that.
And a good comparison that's always been there for Phenomen, I think that he has in his head as well, is Grix, right? Because he's in the same scene, both coming through from Belarus, and they haven't necessarily played in teams together, but they've played against each other quite a lot. And their playstyles have been attributed to one another, but it feels like something that Phenomen has and Grix doesn't necessarily is their utility usage. Their timings when they decide to actually get that util out, it feels so much more utilized there for the team rather than not. But finally, a good start out here for Iberian Soul. Gets denied immediately by Lavicus. You think you have one good entry and then 2 more come to follow out there for their enemy's team. Phenomen coming through again. A dink through the wall, connects on a shot, doesn't kill Davy G fully. and leaves us in a 1v2. Oh, finally missed shots out of glowing, but that's not gonna stay for too long because Tenacity keeps it going out in the open. 12 HP remaining for Davigi, and it's still headshot season, baby, because it is Cybershock taking another pistol and just punishing Iberian Soul to the ground.
This is ridiculous.
Oh my god.
This truly is ridiculous. And no, it's not Iberian Soul winning this round. It's Cybershock 12-1. God damn. Look, it all started crazily as well. Lovica's fully blinded, elbow in front of his eyes, and still ran away with a double kill on the dualies. He's already kind of softened up Iberian Soul for the rest of the team to do the catching up. Notineki, a continuous menace. Sure, there were some missed shots by the end of it, getting a bit over head of himself, which could have caused some issues. Didn't end up happening because the backup was there. Truly a tremendous show, and that round was a must-win for Iberian Soul. If you ever wanted to do more damage, if you ever wanted to have a chance on Mirage, that was the round to collect. But now Cybershock have got 11 opportunities to nip this one in the bud.
Oh my lord. Okay, this should still be a fast one out here for Cybershock. It is a push down on short. The Dodo takes the first one, and the engage keeps going out here, but let's not get too excited like we did in the previous round, because Blixie takes down 2 on mid-range with an MP9 once again. 2v2.
And it wasn't just that. Notineki, I think he got a catch-up from short as well on one of the players trying to cross and join the team. So even though it's a 2v2, Alex is low. Cybershock still favored. That's crazy.
Diffuse Kit's still out here on Notineki, so they can play it as slow as they want to. This is just the man disadvantages that Cybershock have been winning, have been insane. It's down to a 1v1, and as you mentioned, look at the HP out here for the IGL. Alex shivering in his boots right now, down on bench. Here's everything going on the bomb side, and Notineki finally not being absolutely insane and reading into every single position is going to allow for an extra round to be picked up here for Iberian Soul.
There's still a chance for Iberian Soul to net a few more rounds in this. You can definitely see, you know, how a T-side streak could come to place on Mirage, especially in the current climate, especially after winning sort of a force buy here. But then again, you do expect a force buy from Cybershock as well. You know that with a loss bonus, only then they can kind of start to have a decent buy of their own. So trying to keep things close here is the name of the game for Cybershock. And Iberian Soul, a bit of a chance to close down the distance. Never mind. Going nets a double kill. This is still a doable situation for the CIS squad.
Yep, it is very much so. It just comes in randomly, you know, it's the usual burst through that smoke, and it still lands so easily. Notineki through the wall, through the island boxes on a 5-7, ends it off just like that. Cybershock really putting some salt in the wounds that have been opened on Iberian Soul, and now this map ends off on a 13-2. Out of all things to start off the day out here. Pavlos, this is... Oh my.
I was just waiting to hear what the word you were going to think of that. This is insane. This is crazy. This is unexpected. There are so many ways to describe that, isn't there, Atro? And because honestly, coming to this one, we thought, sure, Mirage could be a little bit more contested by Cybershock. We already, from Iberian Soul, we already knew, you know, this is a strong pick from Cybershock overall. They've had a great streak of form. Iberian Soul have had a good streak of form on Nuke, so there could be a quick exchange of maps there, potential Ancient to instantly, you know, find its way on the server. But look, I don't think anybody anticipated the one-sidedness of this game, right? In the fashion Cybershock were able to take it home. Iberian Soul never, ever had a grasp on the helm.
And he never had a chance. You say that at the beginning there is a chance. 0.01 doesn't count as a chance, man. In my book right there, it was a tough one. It was a really tough one. And after that steamroll, hopefully out there on the second map, Iberian Soul are going to have a much better time of it on Nuke, as Cedar Creek is going to be waiting for us after we take a short break. And after map number 1, where perhaps some things might have gone unexpected out there for one team or another, now we go on over to the second to try to figure out who's going to be able to actually take on down the entirety of the best of 3 or set themselves up for a reverse sweep out here. It's me and Pavlos to try to take you guys down through the entirety of the second and third map if we need it. Pavlos, how are we going to feel about this Nuke?
Look, I'm just gonna, comment on the tameness you had. One was a little bit more upset than the other. Come on, let's be serious here. Iberian Soul got slapped by Cybershock on the first map. That was a 13-1 on Mirage. And look, we knew this was already going to be kind of one-sided for each of the team's map picks. But after that performance from Cybershock, I feel like there's only one way forward from here, continuing that momentum onto the next map. And for Iberian Soul, this is their best chance to start to rack up some numbers, get a good game going for them, because Nuke honestly has got to go their way. Otherwise, goodbye from the tournament. Cybershock are going to have another chance to break into playoffs.
Sure, buddy, but if there's anyone that should know what's coming next, it's us. It's online CS. Never expect the expected, Always expect the unexpected. At this point, I could honestly believe it that we see another 13-2 just the other way around. Because that's how it works. That's just how it works.
Yeah, I've got the script right here. It says Iberian Soul won up Cybershock by getting a 13-0. This one, this might be like an old draft. I don't know.
Oh, not again! Oh, no! Not again!
Come on!
I've been here before.
Wait a minute. Okay, Glowing has got a good chance here, but the Dodo's peak has actually given Iberian Soul a bit of a breath air in their lungs, rejuvenating them a little bit. Now they've got the numbers advantage, and they are rushing towards the B-bomb site.
There you go, a bomb plan to be had. Iberian Soul happy with this outcome so far. It's a 2v3, but remember how Mirage went. All the man disadvantages that Cybershock had, the round still went their way. So even in this pistol round, you've got to be wary. Slow creep up out here on the rafters coming through from Blixie. He knew about the ninja player as well. Coming through into the ward. It's the back of the silo. Blixie connects on one. The duelie's running out of bullets. He's got to reload. He's going to swap weapons. The P250 doesn't have anything either. And now it's down to Soul. So as he finds 2 more heads, he's going to be very happy to win out this pistol as Iberian Soul will this time start on the right foot.
Honestly, the saving grace has got to be Stododo there. Getting the pick up into Glowing, I feel like that was the clear pivotal moment. Glowing was sort of the only player holding down the fort for the B-bomb site. So sure, you get the pick onto him, and then you've got access for the vents, so you can quickly put 3 players there. And with the numbers advantage, the pressure's all on your opponents, right? The bomb is about to tick. You've got to rush forwards. I don't know if there was a kit available, so they had to be quick with their approach as well. So forcing the errors with Iberian Soul, getting this pistol around. You can't help but feel they've already achieved what they got themselves, the maximum they got from the first map. But the question is, can they continue that onwards from now on?
We'll find out. I got scared when Glowing brought out the knife because I had an instance right on this Nuke in the CCT where I don't even remember which teams there were. I'm gonna search for the clip, but someone got like 3 kills out of that vent with the knife.
Really?
Yeah, it was just slaughtering. It was a blender.
Literally.
But
the Karambit could have been the blender in this instance. A lot of damage done from Glowing's M4. And the scat from a long distance can be brutal in situations like this. And sure, Iberian Soul should have the better firepower here, but Glowing has been put to the test again. Bound 2-0. Blixie chimes in. Finally, Glowing's put to rest, but I feel the damage has already been done. 2 players now to pick up the pieces.
Kind of looking like it out here. It is going to be Davigi and Stododo trying to bundle up together out here outside, taking damage. There's Blixie to find the first, and even on the long range, it looks like that MP9 is still gonna dish out every single piece of damage you need. Lavicus, another kill bonus to come through into his bank account, and a round out here on the board for Cybershock is actually gonna propel them to an even better scenario than if they had won the pistol round. Now, the T side have got no cash to work with.
That's fair. That's fair to say. I think if we turn our minds back to the game we saw, the only round Cybershock did win, Iberian Soul did win, was the was the force buy of the second round, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong there, to be fair, but the more and more in the past while we've seen these second round force buys, and they actually are really, really strong. A great way to kind of mitigate the damage dealt from the early pistol and the economy. building up that your opponents could be doing. So working up nicely here from Cyberstroke as Abir and Soul find the strength in numbers here and try to push together.
Okay, that's a quick one from No Taneki though. Already nice, blows up the windows, trying to mask the fact he's already dropped on over to Ninja. And Abir and Soul, they're not going to take the bait. We'll be playing it slow, realizing the timer is their 6th teammate. They're just going to be going and moving back up in towards A, as Blixie is going to have a lot to deal with right now. Most importantly on the map right now is going to be, I believe that should be Alex's position. Or no, that is going to be Solsol's position out in towards ramp. Try to get up into heaven. Just in the nick of time to help out Iberian Soul push. Lavicus on the bomb side. Blixie there to help him and connects on the first. That's a quick one, but Stadodo trades. And the P250 is still looking for another victim. Can he find him? Not looking likely, but it is going to happen. A bomb plant as well to go with it. And surely Iberian Soul should be happy with that, as that is all she wrote. That's the round. That's the second on the board for Cybershow.
I mean, what could have gone wrong was that Phenomenon play up against the player trying to walk out of ramp. He was basically trying to hold that down, and it took so long for him to actually guarantee the kill. He had the scout, didn't quite work out for him, so drawed out the pistol to go for the pistol v pistol fight. If that went wrong, I feel like Iberian Soul could have quickly gained control over Axis, and this could have been a completely different scenario. But again, glowing, throwing an A to the back of the side where the bomb planter is, getting that MP9 in and closing in the distance. Perfectly done. Really well seasoned and good decision making there. So solidifying it for Cybershock. 3 players stay alive is also a pretty decent result. But Iberian Soul got a bomb plant, got a couple of kills. You can't argue that. You can argue that that was a decent round from them as well.
Yeah. This is where my ADHD comes in. I heard well seasoned, and my instant thought was, what are the best seasons that we have? You know, what do you like, Calvin, or like pizza?
Bit of chili flakes.
Oh, you're one of those.
Yeah. But then again, you can't beat the regular salt and pepper, you know? Without that, no other seasoning can make up for it, you know?
Sure, but I would say that garlic is far superior to anything else.
Yeah, but then you could just use normal garlic and you don't have to have it as a seasoning. You can, well, never mind. I forget I said anything.
Okay. I will, I'll pretend I didn't hear
garlic
anything.
Garlic is goated.
It is. But what I see right now is Iberian Soul planning with that bomb and actually having a huge advantage in a round like this. There are diffuse kits to help out the CT side trying to retake here, but Stadodo still convinces on one, finds the second, and now you've got a stick it. There you go, gets way too close for comfort. Iberian Soul, I think that was a force buy or even a half investment, still something to be seen out there, and 3 kills and a bomb plant to make up for it.
No, not a force buy from Iberian Soul, a complete eco. The thing is, for a moment, I thought Cybershock had everything under control. They had a lot of util, the smokes laid out, closed out all the entrances. But the smokes actually helped Iberian Soul to hide with them, walk in and out of battle, get themselves some sneaky ninja kills here and there. So it did end up being quite damaging for Cybershock, but the fact that they're able to win it nevertheless is what matters. Thing is, they can't really have too many close rounds like this if they want to have a prestigious CT side. You need to build up the economy to have nades and nades galore to create yourself an advantage here. Okay.
Mopo's still yet to find his first frag out here into this game. A slow start just like the previous, as you remember. Oh, Venomon though, he's finally got his hands on the scope, and it looks like everyone's starting to become alive the moment he has it. There it is, down in the hut. Everyone stuck Venomon on the second, and that's the last of them too. Cybershock just put on the meat grinder as well, and this time it's going to be out in the hut as all of the players from Iberian Soul just fall behind.
It's crazy to me, the most one-sided round we've had so far is a buy versus buy round. Iberian Soul had the most rifles they've had the entire game. This was their first sort of full investment into a round, and it crumbled so quickly out of control. I get the tempo switch, right? You want to catch your opponents off guard, you know, bring out a little bit different, hope that you can catch them with their pants down. That didn't happen. Cybershock were ready. There were some early incendiaries dropping in, early nades, and by the time they walk on site, they're half HP, which makes things easy for the rest to collect.
And now, another A push coming through. Lovica just spamming away, somehow doesn't die, and Blixie takes out too. You see, it's just these engages, these moments where you're thinking what's going on, but Stadodo just turns back around. and finds a headshot through a smoke to take the last one out on the hold. 2v2 remaining out here. No Tenacity Phenomen versus daviG and Stododo. He's been looking like a menace on that Tech 9. Has gotten 5 out of 6 kills that he has with it. And now, it's up to the AKs versus the pistols. The rifles versus the very scary running gunners. The Shadow of
come
Darkness
on.
doesn't even matter. daviG keeps it up. No Teneki. A bit lucky that nothing connects there from the vents. He's got a defuse kit, he's got a flash, but does he know where Stododo is? Absolutely no idea! It is the Tech 9s to come alive. A full buy round is not gonna work, but damn it if a Tech 9 will.
Stododo is a true Tech 9 king. That is ridiculous. Don't upgrade to a rifle this round, Stododo, because it is ridiculous how good he is on that gun.
My oh my.
Yeah, it brings out the orb. But he can still have a Tech 9 though.
True.
He can still have it with him.
He shoots with the op once, he just swaps on over to the pistol. It's perfect.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
God. But that's the round that gets Iberian Soul back in the game. You know, if Cybershock again continued on their streak, it would have been the same idea, the same game as the previous map. Now there's a chance to amend for that and to actually start playing up onto this T side of Nuke. Which definitely isn't helping Cybershock. It definitely isn't helping Iberian Soul. You know, since Cybershock are on their CT side to start things off. But hey, so far so good. Saw Soul on an entry. And Blixie taken down as well.
Yeah, if Iberian Soul get back-to-back upset rounds, that would be massive for them. Although the round's not over, you've got to be cautious. I'll tell you what, actually, though, Iberian Soul needed a bit of a confidence booster. Stododo's multi-kill, whether with Tech 9s, the eco win from them in the round is exactly what they needed. Doubling up their round score, but also feeling that they actually have a grasp of the game, something they haven't felt this entire series so far. If anyone's just shown us, a 13-1 was a score for Cybershock on the first map on Mirage, their own map pick, and now Iberian Soul having to play catch-up. 3v3 here. Hard to imagine they'll go for the execute. Sort of hoping they can get another pick, but I feel the decision to save has already been made.
Yeah. Kind of looking like it. Phenomen watching the angle, does manage to connect the shot, and now they could have been thinking about it had no Teneki, the one guy with the defuse kit, being closer to that vent to drop down. But there it is, 4-3, and as you say, Iberian Soul finally feeling like they can break out of the course, like they can find themselves on a little bit of an upwards trend out here on Nuke. Surprised Stododo doesn't die there, but didn't feel like he fully got into the corner. But there we are. Iberian Soul. You managed to put up a couple of good rounds. Yet Cybershock's economy is still not looking half bad. There can be a drop situation going on right now. Utilities being prioritized. And they can still get out with a buy here. I think that's what the tac pause is for as well.
I don't mind it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
This is a very pivotal round. Having the right game plan around it is good. Iberian Soul have been quite disruptive, though, in the past few. I think they've realized that the more disruptive they are, the easier chance they have breaking through. The slow pace doesn't seem to be working out too much.
Let's see now. Because so far it's been Stododo and Soul really finding entries here for Iberian Soul to win out these rounds. Otherwise, they don't really get that much space to work with. So in this situation, we'll have to see how Cybershock choose to respond. They could not go for a lot of these fights anymore outside and towards ramp. Speaking of ramp, we haven't seen a lot of control over there, but maybe we don't need it. This time it's Stododo again to find glowing outside. And they've lost full control, so another drop down towards Secret can happen. Cybershock are just going to have to let it happen.
Yeah, if you're Iberian Soul, you need someone to do some heavy lifting, and Stododo currently is that player for them. Thing is, they do the smart thing as well. Don't really get overzealous after that pick, trying to stabilize. You know that you've got the advantage. You know Cybershock are going to have to spread out thin or take a gamble, so taking a moment to gain all the information possible is the right maneuver.
Okay. And it's a big kill you found outside as well. It's glowing out of all people, who has still been very much in his skin, who has been feeling really good on the kill departments. And he's been doing that throughout the entirety of this month for Cybershock at the very least. Has been at the top for the CIS team. So it's a good thing you take him out early. But Fenomen's still in the wake. Blixie, I'm sure that he can do a lot here. Fenomen not being covered for Davi G, allowed to get away with that main push. And the rest of Iberian Soul will just follow. That is Cyberstroke misplaying it a little bit in the positional.
Yeah, not completely aligned with the angles they were holding, not completely well timed, but at the same time, things happen a little bit too quick for them to account for. Iberian Soul really good with switching up the pace from the players out from hub and also from main. And timing does wonders for them. And it also breaks Cyberstroke's backs here. Not only is this an equalizer in the round score, but it kind of resets the economy for Cybershock completely. I think it's safe to say we've got a game on our hands, something that we couldn't say at all in the first map of this series. This is starting to get interesting, and I'm all for it.
Oh, yeah. Love to see it. Now, what I'm looking forward to as well here into this next round is maybe Cybershock are going to call out another attack pause. A hero rifle, in this case, could work out had it not been Nuke. Seeing as this map is going to be quite tough for the CTs to try to send that A1S everywhere, to try to keep it on a fast rotation, you've got to play it on A, right? To be able to drop down onto vents if you want to have the pistols do anything into this round. You invested into a bit of util, you invested into a couple of armors, but instead you're going to be sending it outside. And so far we know Sado has been able to find the opening frag almost every single time here, and he had the right idea. Yet he won't go down and he won't find the kill either. Very nice attempt though from Sado. Good awareness.
A lot of damage done, either through nades or through the smoke here on the cross for Iberian Soul, but they've made their way into secret. Now, just a little bit of a parenthesis as well. Cybershock, a bit of a prerequisite for them to end up on top on a map like Nuke is them getting an early good start on the CT side, winning most of their rounds here and then closing things out when they drop into the second half. They don't usually pick into this map. It's sort of a map that they kind of usually get to choose which side they start on, and that is more often than not that CT side where they get most success. So that's what Cybershock are looking to do if they can, but Iberian Soul being able to crunch the difference, kind of bring things to a standstill, have completely stopped that from happening.
Yeah. And now, with this little advantage being taken care of, Iberian Soul need to keep it up. They can't allow really this to go even 7-5. Well, they can allow it to go 7-5, but 8-4 is going to be really tough for them to deal with. So this round is pivotal. It's also breaking the windows, but no Taneki's up first, coming right behind them. Instead, decides to actually go all in. He takes down 2, leaves out the 3rd, and the 4th is going to be dealt with by the Deagle. Fenomen makes it work, and 20 seconds left, the bomb dropped, and Mopo's heard. This is a round that is very winnable for Cybershock. It turned back around on a single push on an A1S. And now Fenomen making noise, left him down to half HP. Lavicus is gonna clean up. And oh baby, we're back to our fiasco. Cybershock 5-4.
I'm going to be honest, that was a brilliant read for Cybershock to place a lot of the defense towards the B site. You know you need to take a gamble in a moment like this. You know you kind of need to make a quick decision, try to have the advantage at least where one of the sites goes, because there's no way you're going for a retake. You know you're on a pistol, so there's probably no chance you'll be saving rifles anyway. Sure, Notineki, he did have a standout moment. He wasn't that hero rifle and initiated things to walk in the right direction, denying Iberian Soul just walking through control room and putting enough pressure in that direction so the rest of the players could move out of their corners with the pistols and start disrupting. So brilliant read and good execution. Iberian Soul had a great chance to knock Cybershock off their feet, but instead, Cybershock, they've got steady balance.
They do. Clearly knowing how to keep themselves up and alive here. But this is how it's felt throughout the entirety of this best of 3, right? Cybershock reading into Iberian Soul and not the other way around. This Nuke is going differently just because we do have openers like Stadodo, like Soul making their lives a bit easier and winning out a couple of these rounds that perhaps you should say they should have won in the previous map as well, but they just didn't because they lost a lot of clutches. So now, trying to move into main, they get out with all of their players intact. Lovic is trying to make sure that's not the case, and Fenomen's back to his shenanigans, connecting those flicks, looking for the vent player. Down to low HP is going to be Soul, Mopos, and Alex now. Notineki kicks it up, and the op doesn't care how much HP you got, because he still wants those frags. 2v2 remaining from a 2v4 again here, Pavlos.
Iberian Soul have got the info. They
do
know
have the
two
info.
players are on the site, so they're going to quickly rotate. They know there's no reason why they should drop into the A site. And being low completely dismantles their chances. Wait a minute, though. This is super smart. Mopus has been very quick rotating. Notineki realizes there's a timing potential. Sorsal seizes a chance to distract Notineki. Mopos waltzes in. Both win their individual fights. And the round was right back into the Iberian Soul's favor.
That is wonderfully played out there from Mopos, especially. He calls it out to his teammates, start baiting. He's right around them, and I'd say that could have been played better in the 2v2. Well done. They were both low HP. One of them had to go down anyway, so Mopos just grits his teeth and goes all out. Another Hero A1S round. They're going to be going in for the same idea yet again out here outside. Smoke in front of Credit Card, and an attempt for a hit. Nothing to be found yet. But this just evens out the playing field, right? 5-5. Davy is gonna take out the A1S. This time, it looks like the eco is not going to be going in favor of Cybershock as easily.
I think they may believe Glowing's cleared out here with a molly thrown, but that wasn't the case. So there is a trade potential there from Glowing. Goes down with a ship, but takes one down with him as well. Thing is, Cybershock losing the play on the outside puts them at a deficit. There's no one really around to stop anything from happening on this A site, sort of hoping they drop into Phenomen's hands, but then again, a bit far-fetched. That would be Iberian Soul overstepping, and I don't feel like they're in a position they'd want to do that at this time.
You'd be surprised. They still want to peek out here, and Phenomen is going to see them, but no kills converted. Instead, it's Blixie on a USP taking down Sorsal. 2 headshots straight up.
Phenomen. You know this is Nico. You know the one player's on the M4. And you're going to put a lot of emphasis towards Phenomen's position. Maybe there's a chance Notineki can, you know, find his way up the ladder, get some attention, grabbing from Heaven. But I think Phenomen realizes the importance of taking the M4 to the next round.
I'd say even an extra frag here is going to go a long way. You're not going to have full utility coming into the last round of the first half. So saving away that A1S, sure, is a big priority. But Notineki, I do not want to see him trying to save away a MAC-10, for sure. But they're smart. Yeah, Iberian Soul, they go back together in towards lobby, knowing Phenomen is going to stay outside. No one to be lost, nothing to be dealt with anymore. It is 6-5, and finally, Alex dies, actually.
The Dodo was close to dying as well.
Yeah, but for the first time in this best of 3, Iberian Soul are going to be taking the advantage.
Indeed. Indeed, they are permitted to grab the lead this time around. Cybershock do have an opportunity here to equalize as well. AUG for the first time in this series. Love myself a good old AUG.
Oh yeah.
How will this one go? Of course, Iberian Soul created a bit of tempo, feeling a lot more comfortable. A different story than the first map. Damage onto Glowing early, but unrealized potential. Iberian Soul a bit spread out. Phenomen seeing if he can help his teammate scramble something here.
Smoke. Gonna be going down for the cross here. Glowing still. Yeah, they're never gonna check this. Surely, Davy G's a dead man, but the question is, does he get more than one? Trigger discipline, not needed there. There's no one left in front of the smoke. Now behind it. Oh, the flash is wonderful! It's brilliant! Phenomen, what a savior! He dies for his sacrifice, but it doesn't even matter. It's an advantage here for Cybershock, and what a chance hit here for Glowing.
Again, Phenomen saved them today due to his utility usage.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. He's done it both on Mirage, shows that he can do it on Nuke as well. Which, let's be fair, let's be frank, tactically, very important to have moments like this. And Mopus to Dodo, well, make it only Mopos now, having to do some really heavy lifting. These are some big weights. And there's not a chance given whatsoever. Cybershock deny their opponents opportunity to be ahead at halftime. Even Steven by the end of this half, 6-6. But look, Iberian Soul get to work on the CT side. Safe to say this next pistol round will basically be the be-all to end-all when it comes to this map.
And Glowing is an absolute bodybuilder when it comes in the server. He's been looking intense in these last couple of games. I'm just going to be looking at his individual matches. And yeah, his rating on that previous map, 205. His rating today against Rush B, because they also played a game out here today against Rush B, 1.80, 1.10. Okay, across 2 maps, they 13-6, 13-4 them, right? He's been in the green so much, and it's been so important out here for the team to have Glowing perform at such a high degree. It's so nice to see. But now Iberian Soul, they're gonna be in the driver's seat. CT side on Nuke, their own map pick, and it is 6-6 after all. Cybershock, while they don't let the Iberian Soul actually get away with the lead, they don't gain one themselves. So it feels like we're back to 0 out here, Pavlos.
Things are starting to get intense. Again, either team losing this, their remaining first series of Season 3 of CCT in 2025 is over, while the other may be given a chance to make it into playoffs with one match left. Cybershock are able to cross to the bottom level, but keeping Celerdo busy. This is ridiculous how Cybershock are playing them around here. Iberian Soul do not know for certainty it's the B side, but surely now they'll realize bomb being planted, digits being pressed. Now Iberian Soul rushing to play catch up.
And they have to right now because they're losing out player by player right here. They've gotten themselves to the bomb side, but where's that defuse kit? There is none to be played with right here, so they've got to go all out. They need to find these frags. They can't really afford to wait for them to get in front of them because they're gonna have the peeker's advantage, and Blixie doesn't even care for it. His headshots galore out here as Blixie picks up a 3K and a pistol round to go. Cybershock say.
Smooth sailing. Let's be fair. It feels like they're comfortable. The sail's out, sun's out as well. Like cruising along the waters.
They're having fun. That's again something you can tell. Something that they're not. They are struggling with the game out here on Nuke a little bit, but it feels like Cybershock always have a response, whereas Iberian Soul, they're just searching for those individual moments. And when you're playing for individual moments as a team, that's when you know the strap book failed you. Against Cybershock at the very least. This is nice, but again, called out by Phenomen, a single Molotov could deny all of this, or Blixie and Phenomen could together. You know, at this point, just start shooting at them. Execution squad.
You know, there's one player there at the minimum. Mopo's on his retreat, ends up getting wrapped up as well. Cybershock had no intention of going aggressive here, realizing Iberian Soul could go for something explosive, which is exactly what they did. The rush from ramp rather. And Cybershock again showing that they've got a good read on their opposition, knowing what's going on. Soulsol, he's got a chance to upgrade his gun here. Lovicus doesn't hand it to him though.
Nope.
A bit of a Texas showdown there, but it's Lovicus to come out on top.
He took it personally. A chance for him to upgrade? No. A chance for him to die, maybe. I know. I love to see, you know, even the observer being caught off guard a lot of the time out here by Cybershock. You think Iberian Soul are gonna get something? Boom! Bullet to the face. Nothing to be done. Nothing to be even predicted out there, as it is just too quick. Cybershock doing a great job right now of upholding their T-side presence. And they should be keeping it up into this round as well. So 9-6 out here, Pavlos. If the pistols don't do something crazy, of course. Away from that, do we believe Cybershock are just going to start running away with it again?
There's a chance.
Quite a substantial one, I'd say. Iberian Soul, I mean, look, they still have Mopos on 4 kills. Alex hasn't been doing a lot for the entire series, too.
Yeah, banking on Celerdo's early success, haven't they?
Yeah. And Soulsol has been trying to keep it up as well, but it's just those two guys doing a lot of the work. Finally,
I'll tell you what, this is damaging round, though. Mopos has found some success with a 5-7. All of a sudden, Iberian Soul have got the numbers advantage.
For how long, though, is the question. They can't pick up any of these rifles that have been dropped, and Phenomen, yeah, he's going to be able to find one, maybe two, or maybe none. What a shot, Alex. You just got to whine about them, and they're going to start prevailing. 1v2. Just play together on this one, right? Oh, beautiful. 5-7 to the dome. Never even expected Iberian Soul win out the pistol round.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we saw Iberian Soul start to step things up off the back of a pistol round win as well on the other half, so I don't see why it's any different now on the second half. Denying Cybershock any type of momentum, getting their names right back up there with their opponents and creating some pace for themselves as well, building up the economy on the sea tides. We know how brutally important it is, and this climate
Yeah, and you see, this is what happens when the individuals that haven't necessarily been performing well start hitting their shots. It's so big of a difference. It's so much of a difference that CyberShock just don't really know how to respond to it. And that is going to be the way forward out here for Iberian Soul if they want to make this nuke work. Get everybody on the line, get everybody to be involved. Not just Dodo and Soul. Speaking of Dodo, scope onto him as well, and Soul should have a free frag here, right? Yeah, there you go.
Clean. You're already deleted. CyberShock, Iberian Soul. Looking to play catch up. Phenomenon is the light in the dark for his team. But Soul is the darkest of darks.
Ooh.
Not allowing light to spread. Still though, Altineki through that chaos. A lot of his health is lost, so confidence dwindling.
So Dodo, if he moves up the ladder here, could have a clean shot over Phenomenon on Secret. But this is going to be a tough push because the bomb has been left in front of Silo. You've got to get it from outside, 30 seconds. And no Teneki, he was already operating on Trophy Room, right? So 2 players on the other side of the map right now, just searching for kills to be found. And with Soul finding that kill, that's the round over and done with as well. Iberian Soul back up to 8. Trading the rounds out, managing to equalize here. And up next, a hero rifle round coming through from CyberShock.
Yeah, not the best of cases if you're CyberShock here. Iberian Soul have got a real grasp over the helm, real control of where the ship is going. And you're sort of a passenger at this point in time, different to the pacing we've experienced up until this point. They'd love to be disruptors as well. Iberian Soul did a great job on their T side to not allow CyberShock to gain tremendous control, especially how good of a start it was for the CIS side as well. But now they are sort of in the seat that they're forced to create some opportunities for them on lower buys. That nade does so much! Whoa. Oh my word! One nade did all that.
Yep. Aye. That's what happens when you bunch up. That's why when you're in well, when I did armor training, everybody said don't group up. Single grenade can absolutely decimate you. It's true. And it goes for CS2 as well. Now, AK looking to just absolutely execute them. Saucil, how many can you find here? Davy G's gonna steal one away through a smoke and a wall. Okay. There you go. Dodo. Iberian Soul make it look easy. And in that case, it was pretty easy after that grenade.
Indeed. And Iberian Soul have needed a bit of an easier round, right? Something that wasn't too complicated. Yeah. That could show them, okay, this might not be as difficult as we thought it could be, but for CyberShock, I'm glad they take this seriously. Timeout required. They know that, you know, going on to a third one, going on to Ancient, there's no guarantees there. Right now, you're threatening to stay alongside Iberian Soul on their own map pick. You've already got a map in your pocket. There's a potential for a 2-0 here. You don't want to miss it. Pack timeout used to try and figure out a game plan here. Another buy round coming, but safe to say, there is a lot to be desired when it comes to their buy. Got a couple of Galils, a Tech 9, only 2 Kalashnikovs in play for them this one.
Hey man, we remember what the Tech 9s used to do, right? If no Teneki can even pull through like 3/4 out of what Dodo was able to do in the previous round, then they should still be good for a round here. CyberShock trying to invest absolutely everything they've got into that utility department, focusing up on it rather than the firepower, might help them out in the long run, especially out here on Nuke. But you know, after the initial map that we got to see, and what a map that was out of CyberShock, the fact that right now Iberian Soul are able to go toe-to-toe on their own map pick definitely is gonna feel much better out here for the Hispanics. The Dodo.
Good patience for CyberShock to wait for the nades to pop. Blocked by the molly, but there is room for them to move. This is a big change of pace, though. They've amped up the pressure. They are running, sprinting towards this B site. Sure, there's a rotate coming through from Alex. Mopus is there as well. They might be able to catch up. Glowing knife out. That's an early piece. But Mopus has found himself onto site. He's going to act like the gatekeeper here. On that 1 minute mark, Cybershock pull the brakes. They want to realize what's going on. But still steady defensive lines being gathered here by Iberian Soul. Mopos being deadly, but Fenneman twice as such. And instantly finding themselves on level ground. 2v2 now, as Cybershock have got the control to put the bomb down.
They should have half the information already. They knew there was someone behind, back in the vents. That's Davy G already trying to take him down. In from ramp. Have you heard anything? I don't think you have, but the kill still made. Dodo left in the 1v1. It's Fenneman versus him. It's again this head-to-head. Oh, Dodo clutches it up with a fantastic flick. Beautifully played out here from the Portuguese. That is Iberian Soul on double digits now.
Dodo is the flame that keeps Iberian Soul's hopes alive. Ridiculous, not only on the first half on the Tech Knives, but bringing the AWP to the clutch. Cybershock's best chance to put a dent on this T side, but completely denied.
Damn, what a play there from Dodo. I mean, Fenneman, he tried to put himself out in the open, have a bit of an, a bit of an off angle for the operator to not be able to connect that, but the flick was just too tough. And he still hits it. He still manages to get it. Now, it's a deco. It's a round where Cybershock kind of have to just not haphazardly throw it away, but they don't have the highest of hopes for winning it. And then Iberian Soul go up 11. They are going to need 2 more after that. It's Cybershock fighting an uphill battle, finally, out here in this best of 3.
Ancient definitely now appearing on the horizon. But Iberian Soul mustn't get ahead of themselves. They're the ones that have got things under control. They just need to make sure one foot in front of the other can get them where they want to be.
Ooh.
Great timing to Alex as well. Blixie could have created a bit of an off angle, potentially caught off Dodo, but Alex will be saving the day. VG, opportune timing for him as well. Cybershock pretty much lining up like a shooting gallery for their opponents. That's 11 now in the books.
Indeed it is, but maybe they were expecting it. Playing with the maxed out loss bonus now, Cybershock will have a bye again, and again. With the last tackle pause being used up as well. Gonna be up to this T side to see if they'll be able to find their early half success into this map. Iberian Soul. Dodo's kind of been fitting into what Fenneman was doing on that CT side really well as well. We're seeing him on a lot of good util. The flashes are connecting. He's staying outside, covering up for his teammates, and even clutching up in that previous round. Definitely is going to bring a lot of impact to Dodo's name right here. Like he didn't have enough already, you know?
Sure. Let some others have some fun, you know?
I think the name of the game right now for Iberian Soul is Let's Win. We don't care in what way.
We don't care about who has the most fun.
We're going to have 30 kills and Alex has 2, but if they win, they're happy.
That's true.
Let's see. Fenneman surely going to check on top of credit card yet again. This time there's no one there, though.
Dodo this time is going through secret. He's going to try and see if he can get a pick.
With the op, that's scary, because he can get collapsed upon. Oh, and he still does get it. Wow.
The Dinkaroony. And Glowing has been the biggest frag potential for Cybershock, so what a player to rip out from existence in a very important round. Cybershock loses, and you might as well call the game over. And Ancient to be brought back on the server.
100%. Dodo still holding down the line there, while Alex is just spamming a smoke, connecting on Lavicus. It's a tough world out there, Cybershock. And Nuke, maybe not your best attempt out here on the T side. But it's not over yet. 3v5 into the B-bomb side will go. The flash is gonna pop, and Blixie's there already.
I like the turnaround in a way, but Iberian Soul, there's no reason for them to be too worried or too preemptive, really. They don't really need to make too many maneuvers.
Oh, this timing, though, Alex has no idea.
Yeah, that's true.
20 seconds, they can scale up the ladder
Oh,
here,
they
but
know.
there you go. Beautiful frag. That's the bomb down as well. Fenomen, last man standing. Great shot connected upon, but don't break your legs out here, Fenomen. You still got to save that off for the next round.
There's going to be a chase. They know that Fenomen is low on cash. They know he's going to be trying to save that big green to the next round, and they themselves are pretty wealthy.
Oh yeah, let's see it. Last flash used. Fenomen playing well though, not peeking.
Smart, of course. But again, a forced bite from Cybershock will be coming out, but Iberian Soul, you need, you know, it's a big effort. It's a Goliath effort for Cybershock if they come back here, because the confidence Iberian Soul have had on the CT side, knowing that you've got 4 opportunities to wrap this one up, it can't bode well with the CIS squad here, while the Iberians seem to be right back on the server where, you know, put Mirage away, put it in the basement, lock it up into a vault, forget about it. This is a different frontier, but Cybershock beg to differ. Lovicus wants to keep things going here with an early numbers advantage.
Forget about it. It's a new day, it's a new dawn, it's a new time to play some CS, and Iberian Soul loving life right now with 12 to 8. But they've worked for it. You know, it definitely wasn't easy to get to this point in time. Great flick coming through from Fenomen, and it's not over just yet, as you mentioned, because these kills are coming on an absolute band, and they are not going to be stopping.
Right.
Oh, what was that? Lavicus even keeps it up on half HP, connects on the Mopos, and Stadodo just trying to save. It is 9 on the board now for Cybershock, and they couldn't have done that a couple of rounds ago, right? They had to do it now when it's on 12.
I mean, sure, Lovicus got the entry kill, but there's no way they could have had the confidence to go for the drop into main if it wasn't for Fenomen's pick. So being able to save the AWP to the next round was mighty crucial. A little difference that gives Cybershock an opportunity to stick around with their opponents, remain in the game. So I don't see a reason why Cybershock would want to go for the chase here. They know they've got more to lose, and they know there's a healthy economy on the other side, so it's not like you're punishing your opponent substantially. So everyone trying to hold on to their own angles, try to stick alive by the end of the round.
If Blixie would just chuck that nade in just for good measure, that would be funny, but he won't.
Yeah, but that's also $300 Renos that you can take to the next round, right?
Well, right now, I don't think Cybershock are thinking about the next round. They're just going round by round, not really looking at economy, because they mess up once, it's done, right? And they managed to get to 12, it's OT anyways. Economy right now is only really going to matter if there's a clutch situation going on right here for Cybershock, and they'll be struggling to buy up into the next. So, Iberian Soul, take an attack pause, not wanting to let this slip through their hands. They've got 3 more chances to close this one out. Will they be able to pull it off? Dropped away the Galil as well. Lovicus is going to invest into an AK. You know what I would love to see right now?
Please.
A P90.
Ah, well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Like a P90 rush into A or into vents. Is that the type of run you were hoping for? Or maybe out from secret? I hear you.
Because Fenomen's been doing a great job finding the opener outside. If you had a lineup of smokes and a P90 to go into secret, maybe Stadodo wouldn't get those initial picks on glowing, you know?
Okay.
But
I disagree, but I don't disagree. I like the vibe, but at the same time, I don't know if that's the answer for Cybershock. They've already broken through, though. And look at the patience with Iberian Soul, not peeking for a second. Sure, the flashes do quite a bit. Cybershock do find the entry, but yet to deal with Davy G is going to be crucial. Holding on to his ground, doing a lot of damage, and the nade will seal the deal. The job is done with a single survivor, and of course, it's Stadodo to be there at the final whistle. 13-9 is the score, as Iberian Soul want a piece of the pie and take things to Ancient.
they did indeed. A little bit of treason out there at the very end. Rule 66, was it? No, it wasn't Rule. It was
Root?
Star Wars.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry.
But coming into this one, it is absolutely mental to see that Cybershock, they had a good start. They had a good going at the very beginning, right? It was 3-1 at some point. It was even 5-2, I think. And then it just all kind of started to spiral on from there. Iberian Soul, they managed to do an amazing job of actually climbing their way back up and actually holding the advantage, took the tackle pause, worked it out in the very end, and Davy with that triple just really cemented it to finish off Nuke. And next up, as you've mentioned time and time again, we do have ourselves a map in which will be shrouded in mystery perhaps out here for Cyberstroke and Iberian Soul. Ancient is going to come up and we don't really know who's going to be able to take that one away. So you guys, we better stay tuned after the break to figure out who is going to end up being the winner out of this best of 3.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
There's a big note of that.
He does indeed. The Dodo, still a master on the pistols, does an amazing job of finding those initial two. Davig right behind him closes the game out, while Blixie tried to solo bolo it entirely. Cybershock will not be able to go through this pistol round. And now because of that, we do get to see Iberian Soul on some decent weaponry. Cybershock on the force by P250s and utilities, the least of them out here onto the CT side. And it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to be setting themselves up on Ancient. Unlike Nuke, unlike Mirage, things are going to be looking a tad bit different. Blixie, again, you get to see Phenomen there into the kill feed with the support because the flashes are just connecting down middle. Blixie good for 2, Blixie good for 3, and the MP9 is having a field trip out here as the bank balance is just going to go up and up and up. Cybershock are going to be winning out that round.
Yeah, pretty smooth sailing. Nicely done them for, with those full spy second rounds being superb, really. And that, crunch both from Jag and Mid, a bit of a combination there. And with Iberian still struggling to cross the Jag as well, with all the pressure around them, kind of crumbled out of control, with Cybershock getting a nice little bounce back. Keeps things pretty close. Not only that, but also completely switches the sides on the pendulum.
Oh, and we go again. It's full W season, baby. Full flash going through. Glowing can't see anything, but neither can Davig. He gets out and Blixie takes out his own. What is this reason? He goes for more. Kills them all instead. Oh my goodness. What?
Yeah, Blixie gets a 3K theory, and one of them is his teammate.
In theory, Blixie has gone a 3K 3 rounds in a row, okay? Can't take it away from the man.
This is ridiculous.
I mean,
I get why Iberian Soul would go for something like this. They're on a force buy. They're getting Tech 9s in. They just want to close in the distance quickly. But Cybershock were ready for it. There's some good flashes out there as well, denying Iberian Soul to see a single thing walking onto the site. Blixie seizes a chance off the back of Phenomen's flashes again. And yeah, there you have it. A nice 2-1 with Iberian Soul's force buy not going their way, going back to pistols. Therefore, this should be some clean work for Cybershock to create a bit of a buffer for themselves. Glowing just shines on that B-bomb site. And Phenomen would like to do the same thing on A.
Okay. Woo! That was something. Blixie's gonna keep it up, man. He's locked in. It really does feel like this is gonna be his map to shine, and with how things have already started, doesn't seem like there's gonna be any slowing down. And that's brilliant because Blixie, as the IGL, usually we don't get to see him towards the top of the leaderboard, but that's gonna alleviate a lot of pressure from Cybershock here. And with Lovicus right behind him, if we have a bit of an aggressive game coming out of Cybershock, then we can look forward to that T side as well, and not only to the CT side start. But that's going to be later down the line. Right now, Iberian Soul on their real first full buy. AK is coming out. Utility there right now as well. And round number 5 is definitely going to be telling us quite a lot about the upcoming game for both Cybershock and Iberian Soul.
Wow, Lovicus walks straight into a trap, and by the time the smoke pops, he's already down to 45. Alex is having a hard time. Cybershock's crunching to mid. Seems to do the trick.
Wow.
Flux is there to finish what his teammates started, and Sododo is on an island, and everyone is off the comms. There's no idea what's happened because he's all by himself.
There's no way of even knowing what just happened. Utility was brilliant out here from Cybershock. There wasn't even a chance to figure out where you're getting shot from. 3 out of 4 kills made by Cybershock in this round were just hit and runs through smoke, spanning away and connecting. The flash is also brilliant. You got to see the double peek on middle doing its perfect job there. And it really does feel like Cybershock have just dialed into 100. If we get to see a continuous streak of Cybershock hitting those flashes, connecting kills to those smokes, I don't think there's anything to do for Iberian Soul on that T side than to just throw their own and hope for the best.
Pretty damn strong scene shown from Cybershock, and it puts a dent into the Iberian Soul T side already. Completely decisive start to this game. They lost the previous one, thought they had a chance on the 2-0, but kept things competitive. But now looking to see if they can replicate the similar success they had on Mirage. Early nade damage in the proximate direction of Iberian Soul. Although the mollies and flashes will quickly show what the plan is for this T-side push. Blixie, a little bit out of position there, so he does get punished, but he does take one down before he drops. Still Social in the midst of things, doing so much! And even with an elbow in front of his eyes, is capable of doing damage. 2 players remaining for Iberian Soul, both low, but able to avoid the remaining nade damage. Follow-up from Notineki in the backline, though, does not let them rest. Bomb in his arms, and Social looking to see if he can play catch-up.
He needs to find an ace to win out this round, and 4 in hand and only 24 HP. He's fighting against the AK as well, but a ding to the head here could connect the shot, could connect the kill, brings out the sidearm for extra speed. And he's just going to be quicker to his demise. That is Cybershock on the 5th round on the board here as well. And Saucel does all of the work in that round. Picks up the gun from the ground and starts getting kill after kill. Cybershock respond really well, but it's just the aggression coming through from Iberian Soul forced them to choose different targets. And Saucel is able to capitalize off of that in mid-fight. Still not enough though. Still an advantage here, a pretty sizable one for Cybershock. The rounds are going to continue. Notineki is just waiting for the smoke to fade. And I love this mid-aggress coming through from Cybershock. They've had it almost every single round, and they're contributing so much positional awareness and positional power out here for themselves, just because they have middle.
Hasn't been too shabby, has it? Iberian Soul have really struggled to gain this access. Therefore, the quick rotations aren't really something they can look forward to. And Cybershock, disrespect. Stick around. Don't relent. But Iberian Soul this time don't really act quickly, so there might be an opportunity for Cybershock to start to waltz backwards. Instead, there is a push from the extremity. Glowing trying to go for an attempt. Blixie does end up losing his life, so accessing cave no more, but Lovicus completely switches up the pace. Notineki holds down the W and mouse 1 buttons. It is a complete bloodbath, all delivered from Cybershock.
There are some fundamentals being broken right now here by Iberian Souls. The Dodo caught sleeping at the wheel on doors. The mid player not able to even trade himself out there. Iberian Soul hitting up B 7 rounds in a row here. Not even a single engagement through to A. Struggling to get anything on this board, and surely this will be the round with the Tech-9s to try to head up on towards the other side of the map and get themselves onto A. But Phenomen is here. Notiniki's been playing his solo line every single round so far. He's been holding up as the anchor, and now Phenomen is just going to have a fun time trying to help out his teammate. The Tech-9 has plot armor. Suddenly, Alex doesn't die, but neither does Notineki. Davi G, Shadow Advantage taken. Will manage to actually upgrade himself to an M4A4 Poseidon. Oh, it's the Dodo as well.
Not too shabby. Finally, Iberian Soul might have a chance here. Thing is, the bomb has only gone down. David G is alone. He's got to do a lot. And he's capable of doing it. Cybershock might have just dropped the ball. That was a real chance for them to close in the distance. But David G single-handedly dismantles Cybershock's cross.
Now, Notineki is not going to go for this. 8 HP remaining, even though he is on the defuse kit. Going to be backing away, trying to save the AWP, I'm pretty sure. Going to be trying to search for it. No, he's opting in for the AK. It makes actually way more sense. Saving in for the AK. I did not see how much cash these guys had. I did not see the offshore accounts. My bad. 6-2, Iberian Soul. Stat padding a little bit. Padding the round count and the economy out too. Definitely an important round to win here in round number 8.
They needed that. Let's be fair.
They did. But even if they needed that one, they need even more onto this one. Because they're not really allowed to get one and then let Cybershock run away with the game again. There's a lot of cash here in the back for Cybershock. There's a lot of momentum still to be kept up. And Iberian Soul definitely are going to need at least 2 or 3. Actually, they're still going to need at least 1 or 2 more rounds to equal things out.
Loving this.
Oh, fully blinded.
So Dodo's flash is paying off. Notineki keeping things at a farmable standpoint, at a doable position, but that spray down onto Mopos gives Cybershock the slight HP lead.
Notiniki's been able to get away with that position so many times with so many frags. Should never have even happened. And Glowing is going to have a bit of a 1v1 against the Dodo out here onto A. Noise has been heard as well, so they know there's a player in position there. Could be thinking about a B hit, but Blixie's still there, and Blixie's been looking very scary. No one wants to peek into these guys. Iberian Soul, they have to play together. And it looks...
Oh, timing.
Oh, that Mopos is going to win that out.
That
Beautiful.
is crazy. Oh, Phenomen just seems like he wanted to walk out of red there. So Dodo on his retreat from Donut back towards this B site is able to rip his opponent to shreds. And all of a sudden, table completely flipped over. This round is fully under the Iberian side's control.
Okay. Finally, they're starting to read the script. There you go. 6-1 to 6-3. They're going to be buying up against Cybershock. And I've run out of pages. It looks like my printer ran out of ink. So I'm going to have to watch with you guys. Maybe Pavlovic knows what's going on. I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, Glowing is trying to save on the safe side with the big green, and Iberian Soul, sure, they were spending a couple players to go after him. Dodo's got some extra cash, but the rest of the team doesn't, so it's not like you really want to overextend for this, especially if you're going to lose potentially 2. But Mopos, knife out, not being able to win that engagement for sure. And 3 players, 2 for Iberian Soul, 1 for Cybershock, able to take their rifles to the next round. I don't mind this timeout. I feel like things have started to get out of control. Cybershock might need to slow things down a bit. Sure, the early aggression paid off, but it feels like their opponents have adapted.
Now, how big of a surprise would it be for both us and Iberian Soul if Cybershock were to go for something like a double op setup here, or still an SMG buy and be aggressive? They've been playing for a lot of utility, and it's been landing really damn well. But so far, as you said, Iberian Soul are starting to evolve and adapt. So just throwing a wrench in the mix and going for something a bit more wacky, especially when you do have the cash to back it up as well on players like Phenomen and Lovicus, could have been something to look forward to. But instead, it's going to be a standard buy Nothing too out of the ordinary. 3 defuse kits. Let's see what they're going to be doing positionally wise. And it looks like a standard default 1-2-2 setup. Nothing too crazy.
This time, Cybershock find out, maybe let's not play ultra aggressive. Let Iberian Soul use their early utility to gain mid control. And then maybe we can pounce in later on. There is some space that could be garnered for free here for Iberian Soul. Temple, I mean, Donut has completely been taken over. No Tenacity is all by himself. Has got to balance looking at 2 different positions simultaneously. And then although he gets one, his life is short-lived. Sorsal there on time. Thing is, Cybershock have got the right idea. 3 defenders already towards his left-hand side. Sorsal having to do some heavy lifting, but those nades aren't landing where he would have liked.
The big kill as well in this round coming through in the form of Phenomen, connecting a shot through the smoke, now leaving us in the 4v3, and the lurkers being accounted for as well. Blixie is going to try to run him down, making a lot of noise. Mopos hears it and does connect onto it. Headshot found, and Phenomen looks to try to trade it back out. Still a 3v3, and the timer's ticking now. Glowing the only man on the defuse kit, and trying to get into the A bomb site is going to be hard to breach. Soulsoul planted itself well enough in towards the back of the bomb site, and now the Temple players have got to run out.
Great first step for Dodo. And if you're Cybershock, you're starting to feel pressured. Lovica's the only one to be able to do anything about this post-plant, but the time is ticking away out of your hands, out of grip, out of grasp. And Iberian Soul are starting to net themselves a bit of a comeback. Not only that, but it feels they've been able to respond every way. And anything that's been thrown at them, they've had a resolution. 6-4 now, and if you're Cybershock, you're scratching your head.
Yeah, we'd be left scratching our heads a little bit, but Cybershock, you know, still they do have the advantage into this one, and you don't want to lose it like they did back on Mirage. Not back on Mirage, back on Nuke, where they were the first ones to hit 6, and afterwards Iberian Soul were able to at least equalize it back out. That's what the Iberian Soul are looking to do right now as well. Excuse me, but it is going to come down to these last 2 rounds. How are they going to be played out? Where are they going to be pushed into? Cybershock, they figured out that a slower approach might not be the best case scenario, so they're sending Blixie once more in towards Catwalk. Try to open up mid a little bit. Sadodo's still not seen. The flash is good on the timing. Phenomen does not get caught off guard. The smokes from the T side aren't really allowing Cybershock to have any sort of advantage. But look at the minimap. There is no CT-sided player on the left side of the map. Neither is there T-sided players. Everybody are ready for this B intake. The first one to fall is going to be Blixie. Next up, Lovicus, maybe. Sadodo searching for more. Glowing spotted. Tech 9 in hand. And you never expect no Taneki, but he's being traded back around as well. Soulsoul opens up middle. And now what do Phenomen and Glowing do? 1 HP onto Mopos and maybe a potential
Timing.
for a rotate. Timing, but you didn't see him.
Oh! How did he miss him? Didn't even appear on the minimap. Surely he did.
No!
This is ridiculous. And Soulsoul can get away with murder and cause his team to go right back towards the B bomb site, cleared out by Alex. The moment you thought if Cybershock had a grasp on this round, it is handed away. Iberian Soul, so smart to pull the brakes, so smart to wait for their opponents to crunch in on them, read on the situation, and finally they're the ones that got the better reads.
That is... oh, God. Of course it takes a round like that. Of course, that is how Iberian Soul managed to put the nip in the bud and get it back up to par. 6-5 will surely turn into either 6-6 most likely, or even the 7-5. But the 7-5 at this point feels kind of like an ill-omened Cybershock. You're looking for something to gain here, but if a single round is all they can take after all of this, you don't really know what you're about to expect out of that T-side anyways. Phenomen sees the shadow, knows something is coming, doesn't have really any idea about the AVG, so he's pushing through, and Soulsoul even takes down the offer through the corner there of Donut. Man, they are crumbling apart.
It feels like it, doesn't it? It looked so good at the start, but it felt like maybe they only know that one pace.
Oh.
Maybe never mind.
Wait.
Glowing. They needed a bit of spice in their life, and Glowing has got everything they need. A bit of salt, bit of pepper.
Bit of garlic, yeah.
Bit of garlic, oregano, chili powder, everything that is needed. He's got it in his pantry. Iberian Soul, though, aren't out of it just yet. Lovicus, he's got to read Davage's position. Bringing out the AK just on time, but Lovicus is there to retrieve him. Upgrades his gun and Stadodo. It's the final round of the half, so you've got to give it a good old try. Closes in the gap, but then again, Cybershock are smart here. Don't want to really give his opponent a way in. As soon as you hear the bomb going down, maybe you can start walking in, closing the distance to Donut. That's the first one, but then again, you have to look towards Donut, and you won't be doing that on time. Glowing is there on the case, a 4-piece in his pocket to seal the deal in the penultimate round of the half, 7-5 rather, as Cybershock not allowing Iberian Soul to get level with them. A good start for the CIS squad, a nice comeback for the Iberians. What on earth could happen on that second half?
We're about to find out. If we want to really break it down, Cybershock have been managing to win out so many of these rounds because of individual prowess alone. It's been multi-frag after multi-frag after multi-frag. That's how this round unfolds as well. Glowing able to get that 3-piece in towards Cave makes the entire round worth it here for Cybershock. And if that weren't to happen, Iberian Soul should have been in the driver's seat yet again. So if Cybershock don't have any more insane pull-throughs for the individuals like they've been doing time and time again. Remember, it's been 12 rounds of play, and already most of the players on Cybershock are over double digits on the kill departments, which doesn't usually tend to happen.
No.
Take a look at Iberian Soul, and Alex is 0 and 10. Sorry.
Yeah, well. Just doing the IGLing, you know? Let his team shine.
Yeah.
Nothing much is left for him by the end, is it? Well, let's see if there's some stepping up, though. But to be fair, you are comparing Alex, who isn't necessarily a fragging IGL, to... Well, I guess Glowing isn't really doing the IGL anymore, right? It's Blixie taking up a lot of those responsibilities. Sure, you've got Glowing that has that experience. That could be the second biggest voice in the team. But looks like he's got a lot of confidence to just focus on his pistoling, on his rifling. But for this one, it's Cybershock that completely focus on trampling all over their opponents.
On winning, basically.
A lot of boot marks on their opponents' bodies.
Yeah. P2K left the only man standing in a 1v4. Mopos, good luck, have fun, but you are in a corner. Taken and denied. Cybershock on another pistol round. And yeah, Glowing was not allowed, but was moved into this more fragging role because he's been looking so good, because he's been such a detrimental part of the team, that the experience that he brings is only going to be there as a suggestion to whatever Blixie has in store for them. The strat book is either way going to be made by Brain, their coach, which has been working with them in these tackle pauses, which is why we got to see a lot more tackle pauses out of Cybershock rather than a month ago when he wasn't here. And it does feel like this team is still on the up and up, is still progressing to new leads, to new heights. But right now, the current height would be to try to take down Iberian Soul, which shouldn't be too tough in this round. That's exactly what they're aiming for. So the only man standing on A, losing out his life. 9-5 is going to be the scoreline. Pavlos, they only need 4 more.
Indeed. Just 2 players remaining. You've spotted out one of them. You know there's something brewing here. You don't really want to take the fight. Baits them into it. Hey, Alex has got himself a few kills the past couple of rounds. And, yeah, 66% of those kills have been in this round. Let's see if he can add up the stats a little bit more. You don't expect him to stay into that corner. After all, that's where he was before. But no, hold on to his ground. A lot of damage done. If you're Iberian Soul here, you've done quite a bit economically. You've gotten 3 kills, denied rifle saves for your opponents. But walking into this one, not too bad of an ordeal, and your opponents are an arm's length away. All you have to do is win this round.
And guess who got all those exit frags? The one guy that I yapped about like 2 rounds ago, you know?
Yeah, that's what happens, you know?
Yeah, I should yap about them more. Huh?
Hmm.
Yeah. Casting curses goes both ways, I guess. Both good and bad.
Yeah, Caster's Blessing, Caster's Curse. It's the same
Mostly a
thing
curse, but
on a double-sided coin, you know? For one's a curse, for one's a blessing.
it is a very thin line, though. A lot of the time.
Lovicus taking a lot of damage throughout that exchange, but so did Sorcerer, so he'll respect his opponent's efforts. Bit of a slower pace. Well, Iberian Soul also feeling out their own territory. Move downstairs as well. Start to rack up a little bit more space. Cybershock closing at the distance, but there is a bit of a try from Alex and Mopos. An answer that gives Iberian Soul a bit of a lead.
Oh, look at the map though. Stadoto's coming in hot. He will have the flank, but is he going to go all the way through T-spawn or just settling on middle? If he does, could catch up going out here onto Catwalk, and indeed he does. Great headshot coming through from Stadoto. Leaves us in the 2v4. Now, still, hold on, brace yourself, because we've seen many 2v4s go in favor of Cybershock this best of 3.
Oh, you're right.
So,
about that.
The 16 HP Lovicus, Phenomen on full, and an AK, and the bomb on hand. Going to the B-bomb site. 25 seconds.
Iberian Soul have got an inkling of what the play is, but the unfortunate aspect to it is that they've got question marks in mid, so you can't really put all your other players towards this B site. Just 15 seconds on the clock, you haven't really heard anything on the left side of the map, so now you can start throwing a third player here. But again, Cybershock is just saving, so it's not going to matter by the end of it.
That's pretty fair as well. You know, I would consider this not a bad call from Phenomen and Lovicus. They're realizing what the economical status is. They would rather play with these 2 AKs into the next round and try to play for a little bit of pickup than, you know, attempting the 2v4, and might go well, probably won't. Might as well just stay back and watch. But again, another tackle pause, right? This is the input coming in from the coach now. They're going to be able to stay focused on the objective, try to go for another round where perhaps the game plan might change. We might get to see a faster paced round yet again. But I just want to see some AXX, man. I feel like throughout the entirety of these 15 rounds, I've seen like one good AXX.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a bit hard to execute. But again, you're right. A bit of variety is definitely necessary at this point. Maybe you haven't felt that you've had the need, but you know, getting a round in which you've got a lesser of a buy, some Tech 9s, maybe you start bringing in some Mac 10s as well, could give you some good ways of it. The thing is, you can't really go for that A-site push without having some sort of a deterrent in Donut, right? If you haven't dealt with a player there, or if you've got more pressure out from mid that lures that player's attention, so the cross and A is successful, it's hard to pull off because that site is wide open. It's hard to plant. We know this, right? It's really it's kind of a gamble. So, and Cybershock haven't really taken too much mid control yet.
Exactly, but that's how we circle back to the mid pressure, right? That the CTs are always giving towards the T side here on Ancient. At least on this best of 3, that's exactly what Cybershock were doing throughout their entire CD side. They were getting a lot of mid pressure. Remember Lovicus and Notineki being allowed to get away with so much into middle, right? And now Cybershock are kind of shying away from that part of the map on this T side. Knowing that the CTs will have the advantage there, they don't want to really press on it too much. And we've been seeing them try to go a lot more onto Catwalk to try to open up middle. So maybe that's going to be the change up that Brain right now is going to be giving to these lads. We're about to find out, though. After a little bit of a tech pause, we are back in the game. Round 16, it's 9-6. Cybershock looking for double digits. Iberian Soul, if they're able to clear this round away, they could try to equalize.
Oh, yeah. They win this, it's anyone's game. Anything can happen. Let's see if Cybershock can create some pace here. Again, mid-aggression shown from Iberian Soul, prioritizing this space.
Great grenades
for themselves. Indeed, a lot of damage has come through onto the Cybershock roster. Iberian Soul, though, at a distance, haven't really gone face-to-face just yet.
Flashes will still be popped all over the map, though, and right now Cybershock is going to start making their moves in towards middle. Stadoto looking for Davi G out there on mid. Not seeing too much, as the first engage has been dealt with. Notineki is going to pick up that AK. Full armor as well, so he can hold on to it. Phenomen trying his luck. This is actually Soul, not Stadoto, my bad. Still, though, They'll come in like roaches out here on middle, trying to converge together. Just get in those cracks, you know, wherever there's a little bit of space where you can funnel them in. Cybershock are going to try to get themselves in there. Right now, sadly for them, it's going to be that B-bomb site. It's being held up by 3 players. Iberian Soul are fully ready.
They are indeed. One will be permitted. It's plants. But that's because Iberian Soul are being patient. But are they being too patient? Are they holding too much? The question is answered. No Tenacity. Forward to the case, but a flash does not help his chances. Draws out the Tech 9, but Soul's aggression, which is pressing that mouse 1 as he enters his opponent's screen, is just enough. Sure, the pistols did damage. Sure, the bomb does go down, but Iberian Soul end up with a W in either way.
Yeah, and even in that engagement, right, from all of this, from 2 AKs, it turns on into, what was this? Essentially a 2v4, right? A 1v4. That no Tenacity still manages to somehow give us a way of believing that he could pull it off. He was segmenting the kills really well. He was taking his duels really well. And Iberian Soul are kind of giving it a little bit of chance for him. But at the end of the day, he will still fall. It will still be around for Iberian Soul. And now the pistols coming through are almost going to assure Iberian Soul an 8th round here on the board. And a way closer game than any of these 2 maps have been looking like so far. Okay, let's see what they've got. Should be something at least in this round for damage.
Should be. But again, like we said, Iberian Soul winning the previous round has put them right back up there with their opponents. This has become a very, very close game. Bit of a poke and prod here towards the left, which Soulsor might be able to disrupt before there's a chance of them to even boost. Notineki caught with his back turn. Fenneman, his own little journey has been put to a halt. And yeah, Cybershock's attack is being chipped away at little by little.
There we go. Quick and clean. Squeaky, some might say. Iberian Soul 8 to 9. What can we hope for here in this round, Pavlos? It's still the advantage for Cybershock. Still, they could find themselves on the double digits. But, oh, I love this run boost. Yeah, it doesn't fully work out. It also just goes in front. VG takes his spot, and big damage dealt to Lavicus here. We move towards B. Mopos gets caught off guard with the nade in hand. Mopos and Stadodo both fall. So B's completely empty. The bomb's going to be headed that way, and Iberian Soul might just stopped in for the early save.
Yeah, the thing is, Iberian Soul had no clue that the bomb didn't make its way onto the site yet. They had a real chance to block the 2 players from double doors, but again, that's without the information available. It's all in hindsight. It's all, as we've got everything basically to our disposal. Cybershock, only 2 kills were required. The 2 fronts won by them. Their 2 engagements going the way, both Blixie and Glowing doing their job, and it puts an end to the round pretty damn quickly. Always pushing Iberian Soul back as soon as they try to stay relevant. It's like Iberian Soul is that annoying little brother trying to do what their older brother is doing, and Cybershock is the older brother and assistant's kind of shoving them back.
Just backhanding them real quick, like stay in your lane. Stay in your lane.
Yeah. Get back. Out of here.
But we know if the younger brother is able to surprise the older one, hell is gonna break loose. But there's there's like a 40-60 chance he might come out on top, you know?
For sure. It's still not over. There's a redemption arc for the little bro.
Well, it's not over till the bell rings anyways. So Cybershock could try to find themselves on 12. All goes astray, and for nothing if they're not able to put up that 13th. And that's what Iberian Soul are hoping for. Another tag pause to come through. I've been really enjoying the fact that we've been getting to see a lot of these tackle pauses. You know, it's not just been going straight through it, letting the players decide on the go, keeping things spontaneous. It's actually trying to adapt and evolve to whatever the T side is bringing, to whatever the CTs are positioning themselves. Like both teams have been responding quite well to each other. However, now comes in a pretty important round for Iberian Soul, for economy's sake as well, but
for the game's
also,
sake.
Yeah, for Cybershock to get 11 and maybe 12.
Yeah, it does. I think this is a big pivotal round here. Sure, neither of the team will struggle on the lose over this round, but it gets Cybershock dangerously close to sealing the deal, and I think they may have just found a gap. Again, they need to put a little bit more pressure over to Donut, and that's exactly what they're doing, dedicating 2 players to that process, while 3 are looking to waltz directly through A main. Dodo holding the line in mid, leaving Saucer to defend the site as a whole. Thing is, Dodo is doing a lot here. Glowing, can you disrupt him? Is there more assistance coming from mid? They're closing the distance. Davy G also showing his mark, but Glowing is superb. Low on health, Blixie's been dealt with. And wait a minute, Iberian Soul have got control of the site, control of the bomb. Blixie left to do it by himself. 2 kills already to his name, looking to make it a quadra, but Alex's swing on the cross, as well as the crouch in that exchange, allows Iberian Soul to regain a hold of the game.
IGL battle goes in the favor of the CTs this time. And it is Dodo, the man of this round. Look at him hold on to Donut with so much ferocity. Allows Davy to get that kill on Phenomen as well, and it just keeps on barrel rolling from there. The entirety of that fight, the entirety of that round dealt with in a single position on the map, and that was Donut. And now they're forced to go next. Now they're forced to play fast. After a round like that, they have to make amends. Cybershock are on their last buy, their last leg out here so far. They're not really working with that big of a loss bonus anyways. They've got to try their mightiest here to win the round out. 3-man setup here for Iberian Soul on the B-bomb side. The 3 Musketeers. Right now, hoping to hold on. And we found the gap.
Yeah, this might be a treacherous one. Thing is, you do have Alex on the lookout. It's just a matter of timing. He does spend some time to turn his attention towards B. If Lovikos does cross, there is someone that could check it out, and you've even got Sourcewell nearby as well. Maybe Lovikos is just hoping to be a deterrence, but look at the cross, left-hand side of your screen. On the top left, there is a big push going on for Iberian Soul. A lot of information available to them. They know this is going to be a B crush, and they are completely ready for it. Blixie, he's revealed his ground. He'll be shortly dealt with. Sure, Lovikos was the only player unaccounted for, but the round's already put to a close. Iberian Soul imminently to put toe-to-toe with Cybershock, double digits on both sides of the spectrum.
Like, I like and I hate at the same time how Cybershock play this round, because they have all the right positions. They're waiting on Lovikos to activate, and then either they lose their cool and they start pushing up through ramp, or just the utility never landed, because I saw nothing. No flashes, no smokes, nothing to be held on to here for Cybershock on that B push. And all of their advantages that they gathered for an entire minute out here on the round, poof, went up in flames just like that by a single ramp push from 3 people. Unfortunate out here for Cybershock, but because of that, courtesy of that, now you're working on a hero AK, no money left here for the T side, as Iberian Soul equalize you out and manage to find 10 as well.
You can't help but feel Cybershock are now walking into battle with an injured back. Iberian Soul have done great to put a foot down and create a bit of a brick wall that Cybershock have yet to find the crack, have yet to be capable of breaching through. And now they've got a strong chance. It's the fact that Davy G is there as a deterrence. The flash does do its job, but Sorcerer's been left alone onto this A site. With the right decision making, Cybershock could be able to create some space for themselves. And if they move into Jack here, that's exactly what they will find.
It's going to be up to Alex again, and all of the kills he has right now are courtesy of the second half. He's had a big resurgence away from what he was able to do in the first one. Gotta try to stay alive here, calling out for help. You get to see the rotation on Sododo already here, and he's been looking like a menace on the op. Connecting flick after flick.
Thing is, with two rifles, Cyberstroke are very dangerous here. You're equal in numbers. This exchange could go either way. Iberian Soul, if you lose a player here, it's disruptive. But with this push again from Mopos, it reveals so much. Cybershock are ready for it, though. They've got players looking in this direction. They're expecting it.
For how long, though, they might just lose their timing. And there it is. Lavicus still holds on, still stays and waits. Connects on Mopus, and a quick rush into A is going to be the call. Let's see who's going to be able to deal with it now. The Glowing at Venom, and they don't go for the weapon pickup. Instead, they try to help out here, and Lavicus is going to be able to trade. Bomb goes down. 2v3 incoming right now. Sododo and Alex have got to do everything just like they did back on the B-bomb side. It's their time to shine again.
They're going for it. They know they've got money, so there's nothing much to lose. Just walking through. Lovicos instantly dealt with. The two players now remaining. A similar position taken back from them. Incendiary trying to get them out of dodge. Still, though, they know the bomb isn't kept with, so Cybershock can be happy with just holding down the line. Touching the bomb again. Venom with a swing. Alex wins his individual fight, but Sododo loses a lot of his health in the process. Glowing. He's confident in a situation like this.
Yeah.
The pressure is all on Sododo, and Cybershock holding on confidently and seeing this round to its end.
Really well played from Cybershock in a 2v2. They just knew when to peek, how to do it, and they realized there was no utility left out there from Iberian Soul. So at that moment, when they saw no flashes or smokes, they realized it's a round one if we play it correctly. And they did. It's 11-10. And they finally managed to put a stop to it a little bit. Iberian Soul on the force play. Look at Mopus. He's on the MP9. Usually the one that lurks out late into the round, that tries to find something as an entry. It's going to be tough with that weapon. And also, something that we've been really missing to mention out here, Pavlos, is the fact that this is an elimination game as well. There's a lot of pressure on these guys, you know? So when you go down to the third map decider, when you go down to 11-10 and this buy is what it is for Iberian Soul, you're going to be damn sure that they're going to have some nerves.
You lose this round, you know you're out. That's it for Iberian Soul. Yeah. They know it. This is going to be their life in the tournament. They've had a dry spell in regards to wins. They haven't been able to have too much success after being, you know, dropped into this new project, you know, picking up all of the core players, bringing Alex into the mix to do the calling. It hasn't been an easy journey for them. It looked easier at the start of the year than it does currently. And now they're trying to redeem themselves by remaining in the fight for playoffs here in the first series of CCT Season 3.
Sododo, solo holder over there to the B-bomb site. Alex is looking at a smoke right now. But all the fight is going on to A. A lot of noise being made as well. Saucel knows where to look. And the turnaround is perfect. Saucel takes out 3 and brings this game back in action. As the Spaniard connects on them, it's down to Blixie and Fenneman to save their weapons, because there's no getting that bomb back.
Absolutely not. You've got to call a save here. Brilliant work from Saucel, playing hide and seek across the box and seizing a chance to jump in with a player from Donut. Gloriously done. He's just a saving grace there. So there's no doubt about it. We knew this round was the most crucial one they probably had the entire series, and now they've unlocked it in their favor. Sure, it's given them an in. It's not over. We haven't seen the Fat Lady sing just yet, but it's definitely put them right back in conversation.
Right. Coming through in towards round number 23 is going to be interesting. Is the buy coming through from Cybershock is just going to be enough to get them over the line. But Iberian Soul, you're not going to have to worry about any of that. Mopos, surely he gets to upgrade. There you go. But let's see. Whoever wins the next round, it's map and match point, series point.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's what you're fighting for. Tech timer actually in this moment. Sure, you're not allowed to converse and talk to your teammates, but it's time to kind of relax a little bit as well. He's giving you an opportunity to breathe in.
Calm your nerves, surely.
Of course, sure. Like you said, this is an elimination match. So, having that pressure on you. Look, for Cybershock, you don't really want to choke here, though, right? Because you knew that there was an opportunity on Nuke to be on level ground, get a 2-0. The series started very positively for you. 13-1 on Mirage. That shouts confidence, and if you get reverse sweeped after such a good score, that's going to play on your psyche.
Oh yeah, and quite badly as well. But no matter the psyche right now, it's important to just stay locked in, stay in the zone out here. These tech pauses might not help with that, actually, because these players have got to hit their shots, and right now that's been an issue for the Iberian Soul players. It's been 23 rounds. And, you know, we were hoping a little bit more out of Opos. Alex has had quite the resurgence, I say it again. Stadodo slowed down too. That's okay, because Fenomen hasn't been having the greatest times with that up on this Ancient. Maybe he's going to get to change that now. Oh, side swept. That is a mirror busted out there for Stadodo as Blixie just runs him down. Whoa. Alex traded. Glowing manages to find him, but it's down to the 2v3, and the K player still coming in. There's going to be two where that came from. Glowing has got to hold on for dear life. There's a player in CT now, too. They have a lot of information, and Fenomen peeks. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Fenomen, God. What are you doing? Glowing leapt into it, and he spams the smoke to connect it. Cybershock on map point after all of this.
Look, sure, Fenomen's double kill was crazy, but the decision making to kind of pull the brakes there, knowing you don't have the safety to go for the bomb plant, wait to see if you can get a pick or two to then continue with the rest of the round, was super crucial in that moment. Great mid-rounding there for Cybershock, but Fenomen, that double kill, moving aggressively with the AWP is no easy task in a high-pressure moment like that. And if that's what seals the deal for Cybershock, so be it, because that was damn impressive.
Yeah, that is not the decision-making of a sane man, but at this point, you don't have to stay sane to try to win out this game. 12-11, it's down to the last round. Do we go overtime, or do we see 13 on the board here once and for all? Cybershock, let's see magic, because Iberian Soul, they're down on their last bit of cash. They're not looking great, and I'm sure the mood in the camp right now is a bit foul too. But that could change in an overtime affair. Let's see.
Yeah, it could all change in the bat of an eye. It could all be up in flames before you know it. League of Flames, that's what Iberian Soul used to deter any early madness from Cybershock. But look at this, they're not really playing for mid, and I feel like Iberian Soul are starting to get a glimpse of it, closing into the A main position with Sorsal and MP9 in hand. And hope that he can be the gatekeeper here.
He's got a flash to work with. Problem is, his teammate doesn't have any utility there. It's up to Davi-G, and there's just a smoke on him. They're going to realize it's going to be a fast push, and the only way that Davi-G is going to be able to help is just with a spam. If he gets flashed, it's game over. And the fact that Cybershock are also trying to play a mental game right now, move on over to the other side of the map, make noise, fake it out. Alex is already there, though. He's got a flash of his own. That might just help.
From Iberian Soul, Blixie finding some damage. That's going to cause rotation. Cybershock are going to seize the opportunity to start walking in. They're doing some noise here, so Iberian Soul slowly realize Stadodo is able to answer back, and Davi-G the same. Lovicus is in trouble. Flames getting through him. The pressure is on. And if you're Cybershock, you know this is where you need to answer the call. This is where Fenomen needs to repeat what he did a moment ago. And now he's all by himself. The young star trying to prove his worth 2 times running.
Oh my God.
The distance is closed. Players in all sorts of positions and corners. This is taking us to the long haul. We're going to overtime.
Okay, man, you know, whatever. If it was a 13-2 on Mirage, it was a comeback on Nuke. Now we get OT. We're going to get to see them all. We'll go through them all. Cybershock. Oh, man, it really feels like they choked in this last round. The way they entered up, that fight onto B to lose out 2 players, sure, whatever. But they could have waited just a second more for Sorsal to completely go for the rotation. And maybe that 2v3 could have gone a different way. Still, it's already happened. Can't look back. It's up to the future. down to fall forwards instead of backwards. Round number 25, we're going to have overtime affair. And now, can you put your money on anyone out here, Pavlos?
Absolutely
Any
not.
idea?
Absolutely
Yep,
not.
exactly.
This could go any way. And there's not like some particular trend for one side or the other. You know, sure, it was a 5-7 half from both sides. But there was no like indication. There is clear, indefinite sort of lenience one way or the other. Sure, when, you know, when things start rolling in the right direction, that T side seems to be good. But, you know, the economy is a non-issue now. This is overtime. That no longer plays a role. This is 3 rounds on one side, 3 rounds on the other. And the team that is able to create a 2-round difference by the end of it will come out victorious in this series, remain in the tournament by knocking the other one out.
Let's see. It's a battle of the fittest. Survival here in the CCT rides on this overtime. Fenneman's gonna start off great. Davy G already taken out of commission. Saucel the only man holding on to A. But look at the bomb on the other side of the map. Cybershock right now, just trying to get in there. Blixie again, another great standby to put him down. Saucel sent away. Pick up on an incendiary. That's a good one actually out here for CT, forcing them in. And Fenneman keeps it up, man. I love seeing Fenneman in these high pressure moments.
If it wasn't for that pick, I feel like you know, Cybershock would be losing a lot of time, given the bomb, you know, is taking so much to get here, get to the site, go down, and it's taking so long. Iberian Soul might have had a chance to swing, but Alex seizes a chance to be a bit of an unexpected factor. So Dodo in a 1v3, albeit the, you know, the economy being less of an issue, you can't expect winning a 1v3 in a situation like this when the site is fully under control of your enemies. Cybershock, what they weren't able to do from the get-go before, able to guarantee a site execute. And now we'll have the slight lead as we enter overtime here.
And sure, Hayes might not be here, but his loss still persists. You know, the team that struggled to close out the game now is going to pick up the first round of voting.
Terrorists win.
So here we have it. Okay, so with that first one out of the way, if Cybershock managed to find even one more, I'd say they're putting themselves in a golden opportunity to end this one down. Iberian Soul, they need to be sure that their CT side goes well, because that T side can be read into. And it was read into before.
Oof. That nade landing on Davy-G's head. Off the back of the flash, Lovica swings, but Saucer being so close to the action, it doesn't need to be super accurate to spray in the bodies of 2. So Cybershock in the back foot already with the Iberian Soul getting a lot of space control, a lot of information. Mopo's closing in, but Blixie might have just saved the day.
Okay, Stadodo keeps it up though. He's not dead just yet. It's a 2v2 and they're both gonna peek him and only one's gonna fall, but that's not Stadodo. Oh, he keeps it up. He goes on and on. He's gonna do it all by himself, man.
I feel like at the penultimate stage of this game, it's the 2 AWP players that are really saving the day for each of their teams. Stadodo has been such an instrumental facet of Iberian Soul all series long. He's the one that grew kind of the energy for them on Nuke. He's the one that kind of spearheaded that effort, winning some very risky Tech 9 rounds. And Fenneman being kind of the answer for Cybershock when it comes to openers, holding down the fort, sealing the deal on some clutches as well, bringing things to OT. It really feels like an AUT-v-AUT battle currently. And it's no team seems to really have the edge right now.
Okay, well, right now the difference is as well, I have not seen either Stadodo or Fenneman hit a normal shot. They've hit flicks only this game. This entire best of 3. Like the easy shots on the AWP, it feels like those are the ones that they miss. The really impossible, like big flicks, the Draken sort of level of flicks going on, they connect those. So they can't hold on to an angle to save their lives. That's just how it's felt this game.
I mean, Iberian Soul giving Cybershock a taste of their own medicine. They're the ones playing hyper-aggressive on the CT side, but somehow Cybershock could breach.
Again!
They found a gap. Dodo saving the day here. He might be able to stand his ground a little longer. Molly as well to deter any further action, and he finds cover in cave, asking for Davigi to join him quickly.
Dodo can keep it up here, honestly. Davigi, he's checking A.
Timing.
Oh, again! See, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's connecting those shocks, the fast peaks, the big flicks. But when he was in a 1v1 against Venom, they both missed.
And now he's here again. Different position taken. No way you expected. He's lost himself in a smoke.
And Davigi's still on A. They don't know about the bomb.
But Dodo might not need anybody else.
Oh, he's a one-man army for sure. Keeps it up now. Might just get a free frag. And he does. He's the barrel. There it is. Dodo ran out of bullets. Knows where the last one is. Can't connect the flick. Brings out the P250. And it's enough. Dodo on a quad kill makes it look like it was entirely his round from the beginning. Davigi not even needed. Crossed him off. It is Iberian Soul to take advantage in the overtime.
There's no stopping the Kings. Dodo wears the crown proudly. That is a ridiculous performance. So smart, so swift, so damn accurate on the big green. And when a clutch is required of him, he is the one to lead his kingdom. 14-13 in the first half of OT, and Iberian Soul cross the finish line, having one step ahead of their opponents. 2 rounds required. And this game, this series is theirs.
Ooh, don't say that. I wouldn't say that. It is their half for sure. But up next is Cybershock onto the CT side, Iberian Soul T side. They've got an advantage for sure, but is that advantage enough to close out the game? If Dodo keeps playing like that, then maybe it is, but that's a lot of weight on the shoulders of one man. Elimination out here.
He's on the T side now. So his role switches up a little bit, right? It's not like he'll be entering now, sort of hoping that his teammate can put him in opportune positions, maybe have a vital role when it comes to the post-plants. Iberian Soul going to be very pacey with their first few efforts.
Oh, and I like this. Iberian Soul finally figuring out that A has not been getting that much love, so focusing attention onto that. Gonna net them with a damn near empty bomb site. It's just Venom holding down the line here. A good flash and a smoke, and completely denies him from this position. Here comes the execute. Here comes the smokes. Gonna be up to the donut player to really find anything here. At least there's gonna be 2 where that came from. Blowing open and not connecting. Fenomen not able to do enough. Bomb should go down.
The molly does stabilize them a little bit. Iberian Soul can't feel too comfortable to get the bomb down. There's a lot of spray potential coming through, but it's towards the middle box.
Ooh.
Plant denied. And now Iberian Soul are in big trouble. They've run out of smokes now. They're going to have to take these engagements. They've only got 1 flash available, and it's just been expended. Dry fight incoming, and Cybershock don't need to blink.
Cybershock only a single smoke remaining for those 2 defuse kits later down the line if it comes down to a 1v1 or a 1v2. No Tenacity, Blixie trying to look on different parts of the map out here, peeking in together. It's the Dodo. Connects on Venom, and that's the flick again. Blixie tries to help out, but it's all disjuncted. It's all different timings. Blixie, he won't fall just yet, but he's the last man standing. And sadly, this guy's going to be forced on an eco, forced to save. As Iberian Soul are left in a 3v1, should hit map points for the first time in this series here on Ancient.
Yeah, it's hard to say goodbye to a round without giving a couple of answers back. Blixie goes out with a bang, 2 kills, but again, Iberian Soul running out of utility, running out of ways to keep this round fueled. Find the answer due to sheer firepower. 1 round remaining. Match point for Iberian Soul.
And they've got 2 chances to make it right. Otherwise, they go to another overtime. It's not like it's impossible, but definitely looking a bit improbable right now. Blixie tried his damn hardest out here on this Ancient, 25 and 17, and maybe that's still not going to be enough. No Teneki. On an AUG, yeah, Soul is already very far pushed up. Can't get himself into Red Room. Malphicus is waiting for him to do that, though.
Early push and pull for Iberian Soul. They wanted to test the waters of Cybershock onto that A site. They did retrieve a bit of a response when it comes to smokes. It's been blocked off again. But Sorsal gets a bit too overzealous, ends up being put off because of it. Some sprays across the smoke are dangerous. Iberian Soul are walking into treacherous waters.
Oh my goodness, and Phenomen, he doesn't get away with that, right? Okay, he's gonna get traded, but way too late. It's not enough. We're going to the last round. A blast from the past. Out here. Maybe I shouldn't be too early, should I?
No,
after
anything
all.
can happen.
Wait a moment. 1v4. 50 seconds. It's not like it's impossible, okay?
No,
Still give it a look. Okay. Okay.
Too hopeful, man. Too hopeful. He's done it too many times. You know, you got to catch a break sometimes.
Fair.
Back
Last
pause.
tech will pause.
Not
Not
Iberian
bad.
Soul need this. They do need to slow it down a bit. They wasted their first chance of closing this one out. Now they need to lay out a good plan to see if they could secure what they need.
That's what you think, right? And probably that's what Cybershock are thinking as well. This could be some like big 3D chess moment out here coming in from Brain, calling out the last tackle pause here in round number 30, going back to CSGO, trying to end it off like this before we hit another overtime by thinking this is going to be something actually well thought out. Maybe just going to be a fast one out here from Iberian Soul. Could have the highest yield of success rate out here onto the T side, honestly. The Cybershock have been neglecting a couple of these bomb sites from what I've seen. This time they won't though. 2-1-2 setup, smart. Here from Cybershock to not put pressure on mid this time.
Silence falls.
Calm before the storm.
What could be quite the tremendous one. Some heroic actions have been forced out so far. When the game reaches these penultimate moments, you can throw scrapbooks out of the window. But what Cybershock is doing right now, the info they're gathering, that's crucial. Iberian Soul have tucked their heels in though. They're holding on to that mid angle for now.
Yeah, but they're letting them simmer in their own thoughts for so long. Look, Lavicus is torn between a mid push and B. 3-man defense out there on B as well. There's so much noise being made. Iberian Soul, they feel like they have so much space. They're free to choose wherever they want to go. The only space being taken is no Tenacity into main right now.
1v1.
And he's
And
gonna win
Davigi
it.
comes out on top! That might just be the opening into the A site. Davigi doubles down as well. Phenomen caught. Cybershock are in trouble. They know it. They need some heavy lifting from the individuals now.
Oh, glowing low because good luck, have fun. It's a 2v5, a collateral short coming in from Phenomen onto Soso and Stadodo, but that's not enough to kill them. Just to damage them. Incendiary on the back, forcing them in. Lovic is spotted and denied. That's it. GG's. It's glowing. Last man standing to fall as well. And after a long and arduous series, Iberian Soul will stay in the tournament, going to the 2-2 Swiss stage. As Cybershock, sadly, Cyberchoked for one last time here inside of the CCT for the first series out here on Season 3.
Honestly, man, that was as close game as any. That could have gone either way. It really took some tremendous efforts to make this one work for Iberian Soul, but they fought towards the end. It was a close one. It was an exciting one. I wouldn't have it any other way. But again, it's an elimination game that sees one team out of the tournament. But, you know, continuation for Iberian Soul, a chance for redemption, and one more match that could get them into playoffs. This is the first match of many for today. Atro, there are more games to follow, games that are on a similar wavelength with teams with one win and 2 losses. Partizan, Favbet fighting for the remainance, Flux, Zero Tenacity as well, looking to see what they can do. But imminently, shortly, Partizan of Favbet will take place.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope we are doing well. A slight break there, but we're back into the action with our second series of today. And obviously, Charlie, once again, it is another elimination game. There's some big matches here. Obviously, by the end of today, we will find out another 3 teams that will be eliminated from the Swiss stage. But before we delve deep into that, how are you feeling today? How are you doing heading into this kind of evening of CCT?
I mean, I think we get to see both sides of the pendulum, really. Yesterday evening, we got to sort of have a bit more of that excitement, get to see some teams progress through, get to see which teams advancing in sort of that higher record stage. Now it feels a little bit more pressured. We are looking at some of these teams that are going to be going out. Obviously, we got to see a great series earlier today. We've got a couple of great ones on our hands as well. Kicking things off, though, Fred, Partisan and Favbet, and then after that one, we are going to have a Flux versus Tenacity. So these are some pretty great games, but don't get me wrong, pressure definitely is on, because I think a couple of the teams I'm a little bit surprised to see here, a little bit disappointed to see some of them as well. But look, there's no second chances now. Out of the remaining games we've got, 2 of them are going to be eliminated, while the other 2 still have a bit of a fight on their hands if there is any chance to make it to playoffs. But look, this is the part of this Swiss stage that for me probably is the most exciting, because this is where it really is do or die now.
Yeah, definitely. And I think obviously we know that, it's already been said, but what a comeback from Iberian Soul. They lost back 1-13 too, and they had the mental fortitude and resilience to come back and looked really good on Nuke, obviously pushed it the distance on Ancient and had that victory. And I'm hoping we see that kind of similar level of excitement throughout these next games. But obviously we know we're about 5-10 minutes delayed, so we're going to get straight into it. We're going to look at the rosters, have a little bit of a quick chat about them, and then hopefully we'll be having kind of straight into the action as soon as we can. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings of this Partisan side?
Yeah, look, I like this. I like this Partisan roster, to be fair. I like a lot of the pieces that these guys do have. I think Emmy, the experience that this guy has is, I mean, there is tons of it from sort of back in the day when you look at that really old iNation team with Nico, Kassad, Yanko on it. I mean, you know it's an old team where half of them have become analysts and coaches now. But I mean, look, Emmy's got tons of experience leading multiple different lineups now. Has got that experience. He's always someone I look at to dig teams out of a lot of issues. I feel like I looked at Emmy on sort of, that old crazy Valiance contract team when they sort of kept on switching. But I felt like there was a team that it felt like this is Emmy's team. This is what he can show. This is what he can create. And I feel like this is a sort of similar sign again, really, as this Partisan roster now. I feel like there's a lot of good pieces. I feel like Vladen being one of them, Dragon as well. These are guys that we sort of watched a number of years ago come out of sort of obscurity and now start to make a bit more of a name for themselves. And it feels like Dragon's really stepped up individually as a player. And it feels like we're seeing a different look to these guys. And I'm hoping the structure of this Partisan team can continue to progress forward. But results have been a little up and down. Yeah,
I think that's got to be said. And I think, on the flip side for Favbet, this is a team that have really impressed. And I think when you look at a player like Tension, obviously he's someone that I think both are, me and you would touch upon in the past and say, look, maybe isn't providing what the team needs. It seems as though this Favbet roster have tried their best to try and get Tension into more fragging positions, kind of get the AWP as much as possible. And even when he's on the rifle, he is still being set up for success. And we're seeing that in the ratings and we're seeing that in the results. I've been very impressed with Favbet as well. I think, it's a strong looking side. You just have to look at their last couple games. It's, a very dominant victory against Sinners. Obviously the win against 9 as well, or the loss, against 9. It's a close one. They really could have had a chance on both Dust and Nuke. Either way, though, I think this Favbet side has got the goods. I think they have got a really strong side. And I'll be honest, Charlie, it might sound a bit odd. I think one of these 2 teams are going to make it to playoffs. I think they're going to win these for these next 2 games. I don't know who it's going to be, but I'm looking at Favbet, I'm looking at Partisan, I'm thinking, well, these probably are teams that have kind of a good enough argument to make it to playoffs. Whether they'll get there, though, is the question, and whether which team will is another. But we've got the maps already. Anubis, Ancient, Inferno. Thoughts and feelings about that one?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, I thought you were going to make a bold prediction of you think one of these 2 teams are going to get eliminated. I can tell you, not so much as a prediction, Fred, but as a guarantee, one of these 2 teams are going to get eliminated. That's happened. If anyone is just tuning in now. Yeah, in terms of these maps, look, I feel like both teams for me are in kind of a similar spot where these teams kind of on paper feel like they should be a lot better than they are, but consistency really feels like it hinders them. And I feel like it kind of is the perfect embodiment of these vetoes. they're pretty even in terms of a lot of the teams are sitting around a 50% win rate. They can be really up and down. Even on maps that they've favored to pick, it feels like a 50% is sort of the peak or the upper end of where these guys like to sort of select their map picks. And I think that just really shows how these teams have been playing recently. I bet in particular, I mean, these guys have been together, honestly, very similarly to the core of Partisan, that they've been together for around a year now. They're not far off that. But it feels like there's a lot of pieces that I absolutely love on Favbet. I really like the experience you've got from Bondic. I feel like Jackie is such a quality player. Marix and Flash can really step up when needed, as well as have a ton of impact. And now you've got Tension coming alive. But still, it feels like the results aren't always there for this team. It feels like they can, similar to Partisan, it feels like on any given day, they could beat anyone.
Yeah.
And then they can lose to a team that you kind of look as significantly below them, and it just sort of shocks you a little bit. But I guess it does certainly make for some interesting CS to watch. But these are two teams that I'm always looking at. I'm always hoping they're going to make it to a playoff run. But it really depends what version of the team shows up on the server, because I still do have high expectations. And I do like that these teams have given their rosters a fair chance. But it is starting to come to that point where these teams need to start bearing some fruit.
Well, I think as well, look, you say about which version of teams are going to be seen. Hopefully for Partisan, it's not the version that they displayed against Ruby. Not only was it a 2-0 loss, it was a 13-4 on map 1 and 13-4 on map 2. Emmy was only able to get 5 kills across the whole 2 maps combined. A very disappointing game for Emmy, a very disappointing game for Partisan overall. Not a single player really hitting heavy. So I think we do have to say for Partisan, if they want to put up a really strong performance here, we're going to need to have those fraggers really stepping up. You know, your Vladens, your Dragons of the world. And I'm quite interested about this, and I want to get your take on this, because obviously something that we both know, and maybe for those who have kind of had a look and seen Dragon through the years, Dragon was originally AWPing. When we were watching him back on that iNation team, he was a vast majority of the time he was using the big green. Now switched to rifling. How do you think that's going to affect kind of his individual game? Because it's clearly worked, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the thing you see players pick up different weapons during different parts of their career. But like you said, yeah, sort of back on that iNation team, sort of 2021, which makes me feel how old we really are now. 2021, yeah, this was his specialist weapon. This was the gun that he wanted to get into his hands as often as not. It was by far the weapon he got the most kills with in that sort of period. But yeah, it's been a big change up. But look, you see a lot of riflers turn to warpers. Why can't you see it the other way as much? But yeah, it normally happens when it sort of seems like when sort of an AWPer gets a little bit older. But I mean, Dragon's still sort of mid-20s. He's still got a long career ahead of him. But it definitely feels like he's given him a lot more freedom. And I think with CS2, where a lot of AWPers are becoming a bit more hybrid-y anyway, I can't really blame someone for just being like, I'll stick to the rifles. I'll play with a bit more freedom. I'll be able to look for kills a lot more actively without sort of getting punished as much. Peeker's advantage being such a big thing. It feels like, sure, why not give it a go? And yeah, it definitely has helped Dragon's game out sort of a tenfold.
Yeah, look, I'm happy you said that 25 years old means he's got a lot left of his career. It just makes us feel a little bit better about ourselves, I guess. No, I think it's going to be a good game. Going back to the vetoes, I don't know whether we can bring that back up. I want to kind of have a bit of a deeper dive on those vetoes, because you're looking at the maps, you're looking at Inferno, you're looking at Ancient, you're looking at Anubis. They're both high sample size for both teams. They're both pretty decent win rate when you kind of have the comparison to some of the other maps. Obviously, this is something that we can continue our conversation about, because we're into the action now. We're going to be heading into the game. First map of the series, Anubis, selected by Favbet, and let's see what they have to offer here. But as I was saying, it seems like this should be a fairly even game when it comes to the maps, right?
Yeah. On paper, it definitely does seem like that, but I think what we've seen a couple of teams show, that recent form can really make it a big difference. And with both these teams, in my opinion, it really just does depend. How warmed up into the server are they? What version are we going to get to see? And hopefully it's going to get to see the best out of both rosters, because we know what these guys can achieve. We've seen it in a number of these players on the server career in the past. Yeah, it's just, let's see if we can see it again. Partisan wasn't too long ago. You remember they had that super deep run. I think surprised a lot of people. I believe at the start of this year, maybe the end of last year. And I think that's where Partisan really made their name known. And since then, I think became a bit more of a household name, and it's now going to see if they can get to those heights again.
I think as well, a player that we're going to be talking a massive amount in this game for Partizan is going to be Vladen, right? Obviously, he's had his time on some bigger teams. Obviously, stood in for Ents, I want to say, at CS Asia Championships. It got them top 4, got them to the semi-finals. He had a pretty decent result there, a decent performance. It's clear that Vladen is still wanting to progress and wanting to kind of get himself back to the top, but I think it's going to be difficult because when you look at his individual performance, it has somewhat lulled, but a great double from Tension, as I'm rambling on, has given them the advantage back. It is just going to be the stick of the bomb. The 10-second defuse, both towards A main. Information gathered. Shots are missed, though. And Emmy can get the kill. Last player sticking the bomb, though. The defuse can come through. Intention. What around there? Not only gets the double to make it possible, he gets the defuse. Just shy of connecting that final bullet, but an excellent start here for Favbet.
Yeah, start they really needed. Always gets a bit dicey with that 10-second stick, because those 10 seconds feel like some of the longest moments of your life when you're trying to defuse that bomb. But it does come through. And like you said, Tension's the player to really instigate it, to kick things off, and to find that early success. But sort of touching on Tension, we briefly spoke about it in the pre-show. Yeah, Tension's a player that he's been on this roster with the rest of the team now for coming up a year. Yeah. And hasn't exactly hit the heights that I think a lot of people were hoping, and sort of was a little bit more inconsistent, sort of was quite static as an AWPer, and it felt like you're looking towards players like Jackie and Smash, occasionally Marix as well, for a lot of the impact. But now it feels like Favbet not sort of making anything too rash, not choosing to sort of drop him. We're finally starting to see that nurturing come into effect, and this is the player that we're starting to get to see from Tension. And it feels like the Tension that I've seen from 6 months ago to now, night and day, really started to come into his own, and it's so good to see this player honestly looking like a completely different beast on the server.
I think we've got to say, right, he's 20 years old. And I think the problem with your Donks and your Munasees and kind of your Kayuskes of the world is I think everyone's under the impression of, oh, well, the second you're 18 years old, that's when you're going to be in your prime. That's when you are going to be hitting heaviest. I think people forget that he is still so young as a player and as a kind of individual when it comes to his career that who knows the heights.
Yeah. Yeah, time will really only be the factor there, but it is this buy from Partizan. Nice nade there, chipping away at Dragon.
Yeah, Partizan, they did kind of give this away massively by spamming. Oh, Dragon tucked away in the corner. A heavy fight in middle, but it goes so comfortably the way of Partizan, and now it's Smash. Able to get the first, can secure the second. Dragon, he's been chipped away at. Information gathered, and Smash feels locked in here as Vladen aggresses. Dragon's able to back away, and now Marix in the 1v3. Marix gonna look to cross his way to camera. Vladen has spotted. Vladen will be swinging, and Marix can get one. Aware the Dragon's close by. The HE grenade not in the right position. Trying to isolate these fights. Kindo with just the Tech 9. He can drop a smoke on the bomb, and this is where things get quite tetchy. It is just the tap, though. Kindo might look to spam. He spots him off of it. Marix can find another, and now it's the 10-second stick within the bomb. He might just be showing on the edge of this smoke, though. He gets out of it. Marix missing the shots now to the USP, realizing he doesn't have enough time. He needs to get the kill now. Devastating from Marix. All he needs to do is stick that bomb, and he has a good chance. But Partizan, the force will come through.
A great attempt from Marix there in a really tough 1 versus 3. But you can easily see sort of 5-6 seconds into that bomb stick, Kindo finally realizes, okay, I haven't been fought at all. Gonna be sticking this, and then easily can just take down Marix. You understand, trying to take the fight, had a brief opportunity to find that kill, but not to be. Certainly is going to make this buy worse for Partizan, and it's going to make Favbet's buy a little bit better, but still, we know how brutal it can be on the CT4 spies early doors. Got a lot of weaker weapons, especially in comparison to what Partizan had in the last, with a lot of rifles, Delils.
Yeah, Charlie, the game we watched yesterday on Anubis, Launux Nexus's start was showing that the MAC-10 is not only a formidable weapon, it is potentially a preferred one here on the C side of Anubis. So although there are a couple Mac 10s in play on both Emmy and Collins, I wouldn't be too judging of their buy on that basis.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly made it look like quite a proficient weapon.
The fact that round was a 5v2 and it comes down to a 1-on-1 is pretty impressive from FabBet. Missed shot there, unfortunate from Jackie. And now they try and back away. Smash has repositioned. Will get one, but great trade here from Dragon. Dragon can get the trade onto Jackie as well. And Marix needs to win this fight. He does. It's on Dragon and Collins. And now it's all on Dragon. It's a 1 versus 3. Realizing that Bondik is the one to go for as it leaves a bit of an open route to safety. And Dragon, I believe, realized that there's this not only a backstab, but 2 players here. Bondik, he's gone so far back here. I love this play from Bondik. This is excellent. Dragon. It's now a question of where the remaining CTs are, and he's going to head to the B bomb site. Never to expect a player in B main. This is excellent from Bondik here. My only issue, it's the CZ.
The Dragon does have a full belt of utility, even just dropping a smoke on the bomb site.
Whereas he's got 15 seconds now, and I know he wants to clear E-box, and in doing so, he's going to drop the Molotov. He's going to look to plant. Can it be denied by Bondik? Well, the CZ will work. Always so worried about that weapon. I've got to say, it's probably one of the most contentious weapons to watch. But it will work. Great decision from Bondik. He could have joined his teammates there outside A main, but realizes, you know what? I'm never to be expected here in B main. He's going to have to worry about a fast flank in Temple, worry about, obviously, Con, so...
Hey, look, you just saw how close Marix bought a 1 versus 3. Bondik on this occasion just thought, what can I do to have good position as well as just not give up any sort of fight? Yeah. I'm half HP, I've got a CZ. He can probably easily take me down. I'll go for a full reposition in a position that he just surely won't expect. And, yeah, it was a really good decision-making from Bondik while he just allowed the 2 other players on his team to group up and get ready for if it is a hit.
I'll be honest, I think if Dragon's able to get that bomb down, it's a 1v3 retake. As you said, he's got so much utility, he's got full health, he's got the AK, and already a few of the FabBet players in that 3v1 were chipped away at. And I think that's where Bondik has, you know, such a great mind for the game, because he could have gone back into the site and tried to get either the kill or kind of retrieve a weapon, but very smart to just decide against it. And now, FabBet well poised for this A play that Partisan will be showing. Smash will send the flashbang. Steps ahead, Smash. Going to drop the smoke and tension from heaven, but denied. Taken down by Collins. He will get one. They're aware of Smash's position, so they spam on through. Great double here from Collins. And the force by war seemingly will continue as... Looks like Partisan have a stranglehold on this round, but the rotation from Jeky's excellent. And he can get one. Dragon through the smoke. Timing couldn't be better. The flying Bondik can get one, though. A 1 versus 2. And now he will just have to back away and save. A rifle can be dropped over to a teammate in the next, but Partisan, they level it up 2 apiece now.
I mean, exciting stuff here on Anubis early. Luckily for FavBet, they did actually have a few players survive in the round previously, so you do see Bondik got a little bit of cash in the bank, Jackie as well, so it's not necessarily going to be as poor as 5.7s in pistol, 5.7s in armor. Certainly not saying they're weak weapons, we know what they can do, but likely can have a little bit more than that.
Yeah, this is where I'm imagining Jackie's going to drop a scout to Tension. Tension can go for Kevlar and a Deagle, drop that to Jackie. We can see a rifle given to Marix. Or in fact, it's been dropped to Jackie. Either way, though, I mean, there certainly can be weapons in play here. A CC on Tension, in fact.
Yeah, it's interesting. Jackie's gone for a full better utility instead. Obviously, util is going to be very limited in general, so yeah, prioritizing the utility here instead, and it looks like we're going to be seeing something aggressive alongside it. Jackie, though, that's the rifle dropped over, finding nothing in mid. Tension can drop this smoke and attempt to try to retrieve that weapon.
Yeah, I think Smash, a precautionary rotate, realizing that, well, Tension, his goal is to retrieve this rifle, and while he does that, the A-bomb site will be so difficult to defend with just an MP9, so let's gamble towards the B-bomb. So we've already lost a player early on. We're going to really struggle in this round if they head towards A, so if Partisan do, and that's clearly where they're going, they've got a hefty gamble. But Tension, it does look like he wants to keep himself in the action here. It's just going to be tapping away systematically. Very low HP now for Tension, and Dragon can find him. And that is a rifle removed. That's a key kill there for Dragon. Smash might go searching for it, but already Dragon has pushed through deep towards Heaven. One thing can Smash us to be cautious here. There's no need throwing these weapons away.
Partisan can look to try to attempt to get a bit of a foothold on this one. Obviously, these forced by wars, if they did continue, always would have felt like it favoured Favbet on this weaker side of Anubis.
Yeah. Obviously, Charlie, we have seen this fixture beforehand. It was about a month or so ago, or a month ago to the day. And Favbet, they were victorious on Anubis, but they won in overtime. Yet Partisan cleaned things up on both Ancient and Inferno. So obviously, if history is to teach us anything, Partisan potential favourites. What are we thinking? I haven't even pushed you for an answer yet of predictions.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those games.
It's a tough one.
I sort of come into, and sort of coming into a day, normal games we're going to be looking at, taking a bit of a deeper dive on the teams. I kind of already have a bit of an idea in my head in terms of, yeah, I might have a slight leaning towards this, but I think it's going to be close. This is one of the games I generally don't think I even have.
Yeah, it's a tough opinion. It's a
have
tough
an actual
opinion
prediction.
to have.
I could give you a team name, but it'd be purely gut instinct and wouldn't even really be
No, I'm with you.
Based off of anything. I do think this game. Look, we could watch this game on 10 different days and have 10 different results.
Yeah,
10 different ways the series goes down.
Yeah, and I think it's because as well the vetoes are so close, and because the players, we know the quality that they have, but we also know the kind of, I guess, the depths of disappointment that can sometimes be seen. Look, I think for me, if there would be any prediction, it would just be Partisan based on kind of my previous history with Vladen. Obviously, this is a player that we've both watched for, 4 or 5 years now. We've had interviews with him in the past. He's a lovely guy. Not to say that the Favbet players aren't either, but I just haven't had the opportunity to speak to them. So I think that's the only way I can do it. That's the only way I can bias. It's just based on, prior experience.
MTB bomb site, bomb can go down, and Favbet are likely just going to be maybe looking to keep hold of these weapons again, maybe go for exits. As this one is done, Partisan are going to find 4, surely. And unless we had something very wrong here, Dragon with a really laboured spray, but somehow couldn't connect that final bullet. Finally, Jackie comes in to clean up. AK probably can't be retrieved, but yeah, X is certainly looking like that is what's going to happen. Marix's position is good towards middle. Doesn't get cleared properly enough. Emmy falls. Damage being dealt, and Partisan are going to be looking to head towards Marix, maybe just keep these guns alive, but it's certainly made a bit more costly.
Yeah, not the safest exit route. That's why Kindo has backed away towards CT. Obviously, the bomb radius on Anubis isn't massive, so it's not as though it's to the likings of Ancient or Inferno. Four to 2 right now. Partisan, they've claimed a bit more of a lead, a bit more of a grasp on this one. Obviously, with this map being T-sided, and obviously with both teams having that preference on the T side, I think this is kind of what we're thinking. Maybe 7 to 5, 8 to 4. I think it's within the realms of possibility for either team. I think the second half is going to be interesting. We're still yet to see an AWP out for Tension, and I think that will be a pivotal moment. He's on a Mac 10 at the moment.
Yeah, not exactly the closest counterpart to the AWP, but yeah, last couple of rounds looked pretty easy for Partisan. Pretty back and forth in that force by war we were encountering, but Partisan maybe found their footing a little bit more here.
I'd argue maybe the Mac 10 is probably the most polar opposite weapon to the AWP.
Maybe the PP Bison?
P90?
Yeah, not that close, but oh wait, weapons back in play now, like we've already touched on. Tension, definitely not an AWP.
Speaking of big greens though, Kindo wielding. Tension sending Jackie in for a bit of a peek towards middle and then strengthening up the B defenses. I quite like this. I think it's the kind of the norm now on Anubis. You send a flash in for an info play in middle. If you see anything, you hold mouse 1. If not, you drop the smoke and back away to camera and strengthen up that B-bomb site. Tension has taken control here towards E-box. Smash is a little bit alone here, but he spotted one. Steps ahead as well. He's going to drop the flashbang. Gladden turns away. Smash on the back of the bomb site. Molly landing at his feet. Smash can get a double, though. Things go from good to bad in a blink of an eye for Partisan. They've Smash completely contained on the back of the bomb site. They've got a Molly about to land at his feet, but they line up and he gets the double. Excellent there from Smash. I like the proactive nature that Partisan are taking, but Jacky's double starts things off very nicely. Oh, Kindo! He's able to get 2. The spray begins onto Tension, but isn't found. The question is whether Tension can retrieve that orb, whether they even know about it. Is he going to spot it? I think he has.
I mean, Jackie's double is the most impressive for me.
Oh,
You
massive.
see Bondig's behind him, ready for the trade, but Jackie swings out after finding the first to look to find the second. And Bondig, it's kind of those awkward situations that we've sort of encountered multiple times. You take the shot, shoot through your teammate to probably kill him in attempts to get the kill. Bondig doesn't even hesitate. Fires one bullet and just backs away, allows Jackie to do it, and says, I've sort of got faith that you'll be able to find this skill. And indeed, Jackie does that, and then Bondig's able to finally emerge. But yeah, Jackie, if he goes down there, there's a chance we can see Kindo back away, chance we can see them back off and look to sort of get into that bomb site more comfortably. But nice attempt from the rifle there. Now 1 versus 4.
Yeah, I've got to say Smash does really well to get 2 as well. And I think the trading, not perfect there from Partisan at all. It is going to be this playthrough B. Kindo's very fast here towards Con. Bondik will get 1 though. Ooh, caught off guard. Bondik can secure his second and the third. Not ready for the final in Kindo. And now a 1v3 gone 1v2 for Kindo. He drops the smoke here towards E-box. Tension is on the AWP. Smash alongside him. A molly and 2 flashes. An awkward position for Kindo. Now he needs to take a fight. But the problem is he's pushing into both of them and the missed shots from Kindo. Tension will confirm the round. Fabbet fine 4.
Yeah, Kindo put into a couple of difficult clutches. And Partisan, where it felt like they stabilized after winning that Force by War, Fabbet pretty quickly turned things around after a couple of pretty miserable rounds in terms of the fact that it never felt like Fabbet even really had a chance.
Ooh, Force by here. Partisan taking a bit of a risk. I don't mind it. They've got 4 rifles. Util's not perfect, but I feel like Anubis, you really need full utility.
I mean, the biggest issue I have is that realistically, you could see an investment from Marek, Tension, and Smash in the next. Yeah, so if we have 2 saved weapons, Fabbet will be on pretty much a full buy. Sure, I think a couple of limitations.
Oh, I think it's less about resetting Fabbet and more kind of praise for Partisan because they realize, well, we've done it with Tech 9s before. We can probably do it with Tech 9s in this one, Vlad, and that is so cheeky. He just has kind of the awareness. Well, I'm going to line this up. They're probably playing in front of my smoke. Maybe it's an AWP, maybe it's a rifle, but I'm going to spam through. Great flash from Kindo. Collins can find Jackie. Jackie's having a bit of a tough time in middle. Obviously, when it comes to rotations and retakes, he's looking quite effective, but actually in mid, a bit of a struggle. And in doing so, it leaves Marix alone here towards the B-bomb site. We're seeing a triple re-aggression here now towards mid. Second nade has been seen. Tension's just posted up on the angle. They're going to look to clear doors. Question is whether they spot out or realize Collins. Oh, Emmy. Oh, Collins will be found. Bonnet can back away. Down to this 4-on-4 now. It begs the question why Collins is even sticking around there.
It's one of those angles that used to feel like they got overlooked so often, but now it feels like that's sort of goal number 1 as you push down towards mid-tension.
What is he doing?
Quite widely there.
He's got 2 teammates on the back of the bomb site. There's no need for him to peek so wide. Bondik now operating as the lone A defender. Smash looking to rotate in as quick as possible with Marix finding Dragon, though it's down to this 2-on-2 and Smash isolating the first, now searching for Kindo. Can't back away though, and now knowledge that Marix is here alone. Marix gonna be repositioning. Makes his way towards A main. Problem is the bomb's already a 3rd ticked and he's gonna have to start shifting. The problem with this decision from Marix is it's all in the hope that Kindo's gone here towards A main. The problem is he hasn't. He's headed to heaven. And now the fact that Marix hasn't found him, this round becomes near impossible. He's just going to have to save. Unfortunate there for Marix. It's a tough one. FabBet, though, unable to take the lead. Partisan find 5 first.
Yeah, you see this sort of awkward positioning for Smash after you do find that first kill and that bomb goes down. Because you're kind of caught in no man's land. You can't safely make it towards bricks. You can't safely go back towards camera. And you kind of do need to just to stay and fight. But Kindo, in these clutches, individually he's looked pretty sharp and does come out on top, takes down Smash, and then puts Marix in that spot where there's not a lot you can do. And yep, Lowy thought FabBet can get a buyout.
Very pivotal here this round. We have got the glass cannon on tension. Going to be peeking towards A main. Vladen under pressure here now. He's tucked away behind the boxes. Has he been spotted? Well, he will find Smash. Vladen, he's not had the best of games. He's 5 and 7, but little moments like that, I think they're a reminder that Vladen is a player you do not want to overlook. It's going to be this re-aggression here towards A main once again. Molly and smoke combination in the attempt to contain middle, and all the while, Kindo's going creeping. Tension, he's let them cross. This is a big problem now. The T's have made their way through to CT spawn, through to Temple. Oh, this round's over. Marix, gonna be spotted, found. Bondic now alone.
I mean, it is still a very tough spot. Dragon is in between a lot of these players, but Bondic goes for the fight and loses it out. That's the issue. It felt like he just needed a delay for the 2 other teammates to look to get that backstab in, and there's a bit of a chance, but
Collins is going to struggle here. Being held. I think best case scenario, he just throws the bomb across, but bit of a protect the president type decision making here from Partisan. And this is all because of that round that they invested in. They're now going to not only get the 6th, but surely an eco or a half buy around these saved weapons from FabBet, and Partisan, they could find themselves with a bit of a hefty lead now. It's a great flank though from Dragon. Dragon's having an excellent game. 14 and 9. You know, most deaths in the server, but most kills as well, so I think it's allowed.
Collins looking to see if he can rip away one more of these weapons. Tension has stepped. Collins is going to wait for that bomb explosion. Is starting to consider, but I think they're going to be a bit more restrained. Don't want to give away too many of their weapons. They're happy to allow FabBet to save these 2 guns. And FabBet are in a spot where you kind of could force if you wanted to, but it does feel like it makes a little bit more logical sense, kind of just to put a lot of faith in Jackie and Tension to see if these 2 can win a round off their own back.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think, you know, if you force around this and lose, then you're giving up A effectively. Don't get me wrong, it would have been a possible round. Tension could have dropped over an MP9. Jackie could have dropped over a FAMAS, but yeah, I think it's definitely the right decision. They need to go searching though. And the problem is the fact that Tension is here towards the A bomb site. He's got the AWP. I would have much preferred him play towards E-box because I feel like you can have impacts still towards kind of outside of A, whether you're finding a pick in canals, but also you can contain on the B bomb side. But the flashbangs forced him off the angle, now repositioning. Bit of a gamble here towards A from FabBet. This could be perfect. Smash is close by. I don't love the idea of Smash being the first to take contact, and Tension's positioning means no one can retrieve that AWP. Vladen gets 2. Dragon will go down. Jackie doubles as well. He triples. It's a 1 versus 2 for Kindo now. We've seen him in the clutch before, and he's had a lot of quality.
Actually does have a very good chance here. Marix still just on that USP. If Jackie goes down first, you've got an unarmored Marix.
Ooh, information gathered. Still spots him. Flashbang coming through. So worried that Jackie has gone far. Still behind the center site.
Marix needs to be really careful. He does a good job to barely show anything. Jackie just not showing whatsoever. The AK's being retrieved now from Kindo and allows the USP to take him down thanks to the insane damage of Jackie. 3 kills from him. And this is a player that I think we've known for a very long time how good Jackie can be. Sort of since we saw him on sort of teams like Iron Branch, Akuma back then, ESC even for a shorter amount of time. I mean, this guy has so much potential. And it feels like we just need to get a little bit more out of him at times, but he's showing it on full force there. And Fabbeck keep this one close. Money's in a dicey spot, and Fabbeck could actually end this half even.
Yeah, I've got to say, not only have I said it before, I'll say it again, Partisan, the trading's been very off. The fact that Jackie can get a triple there is ridiculous. You know, it shouldn't be happening. And he effectively gets 4. He does a lot of the damage onto the final. Obviously, it's Marix's USB that converts the round, but I think it was Jackie's damage and the discipline that he had at the back of the bomb side. But that is excellent there. And you said, look, they can do it with these save weapons, and Jackie shows certainly that it is possible. But Fabbeck, they can't lose this one now. The kind of the heroics of Jackie in the last can't be for nothing. Tension has been spotted. Rotations look as though they're coming through, but Tension, he's blown open the smoke and not seen anything. Oh, Jackie, he's spotted rotating back. Smash is going to have a look from camera, but the molly forces Jackie out of it. Smash now needing to strengthen up at A bomb site. It is still this play through A. The problem for Partisan is they've given up all this control and space towards the B bomb site. They're going towards B. It might be a difficult decision. This is so difficult for Fabbeck to read. So that's why they're taking control here at E-Box. They're going to have a spot in canals and see that no one's there. Bondic now just holding B main from E-Box. Utility still raining down on the A bomb site. 18 seconds remaining. Nice flashbang there. Tension falling. And the Tech 9. Smash gets 2, but Emmy, he will get the trade. So a 3 versus 3 now. A fast flank though. Very fast. And Jackie can get 1.
That's
Emmy
the
now.
one weapon that was retrieved. That's the M4. It's just these Tech 9s. Emmy jiggling out. Retrieves this orb. And it's Jackie. How disciplined can he be? Doesn't give up that early fight there. And can just force these Partisan players into a really uncomfortable position. The bomb is being stoked. The bomb's being defused. And the round is won without any more blood being shed. Fabbeck sticking the bomb. Good decision from Bondic, knowing the positioning of his opponent. And Partisan don't even get a chance to defend that bomb.
Yeah, Fabbeck. It's a great half from them. I think a 6-6 is certainly something they'd be hoping for. You know, CT start. That is all you can ask for. And now Partisan, from what looked as though the possibility of an 8-4 finish, weren't even able to get either of the remaining 2 rounds. But I think we've had many moments where Fabbeck have got double kills where they shouldn't. You look at Smash in that round. You look at Jackie, in many moments. And you've got to ask, look, Partisan, I think trading really needs to be the name of the game. But I don't think it's the spacing that's cost them. It's just the amount of times that Fabbeck, the individuals have been able to just hold mouse 1 and players are lining up. And I don't know. I just feel like Partisan, if they just got their trading on point, this game would be so much easier for them. Think of how many multi-frags that have happened that shouldn't.
Yeah, there certainly has been a few of them. And now with Fabbeck moving on to that stronger side, I mean, there's no reason why Partisan can't do the same as what Fabbeck did. No reason why they can't even do better, frankly. But it definitely does leave this game as still very hotly contested. But Fabbeck, the ones that we have to say do have the slight advantage now.
Yeah, most definitely. Fabbeck now in the kind of the driver's seat, and if they win the pistol, things go from bad to worse for Partisan.
Early flash and a peek comes through from Emmy, spotting out nothing, but Marix is here, and Emmy getting that information. That's all he wanted.
I don't know what this info is going to do, though. There is a double stack and, a third hidden Vladin with the Julies. This could work so well for Partisan. Looks like Bondic's going to flash them in, though.
Got that intel, and it looked like Bondic was going to throw the flashbang afterwards, but Seemingly not. The T's are backing away. If Partisan opt to advance on through, they can have a flank that completely catches them out.
Yeah, obviously they know about Marix. And although they spot one towards A main, it is going to be this play here through B. Spamming is Collins. Able to get 2. No third found, though. So a 3-on-3 retake. Very fast in canals. Smoke finally dissipates. And Tension now to peak. Ooh, Tension. Spotted at least one here. Jumping round the corner is Dragon. Vladden can get 1. Kindo as well by his side and all on Marix. He's the first spotted, but the last to fall here for FabBet. And now it's all about whether he can connect, but the Glock shot's not hitting. Vladden will confirm the final, and Partisan, they do win the pistol. A vital pistol for them to confirm.
Definitely so, considering how back and forth some of those rounds were in the early portions of the first half. Considering how FabBet leveled things up before the halftime switch. Partisan did feel like they needed that on the CT side and are successful in doing so. But it was this here, Collins, so much impact.
Yeah, it's great from Collins. Great shots there as well. I like the idea of Dragon just jumping backwards as well. Just creates so much distraction. It is the force from FabBet. I think this goes one of 2 ways. We praise the force buy, they find victory, and FabBet go en route to, you know, maybe close out the map. Or the force buy goes against them, they give Partisan 9, and that's where we're questioning the decision. I know you're an optimist when it comes to these force buys, but I'm looking at the utility, I'm looking at the game plan of hitting towards B, and I think it could be a costly one. Especially with them throwing that smoke already. They've got 2 smokes remaining, but it is this execute now. Collins with a flash in hand. Going to be sending it out now. A little too premature. With the molly outside main. Another to be sent here outside E-Box, but Bonding will strike. Same with Jackie. So much damage has been dealt to these Tech-9s. Still surviving. The Dragon can secure a second. Although it's a 2 versus 3, there's a fair bit of util on Kindo and Vladden. All he needs to do is find Smash. Tension's been dealt with, and now Kindo to rotate in from CT. Vladden. It is a game of survival now. The problem is Kindo's the one with the utility. And because he's not been spotted, I think he wants to take a fight beforehand. It's all going to be about timing here for Marix. Smash now in the 1 versus 2. Giving away his position. Kindo just trying to get the right decision going. He's been spotted again by Smash. He's stepping and Smash wins the clutch. Another great round from FabBet. A clutch required. The problem is we see those 2 kills come through from FabBet. They get themselves in that 5 versus 3. There was so much damage dealt from Partisan, but just didn't allow for enough time for rotations.
I mean, that's the thing. Dragon does eventually take down 2 players on that bomb site to make it that 3 versus 2, but he takes down 2 of the very low HP players at the cost of his life. So you end up having Tension and Smash alive on a nice amount of health with just Marix being the low HP player there. The issue is Marix actually, I felt like he did his job there with a Mac 10 being 1 bullet from death, did a decent chunk of damage to Kindo and just softened him up, allowing Smash to pretty easily find that final kill with that quick headshot that he connects.
Yeah, it's a great round there. And I think for FabBet now, you're looking at the finances of Partisan, you're looking at the type of investment that they've got. Not great, is it? We've got 1 MP9, the rest on 5.7s, only 5 pieces of util remaining, and fair few smokes, which obviously will be important, but not to be easy here. I still think it's crazy that Dragon has both the most kills and most deaths. It's clear that it's kind of a I'll fight until the end type playstyle. Vladden drops a smoke here on the molly, so they know he's here. Ooh, maybe knowledge isn't all the game plan because Smash completely disregards that intel. Vladden's still trying to keep himself alive. The problem is, as Emmy rotates in, Marix is waiting for him.
I mean, it's certainly been a game of force buys, this one.
Oh, 100%.
So this is a force buy that it feels like Partisan aren't going to have much chance in winning. Kindo's been able to take down a frag, get himself into safety with this M4, and Collins with the 5.7 next to him. So Partisan, it's going to be up to them what they choose to do in the next round, but it's another force buy. It feels like it would be too big a risk. Round is going to be confirmed. It is going to be the 8 for FavBet.
Terrorists win.
there we have it, reclaiming their lead. Question really lies onto the other side of things now. What is it we're going to see Partisan opt to do?
I think it's a tough decision here. I think obviously, if Collins has an extra $150, it might change the decision making of this round. Just being able to drop over the 5-7, bring out a FAMAS. Kindo can drop a FAMAS as well. The remaining players can get a lot of utility. It would be, you know, pretty strong util in general for Partisan. I think the outcome of this round regarding FabBet, if they can keep 4 or 5 players alive, I think it would just be so helpful for their finances. It just denies and kind of delays any chance of a reset. I'm still pretty confident for Partisan to take this game, though. I've just got a funny feeling about it.
I mean, it just feels like nothing's confirmed, doesn't it?
No.
Even though FabBet are in a great spot. I definitely am leaning towards them, but I can easily see a world where Partisan just hit a sort of streak of form, and then we see them really be able to close things out. But yeah, I'm definitely with you in the fact that I think this one's still got a lot more action on its hands.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't want to look to the previous result of these two teams in this fixture, because I think it bears a lot less weight than many would assume. I think both these teams have looked a lot better at times in the last months, and obviously have looked a lot worse. I feel like consistency is the biggest problem for both these sides, and I think that's obviously a big problem for a lot of teams in this kind of tier 2 scene. But a great execute here from FabBet. Everything covered. Smoke in both heaven and camera. Molly on the back of the bomb site. They can take bricks. Simple stuff. FabBet, no resistance here. I think for Kindo and Collins, keep this Kevlar alive. No need throwing it away. FabBet fine 9. But as I said, it's all about how many players can survive, and it looks as though there's plenty.
Yeah, weapons bought over again. Kindo can drop over an AWP. At least I believe so.
I'm not too sure.
Is it the 2.9? I thought it was the 2.9, but it certainly could be 2.4. Yeah,
No,
it could be 2.4. Does have enough.
Kindo gets a kill now. Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, makes a big difference there. Weapon can be dropped over, and an AWP can be purchased. That's going to be a real big help for Partisan. It feels like this is a team now that when you're starting to come towards the end of a map, you really don't want to be limited financially. There's nothing worse than losing a game and being like, I couldn't even get an AWP out on the CT side. We never really had full utility. We never had this. But it feels like they've got most of the pieces that they need here. This is the difference they need to make. Dragon takes a fight early. Best tension in middle.
He's going to do it again. It looks so easy, so effortless. It's not taking any damage. Albeit it was against 2 AWPs, but still. Excellent there from Dragon. I think as well, obviously, you know, I've not been able to see every single one of Partisan's matches. But you look at the stats, you look at the individuals, and Dragon's obviously a player that I think we're going to be saying has so much impact, but he's got a 1.13 rating. Imagine if he didn't have 14 deaths. Imagine if he played a little bit more reserved after getting double kills, because it seems like a vast majority of the time, the second he's kind of met with any resistance, he will fight until the end.
Max does get a kill back there. He's on his lonesome with the bomb out towards A Dragon again. Super easy. The cursed AWP has been retrieved from Marix that time and also gets found.
Bondic. Collins is taking so much good control here, so much good space. And the problem is yes, Bondic's got a smoke and a Molotov, but that's the full HP Bondic going down. All on Smash. 1 versus 4. Molly on the back of the site, forcing him out to this left-hand side. Maneuvers the pillar. He has done quite well to kind of keep himself safe, but the steps are heard, and Dragon will get his 4th. What a round from Dragon.
Yeah, it did definitely feel a little easy in terms of. Don't get me wrong, sure. You can easily miss a shot on the north, and that gets you killed. It happens. It's the nature of the gun. We see it here. One missed shot from Tension. Dragon with a bit of a wide swing, but it's the fact how easy it is to find all the others. Jackie retrieves that weapon, misses the shot as well. Marix doesn't really anticipate what holding that angle means, how exposed you are to another peak. And Dragon kind of just swung. And as soon as you go for that swing, the missed ultra, you know there's no chance of getting taken down. The trading wasn't there initially. Just 3-1v1s.
What are we thinking now? Bad bet. This is a very important buy. They lose this Partisan, take the lead, they get 10, and that's where we're saying, you know, one more full buy, and it could be very scary. I'm so happy that this is a close game. It's kind of what we kind of anticipated and said from the start, and I think a lot of the time, you know, us on the desk, we'll kind of have an idea of a close game, and I guess our thoughts, and then a vast majority of the time, we look so foolish because it's a kind of a 13-2, 13-3, but this result really has kind of kept our attention throughout. Triple B set up here from Partisan. An effective use of their numbers, as that is where FabBet seemingly to head. Collins. Flashbang out the ready. I think it's all going to be based off Kindo's shot. Vladden's looking to take some space here in A main as well, and when he clears this, he can offer a fast rotation. Emmy so close to the action here. Bondik goes through. Missed shots from Emmy. Both Bondik and Emmy very low, but he will get one. Tension with the trade. Bomb plot now to come through. Jackie can find Collins as well. 4-on-3 now for FabBet. Kindo spamming away. Vladden's got such great positioning now, though. Smash and Tension, they have got this double E-box set up already. Marix is holding for any potential deep flank. Vladden's so patient here.
Doesn't mean he's going to need the rest of his team, though, to see if they can do anything, and that's the issue. When one of those players that needs to initiate it for Vladden is an AWP, when the other one's Dragon with no util to help him take any space, Partisan, yeah, they play the numbers, and they are going to be backing away. They're going to concede this round up, and FavBet, despite not having the greatest of buy, they do make it work. It was certainly good enough to win a round. You only really had Tension without a superior weapon with that Tech 9. Still managed to find success from it.
I've got to say, it's very poor from both Emmy and Collins. I'm expecting a better B defense. They had so much utility to deal with it. Emmy goes kind of barreling his way into Con just before the execute comes through. I think if he stayed towards Pillar, he is in such a good position because Collins is holding a flash for him. He's waiting for that kind of that push to come through. The problem is, utility's coming over as well. So Collins is going to be blinded. But if Emmy plays close to that pillar, awaiting the flash, I just don't really see the reason that Collins is permanently kind of preparing for that counter flash, for that flash to deal with the players pushing through. Yet there's no one to swing off it. There's no one to actually react to it. And it seems like Partisan, on this B defense, the three defenders, they've all got a different idea of what they want to achieve. And that's the problem. The lack of synergy in this B defense is being completely shown up here. It was a triple B setup. Not what you want to be seeing at all.
Well, double digits hit now for FavBet and Partisan. Needs here response. Luckily, with those three players surviving and money already being reasonably decent in terms of reserve, they've still got a decent amount of cash in the bank to play with as well. And sometimes these games really can come down to your opponents need 3 rounds. One sort of risky call, risky buy can kill any chance you making a comeback. But yeah, hopefully not going to be the case for Partisan here.
When you look at the money for, you know, Dragon, Kindo, Vladden, it should be enough if maybe 1 or 2 of them save. I don't know what Partisan do, though, if they kind of flat out lose, no survivors in this one. I think it's one of those kind of touch-and-go decisions where, you know, it might be the one that saves your time on Anubis, or it might be the one that costs a loss. But as we say, Emmy's a player with so much experience that I'm sure he'll know the answer if that decision is needed to be made.
No bloodshed yet, though, as you're approaching that 50-second mark. A lot of times tick down, and Partisan with a 4-man hold towards B. Favbet haven't exactly done a lot to force Partisan away from this bomb site, and they're actually going to get aggressive. This could go against them here, and it does. Lose both the players. The setup was so strong, but now they've given a great chance for Favbet to break into this bomb site. 4 versus 2, 24 seconds. Their hit has to be towards here.
Timing on that mollies looks good. Seems like Kindo wants a bit more of the action. Again, every time I'm kind of happy for Partisan and impressed with their decision making, they make a massive mistake. It seems like they want to catch players with util out, but they could just sit as a 4-man B hold. It's a great read. And if you are going to send 3 players through, or if you are going to send players through, why don't you send all 3? I just don't get it. Obviously, I think if that flash comes through, they blind all 3 as they're prepping for that play and they get the kills. I'm going to be saying differently, but do they have to go for that play with 15 seconds to go? I don't think they do.
I mean, that's a risk. Like you said, you're hoping you catch players with util out, with knives out, trying to get closer towards B main. But it's not an easy position to clear. With a lot of angles that you can get tucked into cover and things like that. Everyone does get taken down, so it's going to make Partisan's life a little bit more difficult in terms of weaponry. But the only player who's kind of going to be hindered is Emmy. Would have obviously got a weapon dropped over. But the more impactful thing potentially is that Partisan, if they do lose this round now, they are going to be really slim in cash.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. This is that tough decision. The problem is the kills have kind of dried out for Partisan. You look at Kindo, you look at Vladin. Collins as well has really struggled. Obviously, Dragon's had a huge game, but no one's really operating as that kind of secondary fragger, and that's the real issue, because you look on the side of Favbet, okay, yes, they don't have the same heights as a player like Dragon, but everyone's having a moment here or there.
Such a crucial round there. Kindo has had some really big moments in this game, but there hasn't really been anyone apart from Dragon who's sort of been consistently stepping up there in the fragging department. Definitely been impact from sort of your Vladins, your Kindos, Collins as well, but it just hasn't been sort of just the raw frags that we kind of need. Flashbang's good enough to force Kindo off the angle. It peeks into Jackie, and we know how sharp he can be. 2 more players here, Vladin and Dragon. Smash finds 1. Trading's good for Partisan to bring it back to a 3-on-3, but Dragon goes for a little bit too much. Wants to win the round by his lonesome, but gets found by Marix and Collins and Emmy. The 2 bottom performing players in the whole server. Now with it all to do.
Yeah, the toughest part of that one is when Kindo's flash off the angle, I think he thinks he's behind the pillar, but he's not. I think his shoulders can be spotted. Great find from Collins, though. He can retrieve the AK. Now searching, spots out Marix, and Marix is trapped here. Collins can isolate. Emmy will find as well, and a great 2 versus 3 here for Collins and Emmy. An excellent round for Partisan survival here.
Majorly needed that, but obviously money is still going to be a bit of a hindrance. It's definitely going to be a bit of a problem at times, and it's going to be the same story if Partisan do lose this one. They had to go for it. And they did do so with a few challenges, a few limitations in terms of what they actually had for that retake, but still the 2 versus 3 is successful. They do really live to fight another day.
And now the money looking a little bit awkward for Favbet. A victory if it's seen from Partisan. We could be seeing an 11-11. Obviously, all hypothetical, all based on whether a bomb plant comes through, whether there's any survivors for Favbet. But there's certainly this intrigue now as we head into round 21. Dragon searching here in middle. Little does he know, Jackie is so close by. Great flashbang Dragon can find. And now he can back away. A great opener here. It's something that we saw FabBet wanting to achieve on their CT side so much of the time, but they just didn't have that opportunity.
Bonding towards Evox. Does have a couple of players by his side. The smoke fades. Molly has been dropped down. Second Molly comes. But it is Collins now trapped alone towards Evox. Molly forces him forwards. So much damage dealt to Bonding, but it's Smash to finish him off. And the flank comes through perfectly timed from Dragon. Does the damage for 3, but Kindo finishes off the 3rd. And it is going to be double digits hit from Partisan.
Marex didn't realize that Kindo's sights were set towards middle. Partisan, they will find that 10th, and with the amount of survivors they have as well, that could be, you know, a real impact, because they've got 4 alive. Now it's the eco from FabBet, maybe a few hero rifles or a few hero SMGs, but I think we both know that if Partisan can keep a lot of players alive against this half-buy, that's where we're saying, well, money's looking good heading into these next couple rounds, which will be the difference maker. Smash keeping a lot in the reserve. I don't know whether he's saving it for if they lose the next round or for an AWP to be dropped to tension. Nice HE grenade. Great from Vladen, softens them up massively. It's being held by 2. Yet to be out, and Kindo's just posted up here. We'll back away, slightly worried. Dragon has rotated in. Vladen's got an HE grenade here as well. He will just drop the smoke instead. FabBet. Seemingly the goal is to just drain the utility as best as possible. And Kindo now goes searching. Great find onto tension. Dragon and Vladen here on the bomb site. Steps ahead. Dragon gets 1. Vladen. Oh, it's brilliant. No damage even taken there from Partisan. And look at their finances. This is exactly what I'm on about. Even if FabBet win this round, they're in a position where it will be a buy from Partisan in the next, whereas not the other way around. If Partisan get 12, the money is very weak for FabBet. Clutching at straws, it will be at 2,900, which is Galil's, maybe Mac 10s with utility. Partisan, we've got to say, they probably are favoured now, or at least to get themselves to overtime. They've got that kind of, I guess, contingency plan based on their finances.
I mean, FabBet, they're going to be really kicking themselves if they don't win this. You'll look back to that Collins and ME 2 versus 3. Disadvantage, didn't have the util necessarily, didn't necessarily have the weaponry, and still able to win it and keep themselves fighting in the game. That would have been the round that reset them. FabBet should have been able to take this map off of that, but still. Somehow we're here, 11 to 11. Util coming over now on the push through the smoke from the 2 ETs. Marex finds the opening kill. Vladen,
Look at Vladen
on the back of the bomb site.
He's unaccounted for. This is a T-smoke.
Watching this angle.
This is a T-smoke. Oh, Smash fires through. Bullets connecting. Does he realise? Does he not? I don't know. Well, certainly not. Vladen can get 1. Quickly manoeuvring. He needs more, though, and he will go down. Dragon's still alive in this clutch. Jackie towards middle, though. Dragon. HE will land. Bondic. Staying so still here towards stairs. Not wanting to give up his position. Dragon clearing. Smash will finally peek on out.
Look at the hump from the T's. They want to take this weapon away. Kindo makes his position known. Taking this weapon away isn't going to be a huge difference, but it is going to be removing an AK from Dragon's hands. Money isn't great for FavBet, so you don't want to give away all your weaponry and utility just to hunt down a weapon that we'll be able to buy in the next round regardless.
Yeah, actually, I think for FavBet, if they sent too many players on that hunt, it could have been a bit of a problem. Maybe a Galil instead of an AK.
Well, 12's found, and map point finally locked in for FavBet. 1 round away from taking their map selection of Anubis. But it's been hard fought for both teams, and overtime is certainly on the horizon.
Obviously, for Partisan, you look at their last 5 results on Anubis. They have been losses. Great find from Bondic. An excellent start here. Dragon, he was playing anti-flash, but the second he looks up, that's when the flashes come through. Smash is so deep here. Is Dragon going to be ready for this? Well, this one's looking like it could be all said and done. Smash is in such a deep position here. Oh, and those shots from Jackie are going to take all this attention away. I love this. This is brilliant. FabBet. Such a well-played round. It's a 5-on-2. And it's Kindo and Collins. What can they do here? They've got limited time. Obviously, both with kits, both with smokes. But the utility... Yes, they've got it, but they've got so many players to face. Molly landing at Jackie's feet. Collins, he's heard it. Nade going to be sent. But look how limited time. The bomb's 1/3 remaining. There's no chance here. Collins will get one, but Marix, yeah, it's done. Excellent there from FabBet. Although it's a close-fought battle, they will find themselves victory here on Anubis on their map selection. But now we move to the second map of the series in Ancient. Obviously, the selection of Partisan, and it's their turn on their pick. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings after that Anubis?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, FavBet look 10 times better when they don't slow things down, when they don't play these mid-round calls, when they don't try to sort of outplay or outbrain their opponents. When they just go for as basic as, let's take some space early. If we get it, let's look to capitalize. We saw basically a very identical round, those final two that they ended up winning. Slightly different variation in terms of they found the early kill towards A main in that final round. But even look at that. They swing onto Vlad and take him down. There are only 2 players who can push into that A bomb site. You might look at that and be like, that's a bit of a risk. You're just in 2 players. If they get shut down, there's no space in between the sort of second and third. They will fall, and then you find FavBet in a position where they can't really capitalize on anything, and they have to play the round slowly again. But the trading's so on point. Their opening kills are really to be feared. And it feels like if FavBet look to just prioritize this in most of the rounds, they look near enough unstoppable, but it's when they kind of slowed things down a little bit that it felt like Partisan really punished.
Yeah, and I think for FabBet, they now know not to slow things down as they are obviously backs against the wall in the Swiss stage. They're 1-2. Realizing the victory, though, on Anubis, they've now got 2 chances to push that 2-2 spot, whereas for Partisan, this is literally, it could be an Ancient game. It could be their final map here within the CCT Series 1. So hopefully for Partisan, we can see a comeback on Ancient, but that will all occur after the break. A nail-biting first map that was decided in the last of rounds, and Partizan now trailing 0-1 in this series. Fabbet, they've got two opportunities to take it, and to be honest, Charlie, you're looking at the maps, Ancient and Inferno, both possibilities, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, look, they really are. I think the first two maps, especially, it feels like on paper it's sort of even between these two teams as anything can be. I'm expecting probably a similar thing from map number one. I don't know if there's going to be any team running away with it. I think it's going to stay pretty close from start to finish, and I think this could be another sort of coin flip kind of map in terms of which way it will go. I definitely think Fabbet do have the chance to be able to look to get this one 2-0. They're in pretty great form on this map as well if you do look into it. So I think there's definitely the chance, but Partizan, I think they're going to have a lot more to prove.
Yeah. Look, I think Partizan now. The ball is in their court, and they are going to have to be they're going to have a nice return on the serve, because I think Fabbet, realistically, they've got two chances to take it. I think the fact that map 1 was so close, and obviously we had the performance of Dragon, I think we need to see more players stepping up. You look at Vlad, and you look at Kindo, you look at Collins. Yes, okay, they had kind of 1.0 something ratings, but we needed someone to be that second star, and we just didn't have that. You spoke about opening kills being really important for Fabbet. Just to show how close that game really was, 24 rounds of play, both teams got 12 opening kills. Partizan, in fact, were the ones to get 2 of the clutches, to Fabbet's 1. It was such a close game on paper, but the craziest part of all of it is you look at the individual stats: most kills, most damage, most assists, most AWP kills, most first kills, obviously best rating. It all went to the side of Partizan. So statistically, you look at Partizan, you look at the heights, you look at the ability, and you're expecting it to kind of go their way. But it's the fact that too many players were in the dark. It was just the Dragon show. And look, Counter-Strike is a 5v5, isn't it? It doesn't matter about the heights of your one individual. Yes, okay, Dragon, he got 10 kills more than the top performer on Fabbet. But the problem is, we didn't really see enough from the other teammates. But into the action now on Ancient. Fabbet to start on this CT side, but this is a big game for Fabbet. This is for survival in the Swiss stage. Same can be said for Partizan as this series comes to a close. We will obviously have another side eliminated. Smash just jiggling here. Has he spotted one? Well, there's no rotations yet. They're creeping up. Oh, this could be devastating. Smash. He will get all this information and can back away, and it is this playthrough A now for Partizan. Smash again spotted. Holding for an elevated angle. Partizan prepared for a set of dualies, but they aren't elevated. Nice from Bondik, finding one through the smoke. Emmy's been chipped away at massively as well. Tapping through. Jackie so close, but it's Vladen to find. Down to this 4-on-4. Oh, Temple has all the impact, has all the casualties, but found heavily for Fatbet. Tension does so well to not only get a double, but to keep his teammate in Smash alive. Round is over. Fatbet prevail.
Yeah, I'm not sure who it was, if it was Kindo or Collins there, who sort of went into Temple ready to help their two teammates, but were just reloading for a decent bit of time.
Yeah,
they sort of hesitated, switched, delayed that reload, and it just took them sort of a second and a half, 2 seconds longer to actually get that initial swing, and then the bullets just weren't connecting at all. Yeah, it was
Great
Kindo.
Tension, yeah.
And that's the thing, it just allows these two players to somehow deal with 4 of them. Really well done, great setup. I love the idea from Partisan to look to take that space with a ton of players. I hope you can catch them off, but doesn't work out on this occasion. And Fatbet, massive pistol round to win.
Kindo would have had more impact if he was running and jumping at them with a knife in hand than what he did with the reload. Obviously, it's tough, but Partisan, again, I've said in some moments, it seems as though they're torn between kind of two minds, and I guess the call was to push into Temple, but not everyone ready for it. It is the force buy here from Partisan, though. A few rifles in play, accompanied by the Tex and the Deagle of Vladen. I believe Vladen's the one who dropped an AK over to Dragon, and I love a decision like this. I think sometimes you've got to make a bit of a heroic play. And if Dragon can show the instances of what he provided on Anubis in this round, Partisan have got a fighting chance.
Big opening kill here. Vladen could be giving up a pick back, but Smash actually gets whittled down to 6 HP with dealing nothing in response.
Yeah, the weakest weapon in Vladen, no armor. The weakest kind of equipment is the one to get an important kill. Collins now just tucked away. Great damage, and Collins, an important find. This round has spiraled massively out of control for Favbet.
I mean, look, force buys were a big part of map number 1, but Fatbet have to look at this round back and sort of say to themselves, how can you ever expect to win sort of against a force buy if you're taking individual fights and you can't win a single one of them against weaker weapons?
Yeah, definitely. We talk about the risk of force buys, but when Fatbet are playing like that, when they're just kind of offering themselves up, especially when you look at that kill that Vladen was able to attain. We've got to see more of that. We really do. What, 3 Deagle body shots? You understand it? And it wasn't even that much of a kind of a spam. It was, I guess, just 3 bullets needed to connect. Hit them straight away. It was nice from Vladen there. But Partisan, now to face off against a force buy from Favbet. It will be of similar quality. A few rifles, a few pistols, utilities okay. Great damage there on detention, and already just drops that rifle across the Smash. I think it's the right decision.
Yeah, no choice. Absolutely dunked down there. Smash does look for a fight, but he loses it.
He gets the dink, but
Dragon again with an opening kill.
throws the weapon backwards.
Does get a kill back. Damage reasonably even on both sides here.
Problem's the weaponry and the utility, far favouring Partisan. And you look at the positioning of where these guns are dropped there. A little bit no man's land. Emmy slowly cleared out cave. Already an elevated position here for Marix. Problem is tension. He's the lone defender of this whole half of the map. Collins has got a Molotov. I can see it landing on the back here towards Donut. He gained. Oh, he spotted the shadow. Oh, Tension's been spotted though as well. Tension can get one. Brilliant from Tension there. Going 1 for 1 is excellent. Smoke dropping to CT. Jackie, it looks like he wants to go through this, and he can. He can get himself to the back of the bomb site. Swing's good from Jackie, but damage is not. Vladen can find. Marix will get 1 out of Temple. Can't double down though. Important from Vladen. Now all on bonding. But as he pushes through, Collins is holding, and Partisan, they will deny the force buy there from Favbet, and they can go on a 3-round streak now.
Chances there, Bondic and Jackie. I feel like they're the two you got to look at. Jackie pushing through the smoke, no one directly ready to shoot at him, but just too many missed shots with the Deagle.
That's where sometimes if he had a 5-7, things could have been a little bit more fruitful, but the Deagle, it can be so difficult. I think you expect him to at least get one. No one's really holding at all. Either way, though, second found from Partisan. With it being the eco and it being the stack towards A, they will get themselves that third. I know we've both said about how close this game is, but I want to push for a prediction on Ancient. Who do you think's taking it, Charlie?
Oh, I mean, it's not easy, and I do think it's going to be a really tough 4-1. I mean, we've seen this matchup about a month ago on this map. Partisan were successful there. I am going to give it slightly leaning to Favbet, just used to be on a pretty solid 5-map win streak on it, against some solid teams as well.
Yeah, you look at the teams that they have beat. It's, what, 9, Sangal, Fireflux, TNL, and Saber. 4 of those matches obviously being here in the CCT.
I do think it'll be a tough one, though. I think Favbet do need to keep this one tight early.
I think
don't sort of risk forcing yourself to make a big comeback or something.
Yeah, I think this is a big round for it. Tension's now on the AWP. Big green out for Kindo as well. Quite happy that... I think that's the one problem with the Force Buys. You don't really get the AWPs out all too often, but round number 5, where both AWPers with the big green in hand, I'm happy to see it. Vladden, though, he's had a really good start to this game. 5-1. Collins as well with 5 kills. Tension with a big task. Ooh, a bit of a missed smoke there towards A main. Luckily for Favbet, no one has realised that. Vladden won't be able to spot. Obviously, he heard the smoke bloom, but he's not there enough to see that there's a gap for him to work with. I think he might realise now. Dragon looking to take some space here in Donut. There isn't the AWP of Tension posted up, though. Very tight angle. Missed shot, and now Tension under pressure, but Kindo, he wants to send the Molotov, and Tension takes the fight. It's excellent. And now Collins. Ooh, I think Collins, he's at least spotted one. Whether he knows about both is the question. Dragon's got himself into a deep position now. If Vladden's able to kind of show enough presence here on the A bomb site or get a flank going, this could be huge.
Smash timing. Doesn't spot out Dragon yet, but there's only 25 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is where Tension has got so much work to do. Here's the steps now. Missed shot from Tension, and now Vladden could swing out of A main, but yet to do so. We will see a rotation. There's 14 seconds left. Dragon will get Jackie, but Tension gets a second. Finally, Vladden strikes. Dragon gets one more onto Smash, but Vladden, there's 7 seconds left. He needs to retrieve the bomb. It is just a tap. He's going to hope that they both swing, but they don't. Round is over, and Marix will, in fact, take him down before time, but a great round from Tension. Huge moment there with the AWP from Donut.
I mean, the thing that makes it even more honestly exciting is that he misses the initial shot, probably the easiest of them all.
Yeah, and he does it
back
as well.
Away into that bomb site. Someone goes for a jump peek, just to try to bait out a shot. Tension connects it, goes for more, peeks into an even more advanced angle. Does lose his life, not ready for Vladden to be there towards A main as well, but it's his triple overall in the round that confirms that one for Favbet.
I think it's the same thing that happened in Donut earlier in the round. He missed the kind of the shot when the player peeked, and then he peeks back for more. It's excellent. How has Kindo not spotted that jump up?
Dragon in mid again. He's found a lot of success here in the past. This time, Smash isn't giving him a heads-up duel. I think that's for the best. Dragons look pretty great again in these early fights.
Yeah, not the player you'd want to give too much freedom to. Jackie, he's holding for that triple boost. Jackie will find Vladden, though. Second player to fall while elevated and holding the AWP. 5-on-3, though. A very promising looking round for Favbet. Just the one smoke remaining on Collins, and seemingly to use it towards this right-hand side. Nice from Emmy, though. A great shot now, and Jackie very much alone. There is going to be this double flank. Tension rotating in as well. Smash with the main brunt of the utility. Emmy now can post up on the angle. Tension, though. Although he's going to have to peek into Emmy. Still favor him in this altercation. Tensions look so good on Ancient so far. Smoke's fading, and now it's on Dragon. Spots the shoulder of Jackie, but Jackie still finds, and this flank from Marix has come through. It's all on Collins. Molly and Cave. To me, the round's already over.
I mean, that's why that patience comes through. Tension and Jackie, they know they've got teammates coming towards ramp, coming in the back lines. Just slow things down. Tension knows there's an open the other side of the team. Why peek into it? You're being held. I don't really care if it's Emmy or anyone else. Chances are they should win that gunfight. So Tension just has that restraint. Jackie as well doesn't force Tension into an uncomfortable position where he's the one sort of solo holding CET. So he doesn't take a fight until his team are in position. As soon as he does so, great gunfight against Dragon. The players up front have the easiest kill you're ever going to have on Emmy, who's still holding for that peak that never comes through. And from there, it just spirals. Favbet really disciplined, really restrained, and they do come out on top thanks to that.
Yeah, it is this hero AK on Dragon. At what point are Partisan going to realize that they get mid for free nearly every round? I know that Dragon's able to take this space, but they've got to do more with it, and it looks as though they are going to do more in this round. It's a play through A. Smash has already been chipped away at. Ooh, missed jump. That would have been heard. Easy information now. Flashbang into main. Vlad turning from it. And now they look to maneuver through. Marix has just reloaded. Smash. Is he going to be ready for Vlad in here when the T's push on now? Marix can peek and they line up massively. Smash can only get one. 3 versus 3 with Donut under the control. Fabbet very far out of this retake. 2 flashes and a molly to work with as well.
This flash on Tension to keep your eyes on.
Is he going to send it, though?
Really not. We'll still get the trade, though, as the peak comes through. But Collins now in such a strong position. With just one flashbang. Tension kind of can keep Collins restricted in here. But the issue is Collins can just deny that bomb. The molly comes down. Tension needs to find this skill. He needs to find it now.
I love it.
Through. Really excellently played from Collins, swinging into the flames. Round successful thanks to that back and forth here. Partisan out on top. And you can see the issue of what happens when Smash goes for that kill towards Donut alone. I really do wish Tension through that flashbang, but I think maybe once you're sort of locked into holding that angle, you can start to get a bit paranoid about, do I get timing if I swap to my flash now?
Well, I think the difference is if Tension gets timing, he gets traded. Whereas the difference is, if he pulls out that flash and sends his teammate in, they get that kill so much easier. And I think that's the problem. I think sometimes Tension's got to realize, well, okay, yeah, I'm playing to get the trade on my teammate, but I need to have trust that if I flash him in, he gets the kill. But also, if I get swung on and die, he also gets the trade. Yeah, it's a tough one. Tension, though, he's got the AWP again. Nice shot onto Dragon. 12 and 4. What a performance from Tension. It's been one of the main reasons that Fabbet have been competitive here on Ancient so far.
Looks odd now. Partisan can get into this B bomb site reasonably unscathed.
Yeah, limited utility, and look how fast this
they've
flank
taken
is.
so much time now. This is the issue. The smokes aren't sort of long off faded now. The smoke's faded as the bomb is getting planted. The bomb's being shut down. Smash's flank comes through, and the T's are just like left in no man's land, wondering what to do. Really poor round from Partisan. So sort of slow to actually just push up onto that bomb site. But I don't know why. I mean, obviously we saw that there was no defenders there, but Partisan, regardless if you thought there was contact or not, whether you thought there was players tucked into the bomb site or not, you didn't directly have anyone forcing you back with utility with bullets. You saw nothing, so you're sort of leaving it up to the imagination. Someone has to take the initiative and push.
Yeah, exactly. And look, they were smoked off towards top ramp, but they've thrown a lot of smokes and flashes of their own. What was the point of that utility if you're not going to go through? If all it takes is $300 worth of a smoke to block your B hit, then not much of a B hit. Dragon looking to get very aggressive here. Spots one on the back of the bomb site. Tension will get a kill. Bondic repositioning. So many targets, but it's Vlad and Steagle. And now Tension spots out Dragon. Can take him down. Emmy attempting and will find. Marix can rotate in time. And Vladen, he's 1 HP. Smash will find him through the smoke. And it's all on Kindo. The round looks good at moments, but far too fixated on finding Tension there. Kindo, not only can he pick up a weapon, he can pick up the bomb. Oh, Kindo. Timing looks good, but he's shot!
I think sort of hearing Smash throw that nade so close, thought he might be still in that position, maybe tries to pre-fire it slightly as I'm pushing through, realizing no one's there. It was always going to be a really tough clutch anyway, being as little HP as Kindo is. Nice couple of initial kills though from Partisan to break open that bomb site, but it's Marix, the timing of that rotation. Catching the bomb in cave. No trade sort of ready to come through. There's a lot of people play on the bomb site who the second player in Smash is able to come through and clean up.
Yeah, and this is where FabBet can take a little bit more control, and obviously something we've yet to mention. Both teams prefer the T side here. And FabBet, it's a much bigger preference regarding percentages. So the fact they should find themselves an easy 6th here, this is where things get very scary. And Smash, he's dropped a molly, he's dropped a nade, he's dropped a smoke. All to allow for these rotations. Obviously, there is Marix on the back of the bomb site. He's heard all of this. Great flashbang. We'll be able to find one. Naded the smoke. I think the idea was to plant within it. And it will blow open just enough. And now all on Emmy. 1 versus 5. FabBet effortlessly deal with that eco. And now, not only securing 6, they will get an investment in these final 2 rounds as the money is so strong.
Yeah, I mean, not exactly, not a lot of stress caused in that anti-eco there from FavBet. Dealt with it reasonably well. Didn't get overwhelmed. Partisan didn't do a well enough job to really try to make life uncomfortable for a player like Marix. But weapons back in play now. The half is going to be leveled up at a bare minimum. Tension's MP9 has a chance, but bluffs his lines. But Marix close by for the trade, and more importantly, denying this space out of mid. But certainly no one's just denying any space taken from Vladen here, though.
Yeah, it's excellent from Vladen. I think the one thing, though, is FabBet are going to be somewhat ready for the idea of a playthrough A, especially because Vladen has been here nearly every round. The question is where Vladen decides to go. Yeah, there we have it. He's heard the steps. He's going to catch off Marix. Such an easy frag. Flash to try and deal with Smash. But I think this is just got to be a 3v3 retake.
It's well worked from Smash, making sure he remains in control of Donut.
Ooh.
Actually opts to back away here. I don't mind this, because I wasn't going to be continuously worried about this position, but they've all grouped up now.
You can drop a smoke on the bomb. There's
Both
no HE
towards
grenade.
main's really worrying. Don't get me wrong, they are going to start to guess, but I think as soon as they see the boosted player, that should give away everything.
Yeah, Kindo drops off. It has been spotted. It is just the tap of the bomb here. Spam coming through. Emmy. Oh, nice flashbang. Smash will get 1. It's a low HP Kindo. The only way he wins it is gets the defuse off. And Kindo spamming through the smoke. He needs the knife to connect, and it will. Kindo can find with a blade. And Partisan, they find that 5th round. Excellent there in that 2 versus 3. But the problem is, even though they contain this middle aggression, it is Vladen. Excellent there from Vladen.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even with that from Vladen, it feels like they deal with it pretty well. They had a 3 versus 2. They had the advantage, both players towards A main. It actually felt like the smoke on the bomb hindered them pretty heavily. Look, you understand they dropped it before they had that intel of where both the former players are. The fact that Kindo, 1 HP, is able to sort of maneuver around that smoke and keep himself alive for that long. Yeah, that really was the difference. Still, FavBet felt like they should have won it. Despite all these things, Partisan, really crucial round and a really important one that was needed. And you can see, Fred, even with them winning that round, we've still got Emmy on a Mac 10. You've still got their util already drained after about 30 seconds in the round.
I've got to say, when that smoke does land on the bomb, oh, tension, lovely boost there. We'll find Kindo. For me, when that smoke's on the bomb, there's a smoke, there's a flash in play. I understand it's a 2v2, and I think sometimes sticking the bomb in those scenarios can be really tough. But I think, why not just go for the stick? It's going to be so difficult. Kindo's low HP. Emmy's having to deal with the other rifler who's right up in his face. You can just right-click a flash while you're defusing. Your teammate can play in front of it, and that's where I think the round becomes really difficult in the clutch. A lot of the time, though, it does take a lot of nerve for a play like that. Either way, though, Smash, again playing from Donut. He's heard these steps, and Donut now, an attempt to be taken by both Vladden and Emmy, and they will find it. Still disadvantaged, though. Collins now very much alone. It's going to be a full retake from CT, and oh, I love it from Vladden. He realizes he needs to get another pincer, another prong to this attack.
Needs his team alive.
Collins alone.
That's the issue. And Vladden, he's got that option of when to strike. There's 4 players. The bomb's being tapped. The bomb's being stuck. Vladden spotted now. We'll be able to take down a second. Play around this smoke, but only for a little bit of time. Gave it a good go, despite it being that 1 versus 4. But we always know with a smoke down and not really having 4 players lined up or easy to find, it always was going to go the way of Favbet unless serious mistakes were made. But great attempt from Vladden regardless. Favbet, though, leading the half, just about 7-5 the scoreline on their opponent's map pick, as they already lead this series 1-0. And obviously, Fred, as we've highlighted before, this is elimination.
Yeah, for Partizan, I think they're not going to be too happy with the result of this half. I think we do have to say there's been kind of clutch moments from them and big rounds that have gone their way. I still feel like they're going to be disappointed, though. 7-5, only 5 rounds on the T side. It's not great at all, is it? Obviously, the pistol was found by Favbet, so I guess you can say that you take away the pistol, it's 5-5, but still, I wouldn't be too comfortable if I was Partizan right now, especially with everything being on the line.
I mean, that's the thing. You highlighted beforehand, before we went into this game, and I'm right there with you in terms of Partizan. Map number 1, they definitely did need a couple more players to step up alongside Dragon, who certainly was leading the lines and sort of carrying his team on the back there for map number 1. But now Dragon isn't quite there, and Vladden's a top performing player who isn't playing to the same heights that Dragon was on map number 1. And it feels like Partizan even less so have that sort of killer instinct, that firepower that you really need to win a series like this.
But you look at the top performer here on Partizan, it is Vladden. He's on, what, 12 kills? There's 3 players here on the Favbet side who are very close to that kill counter. Jackie and Bondik, though, they're in this 2 versus 2 now. It gets really awkward. Bondik and Jackie are cut off from one another, and it's all a question of whether they should isolate the fights. And it seems like the CTs and the Ts are just as confused as how this scenario has come to be. But Favbet, they will get the pistol, and now a real big question for Partizan, whether they're going to opt for the force hit.
Seen a lot of forces this game. The forces have felt like they held a lot of weight in terms of how this series has gone so far. That pistol round, though, looked really good for Favbet. Initially, he found 2 kills advantage. We see the re-aggression from Partizan towards mid. Even then, it felt like Favbet should win. The position of tension wasn't cleared towards Cubby, but fluffs his lines, too many targets. Always a bit dicey on that pistol round to try to line up the headshot. He goes down, then it all really spirals for Favbet, but you can see both sides in kind of uncomfortable positions. The CT's kind of caught in between both the Ts, and it looks like the communication there was the issue, not really knowing who to target. We ended up seeing 2 1v1. Probably should have seen the CTs look to fight together.
Yeah, especially as the Glocks, I feel like whenever they're in those chaotic situations, they always seem to be the ones that are just to surpass and to find, because the USP, I feel like you need a bit more composure while wielding. Yeah, the Glock is just the run and gun supreme. Fair few Mac 10s in this round. Vladden biding his time. There's 3 players that have been quite heavily chipped away. Oh, Jackie pushes through. So much damage has been dealt here, but no kill found. Favbet fortunate. Big round here, though, for Partizan. If they go without victory here at number 15, Favbet can be in an 11-5 scoreline. And I think that's where we start saying maybe things are a little too out of control and out of hand for a Partisan comeback.
Yeah, right there with you. Really key for Partisan to show off what they can do here. Util out towards mid, Dragon spam, not far off connecting, but just slightly off.
Yeah, Partisan are quite heavily opted for weaponry here, and you can see that with the limited utility they have now. Just 7 pieces remaining after 20 seconds, and I don't think they've actually used all too much anyway. What a crazy angle for Dragon to be playing 30 seconds into a round. Honestly, I don't mind it. I think he knows that he was a bit of a criminal there in Red Room on their T side. He's got the knowledge that someone from FabBet will have that same game plan and same style. Tension's elevated.
You give up a lot of space early. You've got to be aware of the gaps you do leave open, and Partisan certainly are here.
Ooh, Dragon. They go for that shot. Kindo going to be flashing him in. Molly and Cave as well, but with Emmy falling, that flash means nothing. Dragon's going to send the smoke, and this is where the T's have to decide whether to go through it or not. Finally, this flank from Smash will come through. He's still just holding. He's still waiting.
You don't need to now, really.
No,
Your team have already found the kills. I mean, Smash has to be aware of this and look, just waits for his team to get into position. Doesn't even look for the fight himself. Lets Bondic take most of it. And Vladen, as soon as he got the chance to take down Smash, watch him just slip the net. Make his way around the corner, and FavBet want to remove this final weapon. Bondic, a little ambitious there. Wants to try to close the gaps, a knife in hand, but does get punished by Vladen in doing so. Yeah, that was another one of those rounds, though, that it's really dicey for both teams. There's nothing confirmed. You see Partisan, they lose the initial kill from Emmy, who tries to fight towards ramp, and they make decision to fight forward instead of giving up certain space to hold more passively, allowing for players like Dragon and Vladen to get more into the round. But the trading was good enough from FavBet. It didn't look like it would have been at times, but they somehow managed to pull it off again.
I think I've got to say as well, for Partisan, the positioning of Smash, you could see what it did. Straight away, Dragon was so worried. He was playing on the back foot, quite close towards the B-bomb site, which obviously was the right play. But I think he didn't get a kill in that round, but he probably had the most impact, because I think Partisan, the reason they have to fight forward is because they think a flank could be coming. They need to take space somewhere. The vast majority are towards B. And although Emmy loses his life, I think that's the go call. That's what kind of is the catalyst at the start of FabBet's aggression. And Smash as well. It's just in the back of their minds, and they know that flank's coming through. That's why Dragon, he doesn't know whether to fully rotate in to help his teammates on B or to hold for the flank, and just his positioning alone's excellent. But look how fast Jacky's up towards top ramp. He's able to get one, searching for a second, a rotating in Vladen. Maybe not the quickest of kills, but will still get one. Smash now runs out of ammo. Tension finding the rotating in player from Cave, but Vladen swinging out to find another, and it's all on Bondic. A 1 versus 3, he can get the first, but no second. An excellent round there from Vladen. The hero and the saved rifle working wonders for Partisan as it denies 11 found from FabBet.
And these were some of the issues that, honestly, both these teams had, but in particular, FabBet on map number 1 in general, that the force by some of these weaker weapon rounds really sort of seemed like the bane of their existence in terms of winning them. We already highlighted that taking that round for FabBet should be able to find them 11. Due to that one, honestly, that could have confirmed the game there.
Yeah, massively.
It's just these small mistakes. Weak weapons seemingly just catching off the usual game plan that you're ready for.
Well, it's the fact that the 5.7s and the MP9s were able to just be so annoying to deal with. Very fast up the ramp, though, and fully blinded, but still the CT surviving. Matrix eventually finds Vladen backs away. Kindo posted up on the angle. Vladen's able to find one, though, and Marix, he's had many moments to find these kills, but he's just not been fully prepared to pull the trigger. Marix, he moves into Cave. Collins holding, though. Excellent awareness from Collins. Tension can get the trade, but he's in the 1 versus 4. Now he's quickly to maneuver himself to B towards the A-bomb site, and he will win the running race. And it's Kindo rotating in as well. It's the AWP. So it's not as though he can just send himself out towards CT. Bomb to go down now, and Tension in the 1 versus 3. Can't find the first, though. Kindo posted up on the angle, prepared for the swing, and Partisan, they will find their 7th. An expected eco to come through from FabBet. Partisan should be able to find an 8th. It seems as though there is still a game on our hands here on Ancient.
Yeah, it's really good awareness from Kindo, knowing that Tension gets to that A-bomb side before him, but he also knows that Tension in a 1 versus 3, he has to look for something actively before he can really look to play a bit more of a standard post-plant. So just holds for the swing, comes through exactly as anticipated. Yeah, we certainly do have a bit of a game on our hands still, but Favbet are the ones leading the lines. Should be a bit more of a calm around here from Partisan, as it is just these pistols in play. But say that Bondic will find one onto Dragon. It's a 4-on-4 and a missed shot from Kindo.
Oh, couldn't be worse timing for Kindo. Marix is in a great position as well. And they might look to maneuver their way back towards the B-bomb site. Oh, Partisan, please don't have all this success just to capitulate to a half-buy. Re-aggression towards middle. This is all going to be about timing. This is all on timing now. Marix, can he get himself up there in time? Oh, he's crept away. Partisan, they refight here in middle. Kindo can look to get posted on the angle, but he's just holding for pushes.
I mean, that's the thing. You now have Cave and Ramp to worry about if you're Kindo. You've got both sides of the CT, longer angles. You don't really want to give up this weapon in the AWP, because that's where you can lose the round. So you're just playing very passively, giving up this bomb site instead.
Ooh, look how fast Collins is on this flank, though. Oh, the T's, they just need to get themselves out of cave, but they line up excellently, and Collins gets the double. Obviously, the bomb's gone down. We've seen a kill come through as well from Bondic. Already, I think Fabbet will be quite happy with the result of this one. Spam from Collins. Collins can get another, and Collins will get the fourth there. A lovely quad kill from Collins.
Yeah, it's always a bit awkward in those in your sort of weaker weapon rounds when you do have yourself a chance to win it and you push towards a bomb site but you just have no contact at all. Yeah. Your go call kind of comes off of any sort of presence made, but when there's no presence, it's always difficult to know that when's the right time to go. And it feels like that's what Favbet sort of found. We saw them slip towards the B lanes pretty early. When we saw that Partisan re-aggression, but they were allowed to rotate, shift all the way through middle, all the way behind them, get into Sheeta, peek into Cave before Favbet actually just pulled the trigger to go out onto that B-bomb site.
Look, even if they get out of Cave before Collins is there, Partisan, I feel like they're always going to win that round, and it's because of the fact that Partisan, in fact, don't have a player on B. It's the fact they give up the bomb site, because if there's just that lone defender, whether it's Kindo with the AWP, whether it's just another rifler, even if the fight goes, 2 for 1, it's still kind of a 2v2 or a 2v3 scenario with another rifle in play. Either way, though, Fabbet, they get the bomb plant. It gives them a bit more money to work with. Tension could have got an AWP out in this one, but sticking with a rifle. And again, though, Partisan, they're in that position where it's a very important round. All of these are, because this is for survival in the series. Dragon taking a bit of a risk. We heard the steps of Marix. Jackie gets one. Smash holding for Dragon's fall away. And Kindo now under pressure. He will get one. No trade seen yet from Jackie. Kindo posted up on the angle. Shotgun AWPing now. It's not easy. Missed shot again, but Kindo surviving. But Jackie takes him down eventually. 3 versus 2 now. Collins spotted on the back of the bomb site. The HE grenade blowing open his position. Dodging the bullets down to 1 HP now. And the HE grenade is coming. And Collins is falling. Partisan. They need a hero, and Emmy. Question is whether he will be that hero, because not only is it a 1v3, he's got no information, he's behind the donut smoke, and all the Fabbet players are full health. Tension, gonna be peeking. Emmy now sighted. Gonna drop the molly. Tension swinging, but still caught off guard. Jackie playing at Brokey now. Great flashback. Emmy doesn't swing for him, but Bondic, he's had such a good flank now. Round is over.
And just a pre-fire from Bondic. Emmy happens to be peeking into it. It's always going to be one of those brutal rounds, but it does feel like he's at the point in the game where Emmy's probably realizing we don't exactly have many rounds we can give up. This is an important one. We do get a buy in the next as well, so it's worth giving it a bit of a crack. If I can be that hero, maybe there's a chance, but it's not to be. Favbet find 11 and potentially the final full buy from Partisan if they're not successful here.
Well, obviously the loss bonus is shrunk massively for Partisan. So the investment in the next will be really tough. Tension going for an early cave peek. I like this from an AWPer. I think it definitely has so much success around it, but it is going to be this play down from Ramp Bondic. Smoked off at the moment. 2 players already in cave. Emmy has cleared this out, and he's saying to his teammates, well, we've sent all this utility. I don't see a single thing. Oh, Marix, you got to be very cautious here. It's just going to jiggle, all timing. Smoke comes down. Emmy and Colin spotted.
Back away, no blood drawn on either side just yet, but this could be a call that haunts them.
Ooh,
Tension holds his nerve and goes for Collins instead. Marix nearby as well. Does get found by Emmy though.
I don't know why Marix...
4.
Yeah, Marix doesn't need to go for that fight on his own there. Oh, Gummerl spotted Jackie. Big mistake. Kindo's got you dead to rights. Molly thrown, missed shot, but Emmy again finding Bondic. Emmy finding Tension as well. An incredible round from Emmy. Smash and Jackie now in the 2 versus 4, but with Vladden finding it's a 1v4 and a double re-aggression. What a heroic moment from Emmy. He gets the quad. It all goes wrong when Marix goes hunting on his own. Partisan, they live to fight another day here on Ancient.
In-game leader doing it by himself seemingly.
Yeah, brilliant that.
Really does keep Partisan alive in such a crucial round. Started really well for Favbet as well, but then potentially that sort of overexcitement to be able to close out that round, then probably the game and the series along with it. Maybe haunts Favbet a little bit there. As yeah, I agree with you. Marix probably no real need to swing there. I feel like if it was done at the same time as players pushing up ramp, yeah, by all means, 100%. Yeah. Great call. But it was just a little bit too individual for my liking. We saw how deep Tension was towards Cave. There was no chance he was ever going to be able to get a trade there. So, yeah, a bit of a bold call to make from Marix. I mean, look, if he finds the kill, finds the fight, we praise it, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a right play, even if he does find that kill. And it doesn't work out on this occasion for them. Favbet still in a good spot. But money being a bit of an awkward one for them in this round, they probably need to give it up to allow Partisan to find double digits. But right now, pretty similar feeling as the how map number 1 finished.
Oh, definitely. It's got that exact same idea around it. I think the difference, though, is you look at some of the rounds that Partisan have won. It's that 4K from Emmy. You know, we've seen big moments from Vlad and even Collins when he got that 4K as well. And although Dragon, you know, the bottom performing player here for Partisan, now it is the time for the rest of the team to step up. We are having important moments, which is so vital.
There's a bit of a tech pause right now. I'm not all too sure what side it's on. Hopefully isn't going to be something that messes up either side's momentum. As we still potentially have a third map on this series. Still potentially a final map to really battle out between these two teams, because it does feel like it's been a pretty tight and a pretty close fought battle between both rosters. I think coming into this game, Fred, we looked at this on paper and said this is definitely going to be one that honestly probably deserves a 3-map or at least a very close series. And so far, I don't feel like either of these teams have let us down in that regard.
Well, look, 13-11, 12 opening kills apiece on Anubis. I don't think you really get much closer. Partisan, though, they are still trailing by 2 rounds. And to mention, for those only tuning in now, this is an elimination match. If Favbet can close out Ancient, Partisan falls short of the chance for playoffs as they go out 1-3. Whereas for Favbet, it's just another chance of success, another chance to prove themselves of why they deserve a spot in that playoffs.
Bit of damage through the wall there onto Jackie. Dragon needs to be careful here. And just too easy. Jiggles towards ramp and assumes it's clear. The Tech 9 finally is killed. If College goes down, it's a 2-on-2. Weapons can be retrieved. But look at the HP of the Favbet players. It might not matter all too much. We know what the individuals can do. And Jackie in front of the smoke finds the first. Kindo with the AWP. Not easy to get a trade. And Jackie just backs away.
Why is it the rifle going first?
I think just completely caught off that Jackie's that deep. The smoke dropped. I think they're assuming it's clear. Still, Kindo is in front of this. Just a tap. Marx has a great idea of this, and he finds the kill. 12 is found from the half-by, from the Tech 9.
From what we kind of presume to be a close finish, Favbet might have changed everything here. But you touched upon it. Why is Dragon overlooking the chance of players in ramp? The flashbang not blinding. And the reason the Marix is so prepared is Jackie's cleared the right-hand side, and he's not spotted Kindo. But now you look at the buy, you look at the investment, Partisan. That was meant to be the round for them to make the money and kind of have a bit of bank saved up. Nothing. We might see 2 rifles at best. And Partisan now need 3 in a row against the full buy here of Favbet. Devastating.
We see the round go the way of Partisan, and Partisan still have a chance to win map number 2 without even bringing things to overtime or anything like that. But instead, we're now at a spot where Partisan, their money's broken. Their buy consists of 3 MP9s as it stands.
Yeah.
Emmy's going to have to be on the pistol. You have 1 rifle, which is the FAMAS, and Favbet have 3 opportunities to close this game out with a superior buy.
And poor utility, no defuse. Everything's against Partisan. Yeah. It's going to be a really tough one.
Seen Favbet struggle against these buys in the past, though, but all it takes is 1 mistake from Partisan, and this game's dead in the water. Vladen, aggressive with this MP9.
He could catch attention here, and he will. Being held, though, Vladen deals a fair bit of damage to Jackie. Kindo has rotated. This is a heavy A stack here. Kindo, if he goes overlooked, this could be huge. Kindo will get 1. Looks as though he wants to back away in the smoke, and Emmy's Deagle connecting. There's a fast flank as well. No way is Marix to be prepared for this. Too busy focusing on getting the AWP out of the map. He's got to still have the chance of the round. Partisan, they do confirm it.
And it looks like it is going to go all the way to round number 24. Favbet finding Vladen early. It seems like they just assume, okay, they've got someone deep towards A main. That must mean they've gambled heavily away from A. Just leaving this 1 player here. The issue is, it's quite the opposite. Still with Kindo at the back of the bomb site. Rotation from Donuts. Instant. But it's Emmy's 5-7 that doubles up, using the smoke to his advantage. Considering we've got no upgraded pistols, I don't think this one's going to get too dicey. Especially as Kindo can't really get caught out with this AWP. Can go down, but it'll be at a much deeper position. And by that point, rotation should be able to come through. Vladen will lose the gunfight.
1v1 to a Glock. How?
It shouldn't make much of a difference. Weapons can still be retrieved. There can be investments bought out in the next. Unless we ended up sort of seeing 3 or 4 kills from the Glocks, which I would have been surprised by.
Oh, Marix.
I don't mind that from Kindo. Just throwing the AWP away so there's no chance of being able to use it if he does go down. And round is successful. Partisan, of course, will take that one. Investments can come through.
But yeah, all down to the wire. Down to this final one.
Was that AWP thrown? Because that wasn't retrieved, and it didn't even look like anyone was going to retrieve it.
I think it was thrown out of the map.
Why was that thrown out of the map, though? Because now Kindo doesn't have one.
Yeah. I don't know.
I think I should throw it deep towards CD spawn or something.
Realistically, they can win a round without an AWP in this one, Partisan. Obviously, it's a helping hand. Marix did get that kill. He was in what, 1v2, 1v3? There is a chance, however slim, that him having an AWP could have helped win that round. Is it plausible? Is it possible? Yes. Is it going to happen? Probably not.
I wouldn't even blame if Partisan lose this round due to sort of not having the AWP and Marix wanted to kill. I will blame that on why is that not just being dropped for someone to be able to save after you win the round?
Yeah. Maybe they thought they had enough money and keep the AK. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I can really think, just sort of a misunderstanding of finances. But either way, round number 24, and this is for all the marbles here. Favbet, can they do it into Can they do it in regulation even, or are we going to go to OT to still decide this aggression? Great call here from Partizan.
Perfect call. And it just leaves Collins on his own towards B, but look how fast Kindo is here. Gets one for free. Needs to get the second though. Not the best of shots. Smash take him down. And now this should be some form of realization that there might be a deep flank going on. They could accelerate towards the B bomb site here.
Tension is holding for it, but they definitely are aware that there's a chance of this. It's going to be how aware are they eventually.
Emmy and Collins backing away. Very limited utility here. Dragon has gone and picked up loads. All dropped in CT spawn.
I mean, there's no remaining user on Favbet. They're going to have to fight their way into this bomb site.
Yeah, and Tension could be the one to do it. Getting boosted up here with the orb. Collins is just jiggling. And there we have it. First kill found. Man advantage back their way. And you can see what that's done. Vladin is going searching now. He is on this flank. Tension, re-peeking. Posting on this angle. The CTs have got to be disciplined. You cannot give him an opportunity to find a pick. Oh, and it's Dragon to go down. 4-on-2, making a 1v4. The long flank, Vladin now. He's in the 1v3, an important kill to acquire. He's going to drop the Molotov. It will force out Bondik, but he jumps out into cave. Vladin, I believe there's a defuse kit down, but not going to be easy to retrieve. A 1v3.
Oh,
look at this set. There's
crossfire.
nothing he can do. Game, set, match. Favbet to survive. Oh, Vladin, no trade scene. Okay. Still alive for now. Flashbang coming through. Bondik turning. Vladin will get another. Oh, Bondik. He will win that final fight, but Vladin, what an attempt. A 1v4 going down to a 1-on-1. A nice try there, but 13-11 on map 1, 13-11 on map 2. Partizan, they pushed the distance as much as possible, but sadly, not able to do so. I think that last round is quite reminiscent of the game in general. It's just an individual from Partizan having a moment, trying to make things possible, but sadly, just not available, not able to do it. But obviously now for Favbet, they move to that 2-2 spot. They have still got a chance to get themselves to playoffs, whereas Partizan, they will fall out of the Swiss stage, a similar standing to Cybershock earlier. Obviously though, what a result, what a game for Favbet.
Yeah, I mean, certainly would have been an interesting one if we did see a 1 versus 4 bring things to overtime there, but it's not to be. Look, I felt like both these teams were in a very similar spot. I think we sort of built that up enough, really, but that's the issue. Once you're in this sort of 1 and 2 spot, chances are you're going to be up against someone who deserves to be there as much as you do, as well as have the chance to make it to playoffs. It feels like when we get into the Swiss stage now, we always do look through the teams, and I always sort of say to myself, yeah, any of these guys can make it to playoffs. Yeah. And it feels like that's the exact story we saw today. Both these teams had the chances, but it felt like Favbet today, honestly, it didn't feel like they relied on individuals that much, and that's a little bit strange considering Tension was playing out of his mind, as well as sort of Jackie have some really big moments on map number 1 as well, but it felt very different to what Partizan had. It felt like it was a team performance. It wasn't just Jackie on map number 1 having a great game, it was Tension as well. Smash chiming in, Bondik, Marix, and it was the same story on map number 2. Sure, you've got Tension leading the lines, but it felt like everyone had their moments. The issue is for Partizan, for me, is Anubis, it felt like Dragon, it was the Dragon show. Map number 2, it felt like it was Vladin sort of keeping Partizan in it for a little bit. The issue is, it just didn't feel like players came online enough as they probably should have to sort of just manage with the couple of extra kills that it felt like Favbet were getting. These teams felt really evenly matched, but to me, it was just that slight difference that allowed Favbet just to slowly and just about edge it over the line.
Yeah, obviously we've got one more game remaining for this evening. It is Flux to face Zero Tenacity. Obviously that will be our last elimination game of the day. It is going to be a banger. It has got all the excitement across it. And I think what we will do is jump to a break beforehand.
eventually everything must fade. Never thought I'd call
I'm happy like a child.
Third series and final series of today. It is Zero Tenacity against Fire Flux. Both these teams facing elimination. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings as we head into this final series of today?
Yeah, look, we've had a couple of pretty good games today. Some pretty close ones, despite obviously the last one being a 2-0, in fact. But one of these two teams still needs to get eliminated. One of these two teams are going to get knocked out. And I think it's going to be still pretty up in the air as to where it's going to go. Look, it's 1 and 2, so even if you are the victors here, you've still got another series to get through, another series to try to prove why you deserve that spot in playoffs. I think Zero Tenacity, look, Fred, we know what they can do.
Yeah.
They haven't showed it for a long time, if we're being honest.
Yeah, it's been a while. It really has. You look at the time that they've played with this team, 964 maps is the most for Brute Monster on this side. It's pretty close. Look, the synergy's there. It's 2.5 years for the full 5. I feel like we've probably watched most of those maps. I feel like I've seen so much of this Zero Tenacity side. I mean, I think it's right to say we know the heights, as you pointed out, but yeah, it's been a bit of dip in form. Obviously, kind of see them get to, at the start of this year, around 40th on HLTV, but there's been a real dip. There really has. There's been a lot of losses as of late, and it's not been perfect for them. Obviously, the important names, usually Namana, usually Brute Monster, they are the two heroes of this side. Not to say that we can't have those big moments from the others, but yeah, this is going to be a big game because not only is it for survival, it's kind of a proving point because Zero Tenacity for me, when I look back to previous seasons of CCT, I think they're a playoff team to me. They're a playoff team, maybe get past round of 16, maybe get to semi-finals, but a lot of the time, I very rarely imagine them getting eliminated in the Swiss stage. The fact that it could happen when they're 1 and 3 is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, VRS rankings have never really been on their side this year. I think the best they've had in it is 56th. It feels like this team is just going lower and lower and lower from the heights that we saw of them. Last year, towards the end of it, yeah, we were looking at them pushing top 30 in both HLTV and VRS rankings, and now it feels like we're just watching this team have a pretty painful and very slow end. I'm hoping it is going to be something they can turn around. I said before the player break last year, but we need something to change. Whether that is going to be changing an individual from this team, whether it's going to be changing something internally, whatever it may be, we haven't seen. Yeah. And this team is just continuing to sort of get sussed out, it feels like. And this team that we saw not too long ago, probably we could have made a good argument for the best Anubis team in the world, probably apart from like top 10 teams. Yeah. These guys, even if they were against a really challenging opponent, they get on Anubis, you feel like they can at least get a map there, and it always prime them to sort of take a series, just always having like that map in your back pocket that you can pull out. It's like, right, that's a guaranteed one. And it just feels like they haven't done that. Their Anubis has been pretty up and down, as has the rest of their map pool, if we're being honest. And it feels like this team, this has to be the turning point, because I feel like if they get knocked out here, it's just going to sort of emphasize even more what we're all thinking. But on the other side of things, Fire Flux now. This side that hasn't been together for as long, but still, I remember very well when this team did come together. And it feels like we're not necessarily seeing them sort of hit the heights that I felt like I wanted to see from them, despite some pretty successful initial showings. Yeah, this team, they've made a change. Getting rid of Sensei for Doogie there. I don't honestly know if this is a change that I absolutely love. I really like Sensei, although he was pretty inconsistent. Yeah. It feels like they haven't exactly made a major upgrade in terms of that sense, and it feels like their results similarly have just been getting worse. They were a team that, they're a pretty good upset team, to be honest. But now, Fred, last 3 months, 37.8% win rate.
It's been really tough. It really has. I'll be honest, I actually really... The games that I got to see from Sensei, I was like, okay, well, that is Fire Flux's future right there. And maybe I'm not too sure what happened. Obviously, as you said, a little bit inconsistent. Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough one. Again, it's got that similar kind of thing where both teams are a little bit out of form. Both teams aren't kind of hitting the heaviest when it comes to, I guess, their map selections. I don't really know what's going to happen in this series. For those of you at home who kind of haven't seen too much of Zero Tenacities of Nubis in the past, to give you an idea, they played 200 of maps of it from 2023 and 2024. They nearly had a 65% win rate, and the majority of those games are against top 40, top 30 opponents. That is the standard that the Zero Tenacity side are. They haven't even picked the map. It's not in this series. What has happened? Like, I don't even know what to think anymore when it comes to Zero Tenacity's map pool, because a lot of the time, they usually gravitate towards Nuke. It's Fireflux's insta-ban. Zero Tenacity's insta-ban's Fireflux's second weakest map. But then the real question is, why has Train not been picked by Fireflux? It's so poor for Zero Tenacity. They really struggle. Statistically, it's their best map for Fireflux. Obviously, they're not too great with the sample size, but I feel like that would have been such a good chance for maybe a 2-0 for Fireflux. But the fact that Inferno and Mirage, the CS Classics, neither team's best map, neither team's worst map, I feel like Fireflux they've kind of won the vetoes from the start, but they're not picked into the Train. I'm really interested as to why that's not happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's not actually really a map that Fireflux ever tend to pick. It's sort of a map that they just happen to play in a couple of of series, and they are pretty good at it when they have played it. But that's also the thing. There was a kind of a 2-month break between when we've seen it. In terms of sort of like the last month and a half, in fact, the last 2 months basically, we've seen them play it 3 times. We saw them play it a couple of days ago against Zero Tenacity. They didn't have a great show in there. It does feel like a map that, sure, when they do have to play it, yeah, they look pretty decent at it, but it still doesn't feel like this is a team that have shown us enough to really make me believe that 71% win rate is generally what they should be having on it, and it feels like they kind of lean away from it until maybe a few months' time when they look to integrate it slightly more. But we are going to get to see Train at least, so we'll get to see if they can continue that win rate. But Inferno and Mirage are going to be the first 2 maps. Train might not even be a possibility as things are kicking off here on Inferno.
I'll be honest, I think this series screams 2-0. I think whoever's just hitting heavier on the day will be the one to take it. I'm interested, you pointed out Fireflux. Yes, they lost the Zero Tenacity on Train. Banjo, close here to AVN, kind of cutting off my point and cutting off the head of AVN. Nice Julie find, gives them the advantage, and we still have another set of Julies here on Soulfly. He's going to swing and completely catches off Namana. He wants a bit more of the action, but realizes, okay, well, there's an unknown amount of opponents here towards B. There's no need to force this fight. But as I wanted to say, you look at the opponents that Fireflux have bested on Train. It's Ecstatic, it's Fabbet, it's Aurora, it's NIP, it's Rush B. These are all teams that kind of have looked, pretty competitive, and these are some big household names, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are. But that's the thing; it's a bit of a different lineup now. It's a few months ago, or a couple of months ago, that some of these results came through. Yeah, it's an interesting one to see, but Pistol Round certainly a pretty dominant one, regardless of whether Train is or not. As it is all on Brute Monster and Simca to see if they can try to pick up the pieces in a round like this, but a 2 versus 5, 30 seconds on the clock. We're going to need to see a few quick headshots come through. We do see one, but Brute Monster couldn't go down there. Banjo with the jumping Julies finds his 3rd of the round, and Fireflux are successful here on the pistol.
Yeah, look, I'm thinking so far, right? I'm thinking it's going to be Brute Monster and Namana to kind of dominate here for Zero Tenacity. For Fireflux, though, I think the vast majority of the time we look for Soulfly, right? And I think that's a safe bet. You look at his time on this team, a 1.17 rating over his tenure on this team, which is ridiculous. A slight dip in form, but that's been seen from the rest of the Fireflux team as well. But who do you think's that secondary? Is it going to be Banjo? Is it going to be maybe that, just a nice pistol round can spur him on for success?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. And I think that's the issue, honestly, with both teams. If I'm being honest, I think you look at both sides, both rosters, and they do kind of have one man who often leads the lines.
Yeah.
But when Namana, when Soulfly aren't stepping up on their sort of set team, it feels like you're sort of staring at the other piece and saying someone else has to take this burden. And I think that's a really big issue with Zero Tenacity. It's been an issue they've had for a while, to be honest. Brute Monster can be such an excellent player, but he also has some consistency issues. And it does feel like when the Miles not stepping up, you do sort of fear for Zero Tenacity quite a bit as well. I definitely do think Banjo is that player to look at alongside Soulfly. And hopefully, like you said, that pistol can bring him the confidence to continue it through this whole map and hopefully series for Fireflux. As with a triple with the MP9 there, great for making a bit of money. Namana tries to sneak through towards B to hope to get a bomb plant, but Scrunk ready for it.
I hope we see no upgrades. Yeah, I hope on this round for Fireflux, you'd think about the MP9s and a lot of maps, I'm very hesitant with this many SMGs. When it comes to Inferno, I really don't mind it, actually. You send 2 of those MP9s, you know, down Banana, you have teammates flashing for them, and then you just keep another one of them in Boiler. I think that's got to be the game plan, but Scrunk, he's going to be dropping the utility across. I actually don't mind this type of play either. Just get the HEs, get the mollies, get the smokes, and just allow Soulfly to be this lone defender. I think it can work out so excellently. And then maybe you've got a double MP9 setup in apps, you've got a rifle towards long, and Banjo just playing close and short. I think that's not a bad idea either.
Not every team a full Banana control yet, but you feel like slowly Tenacity are going to claim that as Fireflux aren't actively looking to fight for this position. It looks like it can be some retake util, drop a nade on a timing, Soulfly throws that out. Decent bit of chip damage there onto Namana and Simka. And here are these MP9s close towards middle. Banjo is going to need Dougie to try to take away some of this pressure from him. Does so excellently with an initial kill, and Banjo just spamming through the smoke. Dropped at a perfect time, so no trades can come through. And ZT left guessing on this first full bite of the series. Zero Tenacity just looking very out of this one. The util's being timed perfectly from Fireflux. The individuals are striking. And 20 seconds, and finally Zero Tenacity have taken brackets just at the cost of 3 of their teammates.
Yeah, I'm actually feeling very, very confident here for Fireflux. You know, this is a round where they have weaker weapons. They are somewhat disadvantaged, you know, from the get-go. Yet they've been able to deal with these weaker weapons so nicely. Banjo denies the bomb plant, and Banjo will find another. Still so many kills here with the MP9s. This is Zero Tenacity's map pick. I'd be very worried. I really would if I was Zero Tenacity right now. I know it's early doors, but they're a team that a vast majority of the time, they're the ones that kind of are off the mark early and can look to snowball off of it. The fact that they are already 3 rounds down and expected 4th, I'd be very worried.
I wouldn't be as concerned at this point, but it is one of those maps that Inferno can be pretty even at times. It does feel pretty team dependent in terms of what side you sort of favour, what fits your play styles, the individuals you have. But you definitely wouldn't want to see like a really dominant one-sided. It'd be a little bit more uncommon to see something like that. So I'm not worried yet for Zero Tenacity, but I think if this does continue, if the full buys are similar from Fireflux, it's more just the way that they won the round. It didn't feel like they tried anything too fancy because they had the MP9s in play. It didn't feel like they were trying to get really aggressive, push down mid, push Banana. It felt like something you could pretty easily replicate with the rifles.
Yeah.
And that's what worries me slightly. Because Zero Tenacity, they also, you can't really use the excuse of they didn't have utility. They actually made a pretty decent effort to bring out as much util as they could. Sacrificed a couple of AKs for Galils in hopes of doing so. But yeah, it was just they felt like they got bodied in that util department as well.
No, it's good from Fireflux. Oh, Paz, not the best of shots. Banjo luckily on the bomb site. Soulfly at range from Moto. And Namana all alone in the 1v3s. Retrieve the Galil. I prefer him to use the Deagle. I think you've got to hit those instant headshots in moments like that. Look at the money here, Charlie. Fireflux, they've got 3 players above 7k already.
I mean, that's what happens when there's only been 4 kills in 4 rounds from Zero Tenacity so far. I think Paz does a good job to find 2. often you can see Cold Zero being a bit of a one-for-one angle, depending on how it's cleared. But even with the weaker weapon being the first to go in, Paz does well enough to get a double. Allows Banjo to strike. Play from Moto as well. But here we go. First real brawl down towards Banana, and Paz comes out on top. Monster can't fight for this, just has to throw utility to try to give off the idea that they're looking to take this, but Paz's space. And strike for a bit of a late flank. Zero Tenacity, though, it seems like they've got a good idea that they kind of got to hit now rather than never.
Yeah, exactly. A strike while the iron's hot. Skrunk back at the bomb site as the flashes come over. Important there from Kyofo to get one. Skrunk just going to get spammed on through. Dougie on the AWP, though, can get a second. Brute Monster will eventually take him down, and down to this 2-on-2 now. Two flashes in play. Brute Monster using one to allow Simka to escape and maybe gain a little bit more control, and a setup here towards brackets. Seems like Simka going to try and maneuver himself into apartments. Brute Monster's got to hit this shot. A rifle now. Ready and waiting, but no trade seen, and Brute Monster, he's happy to just sit in the smoke and be a nuisance. Soulfly spots him. Kit retrieved now, and it's all on Simka. Still towards apartments. It's going to be so tough for Soulfly, even with the missed shots beginning. Zero Tenacity. They will post their first round on the board now.
Seemingly just quite paranoid. He's playing around that smoke, the final player. Not the case, though. In apartments, positioning good enough. Flux, kind of hope the rifles do a little bit better there, holding things off. Dougie does well to find a double. Zero Tenacity in a 2 versus 2 with that much time to play around initially. You see the positioning into apartments is good enough to claim the round from there. And that's while they played with the disadvantage. So glad to see things turn around in a situation like that. Because while being disadvantaged early, it can be really tough to try to find a foothold back into a round on Inferno. But seemingly did so, and I think that's just how quickly they made that decision to look up towards A.
Looks as though there might be a bit of a refight here in middle. Flashbang comes through, nothing spotted, and now a question of whether there will be a rotate. Because Skrunk is very alone here. Through the utility they go. Skrunk nading the smoke, but spotting nothing. Bomb has been dropped across, but a molly will land on the bomb site. Reposition on the plant. Namana punching in the digits. Again, another Molotov here towards Pool. Kyofo close to this smoke, and another one will be thrown. Boosted angle, but we see the kills come through for ZT. Banjo can get a pick beforehand. An attempted save. Not the best spray from Kyofo. And I think the idea here is just lock them in. Don't give them anywhere to escape to.
Like this from Banjo as well. They want the AWP, force them to reinvest it. Even then. Don't like that he saves the default skin over the Asimov, but I'll try to let that slide.
Terrorists win.
I wonder what we're going to see here from Flux, because Banjo can invest, AWP can be dropped across, Soulfly can technically buy. I don't mind the idea of an investment here.
No, I don't think the buy will be that bad, really. Look, Soulfly's been dropped over the M4. Skrunk taking the MP9 instead. You've got 4 util on 3 players. Paz not far off it. I think that's normally the thing that makes me hate force buys on Inferno is when you can see weapons can be bought out, but at the cost of most of the utility. But it's not the case here. Skrunk, low HP, still looks to take the fight, but Namana, while blinded, takes him down. Simka strikes as well. So much damage has been dealt to a couple of these players, but no kill actually found.
Yeah, and this is now where Flux, surely they've got to just go for a full gamble and hope they get it right. I don't love the idea that Banjo's still here towards A. I feel like it offers very little, very limited. He's just going to drop this smoke here towards brackets. Kyofo can still be this lurk towards A. It is seemingly going to be this B play. Paz, He's the one with the flash, in fact. Would have liked to see him be the one sent in, but Molly landing at his feet. We'll just look to back away. Dougie is here with the AWP. I hope the Simkit is the one to go first, because if it is AVN, we could see some problems here. Smoke landing. As it looks like he wants to swing, he can get one, but no second found. Missed shot from Dougie. Readjusting and will find, and now all on Banjo. 1 versus 3, swings through the smoke, and AVN to clean up the round here for Zero Tenacity. And from what started as a 4-0 lead, will come 4-4 now.
Yeah, Dougie really needed to find a bit more there. I mean, it was great to find one, considering how caught out he was. But what we wouldn't need to see is Dougie get one, back away to the bomber site, allow Banjo to slip through that smoke and try to play off one another there. But not the case. Always going to be difficult to do so anyway. But I think that was the goal. Just timing from ZT's push was just too good.
Fair few smokes invested. I don't mind this type of buy from Flux. If they can just hold on for these smokes for as long as possible. Although it's pistols in play, I think we know what these 5.7s, these P250s can do. It's just whether they have the discipline.
That 4-0 start, though, we saw from Flux quickly slipped away as Zero Tenacity should be able to level up the scoring here, and not as quick out the gates as they would have liked, but very quickly making this one back to even.
Still a couple smokes in play. Goffo's taking this space. Oh, Namana's playing in front of this. Same with Simka. Soulflight, all that remains. Damage seen, but that is all that's seen. And although there's 2 of 3 opponents for Goffo to fight, he does very well. Just whether the T's go hunted.
Almost finding them all there. That was pretty successful endeavor from Kyofo. Obviously, it was just a weak buy. But it's the fact that, like you said, a decent amount of smokes remaining. Flux, they were trying to delay, but it's the fact that we saw BT push in front of those smokes, take down Scrunk early, and Soulfly's position's so easy to clear out once you know he's there.
We have seen a fairly recent fixture between these two, haven't we? 3 days ago, it was a 2-0 for Zero Tenacity. Inferno and Train featured in the vetoes as well. Obviously, both victories for Zero Tenacity. Anubis was that third and final. Obviously, we do have Mirage in the mix instead, but... ZT, now they've come back into it. Facing off against the 4x once again of Flux, but it's their finances that are starting to look so strong. Lovely nade there, yeah, brilliant.
He's all in front of it. Paz might have to spam through this. Decent bit of damage dealt there to Simka, but no bloodshed. Banjo double is down. Finally gets taken down by Kyofo, who's been really whittled away at. Advantage still for Flux now, as the bomb site's under the control of the T's.
Not only does Banjo get the double, he also deals the damage to Kyofo. It's excellent that. Banjo's having a really good game here. And as that A anchor, that's all you can ever ask for. Ooh, Soulfly. The smoke just bounces off the corner. So unfortunate. Scrunk close by. Namana tasked with finding him. Minimal ammunition, and Scrunk can take him down, and this Brute Monster now in the clutch. He will find one. Elevated angle for Scrunk, and Brute Monster, he misses the shot. Scrunk realizing he's going to have to fight aggressively, hoping to connect in the smoke with Brute Monster. He does so well to just take his time here. A knife kill attempt, but Brute Monster takes that away from him. And Brute Monster will survive the bomb, I think. Oh, never mind. I thought the restart timer was just short enough, but as I pointed out before, the finances for Zero Tenacity are so strong. Brute Monster can get out the big green with no issues.
Yeah, talking about strong finances, Fireflux don't have that luxury. Gonna have to be a partial buy, and Zero Tenacity come alive here on Inferno. Their map selection couldn't really afford for them to fall flat throughout the first half, but luckily they've turned things around. 4-0 down. A 5-round streak to bounce back, and I think a 5-round streak that is going to continue to haunt Fireflux.
Yeah, it's tough because Fireflux, they kind of deemed the CT side of Inferno to be theirs. They had 8 rounds to get to kind of at least draw the half, and now the question is whether they will even get to 6. Excellent from ZT though. The bounce back that's what's needed to kind of reclaim control here on their map pick.
There's these 5.7s, pistols, good few HE grenades though, getting dumped out towards Banana early, but Zero Tenacity felt like they read this one like a book.
Getting very fast out of brackets. I'm really liking this from ZT. I think they know that against these kind of weaker buys, they don't really want to give Fireflux the opportunity. Nice find from Brute Monster. Will get traded out by Paz, but the AWP can be kind of contained. No chance for it to be retrieved, and then that gives a big benefit here for this post plan. Not to say that was expecting much from Fireflux here, but the fact they denied that all being picked up is a massive help.
Not really letting Fireflux get any more kills, any weapons retrieved as they try to contain.
He's 1 HP, Namana.
Finally does connect that bullet onto Paz. And the Deagle Sulfide gets dealt with as well. Zero Tenacity, a big round for them. I think they needed a bit of a cash injection into their money as that 1v1 that we saw between Brute Monster and Skrunk really did weaken the finances of the T's. But back to being reasonably comfortable and adding another round to that big streak. 2 rounds remain still. Fireflux can look to level things up at the half, but hopefully they do still have that spark in them. Otherwise, I think ZZ could continue this to 8.
Yeah, look, I've got to say, ZT, I questioned the start. I was worried for them. Yeah, not only covered lost ground, they are very much out in front now. Fireflux, even in rounds where we're getting multi-frags out of Banjo, Paz is having some moments. I still feel like Fireflux are a little bit off the mark. I thought we were about to see some new kind of cool triple boost there from maybe. I don't really know why, but I just had that kind of idea that Zero Tenacity had been keeping something for a rainy day. And I think we both know that this is that time where if you've got any pocket strats, if you've got any gimmicks, this is the time to use them as elimination is faced by one of these teams. A loss of the series is a loss of the chance for playoffs.
Yeah, I think Firefly's probably underwhelmed by the results that they had when Sensor is on the roster as well. I want to say about a month since Dougie's been on the roster now. And if you're not really seeing any improvements, that's not a great sign. I think a similar story for Zero Tenacity. Great find from Brute Monster. Dougie expecting the wide swing, but just an instant crouch peek from Brute Monster. He bests his AWP counterpart here to give man advantage, but only 20 seconds remain. Banjo strikes onto Kyofo. Banjo doubles down. He's having a good game so far, but are they going to be ready for Paz? With
Never.
15 seconds, this bomb could be dropped in an uncomfortable spot.
Brute Monster and Namana, though, to try and settle this round. The bomb can go down, and Skrunk. I think Skrunk was just hoping that they wouldn't be able to pick it up in time because it was Simka. But obviously it dropped into the bomb site. Namana turns his back and shows the opportunity for Skrunk. Brute Monster posting up from short. Skrunk just trying to bait out and jiggle if there's any shots coming. Oh, I like the idea of this. The nade allowing him to cross. Brute Monster unable to find. And now Skrunk. Oh, ready for this. Brute Monster, just so cheeky there. Great round from Brute Monster and Namana. Obviously, again, it's Banjo trying to do everything possible to make this round achievable here for Fireflux. But even still, the successes of Brute Monster surpass.
Yeah, I love that from Brute Monster. You can see he's confident. And that is a terrifying Brute Monster to come up against. He can be the player to be the star, to be the leading man on this lineup, but some games can just be a little bit absent. Definitely not here, though. Looking to push forward, take the fight to his opponents and Scrunk, not let him dictate the 1v1, and allow ZT to find another, and it's another clutch from Brute Monster as well.
Yeah, and this is what we were expecting out of Zero Tenacity. Brute Monster with 11, Namana with 10. Obviously, it is a similar kind of story here for Fireflux, but the difference is Soulfly, Scrunk, and Dougie are struggling. Soulfly, though, needing his moment, just the one. Simka playing anti-flash, ready for the swing. Paz will get AVN as he pushes down middle, and it's Kyofo to try and deal with this aggression. Brute Monster holding for Paz. Kyofo will get one, and Brute Monster spots the shadow. Kyofo's got all this information now. I don't know why Brute Monster's not the one that takes the fight, though. Brute Monster's got him dead to rights. Worried about another here in second middle. Banjo is there, ready and waiting. Brute Monster dialed on the angle, and he spots his shoulder. Will get the damage off. Down to 17 HP as Banjo. Nice headshot there onto Brute Monster, so an awkward fight now for both these individuals. Banjo can find it, and now it's all about whether Scrunk can get here in time. A running race, but Simka can plant. No denial here from Banjo. Smoke to Moto, and Simka can focus his attention elsewhere. Ooh, bit of a deep smoke. Big misdecision, but the nade. Timing of it. Banjo, how is he still alive? Down to 3 HP.
Reposition's good, but timing's not. Simka just has a glance towards along just at the worst possible time. Banjo lucky to be alive, but finally the streak has been broken. But it takes Fireflux a long, long time to find that fifth. And I think a lot of the weight of this half is being held on Banjo's shoulders. 15-6. He's been a real difference maker in terms of just keeping Fireflux competitive here. Alongside Paz, who's had a couple of big moments here or there, but Banjo definitely has been the light in the darkness.
Yeah, massively. I think as well the fact that Fireflux of 5 rounds, he has 15 kills. It's crazy to me. Paz as well is having a really good game. I guess it does just go to show how many clutches and how many big moments the Zero Tenacity have had, because I think Banjo, it's been multi-kill upon multi-kill. What are we thinking, ZT? Are we confident for them here on Inferno? Or are we thinking now that Banjo's on the T side, the fact that he is looking so dominant on his own, it's going to hold a little bit more weight?
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. I think sometimes you do watch these games where maybe one of the stars isn't necessarily stepping up. I do always feel like spots like this, where Banjo's having a good game, Paz as well, it kind of always feels like they're buying time for Soulfly to activate. Buying time for him to come into the server, and hopefully on this T side, it could be more favoured for him now, just being the one to be able to sort of dictate how the rounds played out a little bit more. But I think Banjo as well, it's always difficult to know if a player favours that T or CT, but I definitely feel like Soulfly, this is where I'm keeping my eyes on him quite a lot.
Nice setup. Oh, it's excellent. It's disgusting. They're just both playing out in the open because they're so confident they're going to get those kills.
Namana can't actually delay with a utility. It has to be with bullets alone. Spots one. The flashbang does come over, blinding Soulfly there as Namana wants to instantly push through. 2 plays back turn. Flash doesn't blind anyone, but doesn't need to if you're pushing through and no one's looking. Boost a little bit early, I would say. And I think Zero Tenacity maybe fighting a little bit more than they needed to. I think the boost could have been a great idea, maybe on a bomb plant tap, but you're given chances up now. Nice fight from Paz in this 1 versus 3.
We talk about pistol rounds, and especially on that T side, how they have that clutch potential, massively so. All it takes is one nice shot like that, and Paz proving my point. You've got to be so well versed and so well conditioned in these pistols. You cannot just be giving him 1v1 fights. And what a moment there from Paz.
Madness from the Turkish leader there.
I'm
So much
somewhat
experience.
speechless.
Yeah, I mean, so much experience in Paz at the highest levels. Brings this experience to this team as well, but still just shows individually he's still the same player that I think so many people knew him as.
Yeah, most definitely.
And that is going to be a tough one for I think for Zero Tenacity to take.
Yeah, I'll be honest, this is one of those games where I think Zero Tenacity, yes, they've had some clutches go their way, but that round they've just thrown away Kyofo. Nice damage, but damage is all that seemingly can be found, as it's a 4 versus 1 scenario here. Ooh, nice first shot from Brute Monster.
Yeah, I really do feel like that pistol. You look through that, you see Nirvana pushing through the smoke. I don't really have an issue with that. He goes 1 for 1, for sure. But then we see the boost straight after, and there's no contact being made anywhere else. I feel like that's where Zero Tenacity, hold your horses, play around the plant, play around something. You've got the bomb even. Yeah, it feels like mistakes really were made there in Zero Tenacity. But I also feel like you can easily make the argument it just comes down to missed shots.
Yeah.
We see 2 players swing from coffins while Paz has his back turned. Shots didn't connect initially. Paz is able to 180. Find them both, but
just 2 bullets. I think that's the type of round we talk about it from time to time, right, Charlie? That's the type of round that we will be talking about until the end of the series. Because if, let's say, Fireflux take things here on Inferno, Zero Tenacity upset by taking Mirage, but then they lose on Train, then we have to say for ZT, if they won the pistol, we're looking at a very different half, a very different outcome. But now, with the force in the last from Zero Tenacity, it will allow Fireflux to at least expectedly take the lead now.
But I really do think it's interesting to see, because this isn't the same Paz from those sort of Space Soldiers days. This isn't necessarily the Paz that is sort of a star player on a team alongside someone like Xantares. This is a much older, much more seasoned Paz who feels like not only is he in this game, in this team, as a little bit of more of a supportive piece at times, but also as that sort of secondary caller with like Strong to bring in the experience that he has at the higher level, and yet still he can have moments like this. And we could be talking about that round if Fireflux are able to turn this one around, flip this game completely on its head. Because you've got to remember, we saw a 7-round streak from Zero Tenacity. All their rounds came in a row after what felt like they were unstoppable.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, look, I think as well, I think people do forget that not only was Paz, a lot, well, on that Eternal Fire side, but you know, he's been at 2 majors. That's something a lot of people forget.
I mean, Space Soldiers back in the day were a fun upset team to watch.
Yeah, 100%. Feel like a lot of the time though, when you look at kind of previous accolades of this Turkish scene, I think a lot of the time there's one name that usually gets into the conversation first. Either way though, Fireflux, they will take the lead now. Only 5 rounds needed here on the T side of Inferno, and certainly not an impossible task. Brute Monster, I believe he's got an AWP, which will be so helpful. Especially as we've kind of already seen a lot of success out of Brute Monster's AWP so far.
But the Util being traded back and forth, Soulfly's Nate dunks down onto Simka. But no space actually taken, but towards Banana just yet. Both teams not willing to give it up. Oh, great. Well played from Simka, just spamming away at Soulfly. Ready for what his shenanigans are up to. Finds the opening kill just straight up through the smoke.
And an excellent setup here from Zero Tenacity. Kyofo is elevated, Avian's tucked away. Brute Monster will be the first to take contact with the AWP. And once that AWP shot comes through, I think we all know that attention's straight there. I love the smoke thrown. It smokes off Kyofo. What? And now they make their way out. Molly landing towards short. Kyofo's backing away, and now Namana very much under threat. Brute Monster needs to rotate quicker. He needs to offer a helping hand, but Namana, never mind. I take it all back. He goes for the fight on his own. Flashbang coming his way, and again Namana strikes. Second found, aided by Brute Monster's flash. Banjo can get the trade. But it's a 2 versus 3 hit. Great from Banjo as he maneuvers out of apartments. He's now on Brute Monster, but smoked off from Moto at the moment. He's been spotted jumping across. Banjo spamming. Smoke fades. And now Banjo might seem somewhat trapped, but he's got a smoke to throw to keep him alive. Brute Monster trying to connect through the little wall, but unable to do so. And now this is where the 2v2 is looking more favorable for Fireflux.
Rotating around both players towards short. Simka goes in the apartments. The time is ticking. Brute Monster has a bomb diffuser.
Yeah, Molly and Big Pit, but Banjo not there. Still tucked away towards Mini. The time is just too fast gone. Dougie can now finally peek, and although Simka gets the kill, there's just no chance. Dougie, he can pick and choose his moment. Great round from Fireflux. An important round as well. I love that smoke they throw, though. It's brilliant. Completely denies all of that setup.
Yeah, it's only been an interesting game in terms of how the round distribution's gone so far. Haven't had really any back and forth rounds. So that initial streak from Fireflux of 4, then 7 on the bounce for Zero Tenacity before we now see Fireflux come alive again, finding 5 in a row.
I think it's the complete...
Big game of momentum.
It's complete opposite to what we saw in the last series, which were just back and forth force buys and those type of shenanigans. So look, I guess a bit of a differing in games, which is always nice to see, to be fair. Obviously with this, I think it's maybe a little less close at times, a little less exciting. But also there's that comeback potential. There's that whether we can see Fireflux continue, whether we can see Zero Tenacity find form on their CT side before it's too late. We've got an AWP in play, and it's not a Brute Monster. Namana solo AWPing towards B. Obviously,
might just have a read, might just have an idea of how he thinks he can punish something here.
I like it. And obviously on a map like Mirage, map like Dust 2, when the double AWPs are in play for Zero Tenacity, it is usually Namana wielding. And it will be Namana under threat here as the T's slowly move their way back. Namana, what can he find towards Banana? Soulfly, first to fall. We'll go for the peak, but now he's given that opportunity to Namana. This is a real question for Fireflux. Oh, he drops the smoke. It's so cheeky. He's going to play in front of it. Brute Monster finds one. Banjo gets the trade. There's still plenty more players here in middle. Namana finds another, but Banjo again. Every time that Zero Tenacity look as though they are going to look competitive, it's Banjo who denies everything. And a 2-on-2 now. He's gotten himself a triple. AVN's tucked away behind the boxes. Banjo, he needs to connect the bullet, he will. He's on for the ace, but Namana steals it away. And Banjo, he gets the 4K. It's against the half buy, and still it's not enough. What more can he do? He's on 24 kills, and it's still with him getting a quad. Not enough for Fireflux. Look, someone's got to do better here.
That is what I mean. It feels like we've seen Banjo and Paz delay to hopefully get to see Soulfly activate in this game, but he's still just having a bit of an underwhelming performance, similar with Strunk, similar with Dougie, but you kind of excuse the other two because we know what Soulfly's role in this team is. We need to see more from him, and he is going to start to push towards Top Banana and hope to be the difference maker in this round.
Yeah,
Flash
yeah,
comes
definitely.
over. Will be able to find the first. Surely.
What?
What? Wall blinded, tucks away, able to turn him instantly. Dome Soulfly. The team's looking to push through now, but great job from Namana, dropping the smoke grenade to be able to support Simka and help him out.
I'm getting, I don't know whether it's first-hand or second-hand embarrassment, but Soulfly, I think this is just a moment where I don't know what you do. What do? Did you take a pause to mentally reset after that? I'll be honest, I think that clip's going on pro or no when we next see it, because
I mean, I would honestly be convinced if I saw that someone pulled that straight from my demos.
yeah, definitely.
It feels like that happens to me all the time. But yeah, Soulfly, it's just sort of the cherry on top of a pretty underwhelming and disappointing game for him so far. Great find from Banjo to absolutely rip AVN out the server, but issue is Namana close by for a trade, and it leaves a 35 HP Paz in a 1 versus 3. Does Namana have the guts to push through this smoke? No.
I think it's the right decision. Why give up a 1v1? I'll be giving it up anyway, Baz. I like it. Pushes above on first orange, and now he looks to take the space in CT. And he knows this information. He should know it's clear because Namana had to back away. If there was another player, they would have been holding while he's reloading. I love this here from Paz. He's tucked away. He's got to be disciplined on Brute Monster, though. He cannot pull the trigger, and he won't. I love this from Paz. This is how you play this clutch. Needs to find Kyofo, though, and Zero Tenacity. They have that slight question of, well, he's not on the back of the bomb site. He's not towards coffins. If he was, he would have spammed. Maybe he's wrapped around. Maybe he's playing disciplined. Great awareness there. A nice attempt. Sadly, doesn't come through.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really great awareness from Kyofo to actually clear that deep towards CT. Because you can easily have a look towards sort of the coffins, the church area of that. And just assume, okay, CT's clear. But the fact he clears that deep is, yeah, really the difference maker. But Paz, it was always a tough clutch to find yourself in, being that low, but he gave it a good go. Leveled up game here, though, with still a lot more action to be had on Inferno.
Yeah, 9-9 scoreline here. We have seen a disconnect from Paz. Do we think that's just unfortunate timing, or do we think that's a disappointment disconnect?
I'll be surprised if it is. I think he's got too much experience. He's seen it all. Yeah, I'll be surprised if there's anything to sort of rage inducing, I suppose. But
Yeah,
I mean, look,
so.
we've got
Look,
Mirage up next.
If anyone's quitting the game from that round, it's Soulfly.
Yeah, it might be. Obviously, we've got Mirage up next, and this has been another pretty interesting map for both of these teams. Zero Tenacity have looked not great at it, really. It feels like they do lose those teams that we're sort of starting to look as the better teams in Tier 2, Tier 3. And they can kind of beat those in similar levels at times. Fireflux similarly have been a little bit up and down, but luckily for them, a bit more up. So even what happens on Inferno, we've still got Mirage, which I think could pretty much be played out in a very similar way, where it could just come down to certain players. But I think it has to be said, Fred. Well, before it has to be said, I think it has to be said about these HE grenades. What? A couple of nades dunking down on Simka as well. And just giving Namana a bit of a show as well.
Yeah, and I think in that type of moment, with this type of investment, not much utility. We've got Deagles, we've got a Hero AK. A fortunate bit of HE damage is all you can ask for. Not only a kill, chipping away at Namada, forcing a rotation out of Brute Monster. It's Kyofo and AVN to defend, and the steps have been heard. Kyofo already elevated, will drop the Molotov. A lot of damage dealt, but Banjo gets one. Kyofo needing to line up so many. The discipline's seen, but the kills are not. And Fireflux, they will find themselves double digits here on the basis that ZT, they have no right going for this round.
I mean, that's how you should play these rounds. That's what I love when teams feel like they have a half investment or a force buy, but it actually feels like they have something specific for a round like this, rather than just, oh, let's do what we'd do if we had a full buy, or let's just sort of default a bit more. It feels like Flux genuinely had an idea, invested in those HE grenades, found Simka. They've seen him playing towards that position in Banana a lot. Chipping down the mana as well. It forced one of the rotates from A towards B, and then from there you just pack mentality, overwhelm with the weaker weapons, and great call from Flux. A deserved victory, I think. But like I was saying, I think it has to be said, I definitely think this game is as close as it is, and I think it goes without saying, it is definitely due to Banjo's impact. And it definitely makes you look at it and say, what would happen potentially if Banjo wasn't playing at this level? What might we see if Banjo was maybe playing to the same level as someone like Soulfly? I think this game could be over already if that's the case. But sometimes I definitely do think we do need to see individuals just have a good game. It sometimes is the nature of it. But you certainly have to thank your lucky stars if you are Flux right now, and if you are able to be carried through what has been a bit of a messy Inferno from both teams, thanks to Banjo.
Another disconnect. Yeah, I'll be honest, I think Banjo's had an insane game. And it's one of those games that, when you look at, if Zero Tenacity win this one, you feel for him, right? He's 26-12. It's the type of game where he'll look back and look, I'm not saying this is the type of player that, or the type of individual that Banjo is, but look, to be honest, you know, when you're having such a lights out performance, and there's players that you know that have the quality, like Scrunk, like Dougie, Soulfly as well, and they're not performing, you're going to look back at it and just go, oh, we were so close to finding it. I did everything I could, and it still wasn't enough. And I think it is some of those tough scenarios.
Yeah, a couple of texts at the end here, but yeah. I'm a little bit worried for when we do get onto Mirage. I think Mirage is a significantly better map for Soulfly.
Yeah, a little bit.
I do just think the roles he plays, he's a lot more in the action. It's not necessarily as much as Inferno, where it feels like you kind of got to force your way into certain positions with utility, with all that. It feels like you're kind of on your own island. You get to defend on the CT side, positions like Connector. And I feel like that's where Soulfly will thrive a lot more, as well as what we've seen from Flux and Mirage. It does feel like we've seen much better things from them.
I think I do have to say, though, I feel like Inferno is maybe a map where you can have one person stepping up and carrying a little bit more than a map like Mirage. I think I do have to say that. Because obviously we're hoping Soulfly has a little bit more impact. If not, it could be difficult. Again, there's going to be this playthrough B. Simka, he's been flashed in, but they haven't done anything with this. So if anything, they're yet to assume, what is that spam from Namana? Finds Paz, and I think we're going to see a second flash for Simka. Soulfly is isolated. Flashbang comes through. Soulfly turns from it, though. Very intelligent there from Soulfly. Dougie looks like he wants to creep on closer. Namana flashed in, spots nothing, and this will be a bit of a double-edged sword as there is another. Great awareness. He knows there's a second missed shot, though. And now it's AVN.
Just tasked to defend this one. No util at his disposal. Playing towards CT. Going to need to call for these rotations.
AVN, I think he was questioning, do I go to Coffins or do I try and swing through this? He's going to go for the latter. AVN, oh, timing's perfect!
Wow!
He finds all three in the same magazine. Banjo, he took the 4 bullets and assumed the spray would be good enough. And he just messes it up. Oh, what a round, what a moment from AVN. The hero for this series or this map, I assume to be Banjo, but he fumbles in that moment massively.
I mean, you see, tons of CTs looking to push through that smoke. Often you can see it going against them, and it feels like kind of best case scenario. If you don't have any flashes alongside you, or the smoke doesn't give you enough room to play with, often best case scenario is a 1-for-1 trade. And somehow AVN doesn't do 1 better, he does 2 better, takes them all down himself. Now puts Fireflux into a pretty difficult situation in terms of finances. They lose this round for 12 for ZT. And in a game that Fireflux were just slightly leading, things could really just flip like that on a dime. And that's where you're going to be looking at things and thinking how difficult it is to manage the finances at the end of the game. And it feels like it's going to be a pretty miserable finish if Fireflux can't somehow pull off the heroics and win a round like this. We have seen them win this round very similar by just a few rounds ago.
Yeah. Certainly something to mention. Obviously, though, Zero Tenacity, we've got to say their money's not perfect either. Obviously, in a better state, but both teams are on that 1 loss bonus. This round could define Inferno.
Still forcing those T's at bay. Soulfly gonna dodge the main front of that HE grenade coming his way. Issue is for Fireflux is it's really challenging to try to fight for positions like Banana in a round like this when you don't have a lot of util to really do so. So you can see they've got 2 smokes and a flashbang remaining. It's enough for an execute, kind of.
Yeah, the thing is, they're kind of torn. It seems like Banjo wants to probe towards A, try and get a couple kills, and I guess pull some rotations. Yet the main brunt of the team, it looked like they were poised for a B hit, but Banjo, he said, look, there's not been much resistance here towards A. Let's make our way here, and the missed shot from Brute Monster will be costly. Banjo's still making his way out of apartments. Kyofo, he's got work to do here. There's 30 seconds remaining. Look at the space being taken here. Paz is in an excellent position. They're waiting for him to find. We heard the steps of Simka as well. Simka found. Soulfly takes down Kyofo, and now AVN's trapped. Even more damage onto AVN, and somehow it's the weaker weapons again. What is going on?
I mean, look, the first time was great. It felt like a really brilliantly orchestrated round from Fireflux. The second time, though, it does feel like one of those situations where Zero Tenacity have to look at themselves in the mirror and say, if we now got to lose this game, we've had a couple of weaker weapons face off against us and win both times when we're about to reset them, about to get a big streak of rounds that pushes us 1 step closer to the finish line, and both times we've faltered and fallen at the hurdles.
Yeah, not only have they lost those kind of half buys, oh, Namana can have so much impact here. We'll get 1, but now realizing he could go down to the bomb as well. Wanting to get himself out of there. No bomb casualties. But yeah, not only is it those 2 half-buy losses, it was that pistol round 1v3. That's, you know, we've got to remind everyone at home about that one. The lead taken, though, from Fireflux, and Zero Tenacity kind of questioning what to do here. Seemingly to just be an eco. Kyofo can drop an orb over for Brute Monster in the next. It's such a tough call, isn't it? Because Namana could drop over a FAMAS. Kyofo can technically invest in a rifle. AVN can drop a FAMAS as well. It would be, you know, somewhat of a buy. Not great, but it could deny Fireflux finding themselves 12, at least stabilizing their finances. But Banjo shaking his head, and he said no investment from ZT, I guess.
Today, a couple of saved weapons can be the difference makers.
Oh,
Tenacity going to be praying That's the case here. Otherwise, Fireflux hitting 12, 2 opportunities to close out their opponent's map pick and bring them onto Mirage. That's where it does potentially lead for that possibility of a 2-0. I think there's no guarantees in this series. I think we're kind of being gifted with the games that we've got to watch today, where it does feel like there is nothing, no certainties or anything like that. Namano tries to strike, but so loudly he goes. Dougie doesn't even need the help of Paz. Does it alone to find that kill, and that's one of the weapons gone, all on AVN and his AK.
Yeah, the worst thing about it, AVN on the A bomb site, it's the pistols here on B. And that is where Fireflux are going to be heading. Util making its way over now. Fireflux not messing around. No need to blow open that smoke, so they've got a decision to make now. Great utility, Brute Monster. Caught between it. Somehow not getting taken down through the flames. Soulfly turns around thinking it's a teammate. No, it's certainly not. Nice double though from Soulfly. Kyofo has retrieved the weapon. No, that's not a T. That is Kyofo. That is one of Zero Tenacity's players. He's got a questioning. How have I got myself here? And Soulfly will find him. Nice triple hit. Obviously, it was against some weaker weapons, Soulfly's kills, but still important to get them. We know about how these kind of weaker weapons can find frags. Soulfly denies it here, though.
Dave's weapon doesn't manage to get out. All going to be on time, and if Soulfly even looks towards short here. Surely got to have a glance, and there's the 3v. ADM back turned. No issues. I mean, look, it's going to be a buy anyway. But one say DK certainly could make a bit of difference in terms of how much util we see. I mean, look at AVN. He's got 2 flashbangs right now. Bought the molly instead. It's going to be the difference between a diffuse kit, Fred, and I mean, we know how much of a difference that can make in theory. But hopefully 100%. Not going to be the case for Zero Tenacity here. 2 rounds needed to bring us to overtime on Inferno.
Yeah, look, we pointed out Banjo having so much impact. The last couple of rounds hasn't really got too many kills. It's been the rest of the team, which is exactly what we wanted to see from Fireflux. But this could be it. This could be Inferno over. And that's where Zero Tenacity not going to be in their happy place. This is their map selection. We move to Mirage. Maybe a map that isn't perfect for them. There is some typing going on in the chat. I feel like there's been a disconnect. It certainly has. Paz is gone. No damage taken, so no problems. We will be seeing a bit of a round restart.
I mean, this is where there's no second chances for Zero Tenacity. They picked Inferno, had a difficult start to this game, but then really came into their own and, in fact, kind of had the one-up over their opponents.
Yeah, definitely.
But these latter portions have been a lot more back and forth, but Fireflux has been the one seemingly able to keep on salvaging victories out of nothing.
What are we thinking? ZT, can they come back here? Can they find these final 2, or...?
I certainly think they can. Big
I think it's
difference,
gotten a little harder
between can and will, isn't there?
Yeah, most definitely. We're going to be seeing it restart again. I think the biggest issue that ZT have, that even if they win this round, we're going to be seeing a buy from Fireflux in the next anyway. And that's the really scary thing.
Round number 23, though, going to be underway shortly. Fireflux, can they do it? Not yet, as they want to tease us a little bit longer with tactical pause. They know how much this means here.
I don't mind it. I really like the discipline. I think they realise this is such an important chance for them, because map number 2 is theirs of Mirage. Map number 3 is Train, which obviously we know that Fireflux have had some good results on Train in the past. Obviously, we have noted that most recent game on Train was a loss. It was to Zero Tenacity as well. But already they're righting the wrongs of that previous Inferno map against them. They were only able to achieve 7 rounds against ZT in that last game of Inferno. It looks as though they're the ones that are primed to take it. Again, it's clear that Paz is having some disconnecting and some real issues here when it comes to the server. Either way, though, hopefully it will all get sorted soon. Look, let's go on the assumption that Fireflux take this, Charlie. We've got some time to talk now, obviously. So let's go on the assumption that they take this. Are we thinking that gives them such a leg up in the rest of the series, or can Zero Tenacity still kind of show their magic?
I mean, this is the thing. I think regardless of who won map number 1, I think I was always going to be in a pretty similar spot. Well, depending on how this map went, which it's gone pretty much how I thought it would, being a pretty close game.
Yeah.
I didn't really think either of these teams would absolutely decimate the other. Does it give Fireflux a leg up? 100%. Look, it's a map in a series, you know. It's a map on your opponent's map pick as well. It gives them a great chance to take things 2-0. I don't think things are going to get any easier, though. I don't think they can take any time to sort of have a breather in this one. This is definitely going to be a hard-fought victory for whoever takes it, whether it's going to be a 2-0 or go into that third map of Train. But I do think Mirage has a few positives, and there's not been a huge amount of positives we can say for either team in the last couple of months. But I definitely think Fireflux have a few more positives on Mirage than their opponents do. And I think being one map up in the series, taking your opponent's map pick, that's where you can set your sights to survive to fight for another series here in the CCT. But it all depends on what we see. Map number 2, look, Namana started to come alive a little bit later. Brute Monster's actually started to slow down a little bit, but as has someone like Banjo. But at the same time, we're starting to get to see a bit more from Soulfly.
Yeah, I think there's been kind of a real shift. Obviously, I think it was Banjo and Brute Monster that were looking really good in that first half. Obviously, Banjo kind of continued that. Brute Monster has got a bit quiet here, and interestingly, it's on the second half that he's gone quiet. Obviously, I feel like the way he AWPs can be quite kind of exciting on that T side. He doesn't shy away from an early peak and kind of going for those risky fights. Yet, here when he's kind of forced to play off what Fireflux have to offer, clearly is struggling. And it's not because he hasn't been allowed to have the AWP. I feel like the majority of these full buys, he's had the big green in hand on the CT side.
Yeah, I think the open question's definitely been an interesting one, but I do think considering Brute Monster had a pretty good start, Dougie a little bit like Soulfly felt quite out of this game. But considering he's only 2 kills away from his sort of open counterpart, I think he's certainly stepped up a bit. Not to a massive degree, but I think he's done his job, and he's done his job to a pretty competent level.
Yeah, I'll be honest, it's crazy. After the first half performance, the fact that Dougie is only 2 kills behind is ridiculous. I'll be honest, I thought Brute Monster was going to take this game by storm, especially with the fact that he was looking dominant on the T side. Look, we've just got word that maybe the disconnect for Paz, we're not too sure on the time for it. And I think what we will do is jump to a break. But hopefully, we're back into the action on round number 23 as soon as possible. But look, don't go too far. We're jumping to a break, but we'll be back very, very soon. Look, we did say a short break. Paz has returned, and Fireflux, once again, just one round away from securing their opponent's map pick and putting them in good stead to take the series here and keep them alive in Series 1 of CCT Season 3. But Zero Tenacity, let's see what they have to offer. 2 big rounds on this CT side for survival on Inferno. Banjo looks as though he wants to go for an early peek towards Apartments. Great HE grenade onto AVN, chipping him away at massively. Brute Monster posted up on the angle.
Oh, this call could be great.
Oh, perfect.
Two plays in Boiler. You've got Banjo to catch anyone backing away. Dougie is nearby. The Molotovs drops as well as the HE grenades. Kyoko
AVN's
forced
trapped.
forward, and AVN, like you said, is trapped.
Brutmonster's
Brutmonster's
still
posted up
posted.
here, though. This could be the kill back. Banjo goes for the jiggle, but looks
like a-
like he was swinging, just kind of
Yeah.
stopped a bit early, catching Brutmonster off.
It's like an over jiggle.
Or an under peak.
Yeah, either way.
One of the two.
Either way, Brutmonster's confused. Oh wait, Soulfly. Whether he's going to be ready for Simka, obviously we saw a bit of an awkward fight between Soulfly and Simka when he was last at Sandbags. Oh, the smoke
It's
doesn't...
played here so often, and Soulfly ready for it. Simka got the better of him in so many occasions. Soulfly
Why?
tries to push through. Oh, and the mana, he's tagged away. The nade finds him. The nade to break open the smoke actually exposes not only the mana, but his fallen corpse.
We've seen a lot from Zero Tenacity when it comes to saving, but they cannot do it in this one. And you mentioned the lack of a defuse kit. It might come to haunt Zero Tenacity as the 40-second timer doth tick. 2 versus 4, low HP for AVN. The setup is so strong here. And the steps are heard. I think Paz might go searching. He might go swinging because he can. And there it is, and surely it's game, set, match. AVN jumping around the corner. And Fire Flux will prevail. An excellent first map for them. As I said before, we've seen this matchup just a few days ago, and Zero Tenacity prevailed in a 2-0 fashion already. That has changed. A great victory here for Fire Flux. Zero Tenacity. It's a disappointing one, and obviously, Charlie, there was a 3-round difference between the teams. There was 2 half-buy victories, and there was a 1v3 for Paz on the pistol. If those rounds go the other way, it's ZT taking the crown here on Inferno. Devastating for Zero Tenacity on their map pick.
I mean, that's the thing, when you consider as well, Banjo was definitely the player that was keeping Fireflux alive, probably in the first half of that game. He's a big reason for a lot of those initial 4 rounds that Fireflux ended up leading by. It felt like a big difference maker. It felt like all those things that you highlighted as well, the half buys, that 1 versus 3, it shifted how the game felt, because that pistol round, especially off of Paz, we were basically just off of the back of that 7-round streak from Zero Tenacity, where it felt like they did hit their stride in this one. But as soon as that happened, it felt like we instantly saw a bit of a flip again. Fireflux went on a nice string of rounds, and then after a few rounds here and there, we started to have a bit of that back and forth in nature. But it felt like all the really pivotal rounds, they were the ones that Fireflux won, and eventually able to bring them over the line. We've already had a bit of a discussion in terms of what this might mean. I don't think there's still no guarantees in this series, but I do think Fireflux are in as good a spot as you can be.
Look, I think the only guarantee is that excitement will be seen for the rest of it, but whether it's 1 or 2 maps, I guess Fireflux can determine as we move to their map pick of Mirage. But beforehand, sadly, we'll be jumping to a break. Thrown deep into the action here. Mirage up and coming. Zero Tenacity. A must win here to push to that third and final of Train. But Flux, they had a very impressive performance there throughout Inferno. Obviously, we mentioned how close it could be. And sadly for Zero Tenacity, the slight pitfalls of those half buys and that pistol round may come to haunt them. But Flux, T-side start. It's going to be a B play. And it's going to be AVN on his lonesome.
Yeah, it's a game for survival. And only one of these two teams can survive. Firefly's in a great spot to do so. Great opening kill from Soulfly, taking down the only B defender. Dropping the smoke.
He picks up that smoke.
Yeah, just locking players out for more. But Soulfly's not done fighting yet. Even though Simka's low HP, great adjustment to instantly tap away at his head. Dougie finding Broom Monster as well, and ZT are locked out of this one. Scrunk gets the intel of the final two players. And Fireflux will confirm their first on the board, starting strongly here on Mirage.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely excellent. Perfect pistol call.
Wants a little bit more.
It will be Banjo to confirm, though. Great openers from Soulfly, though, on that pistol. You said Mirage could be his bread and butter, and exactly how he wants to start.
Yeah, and I think Soulfly was someone who was pretty slow to get off the mark on Inferno, but really did turn things around towards the end. Felt like where Banjo didn't, heavy lifting in the game for 90% of it, Soulfly picked up at the end for that final 10%. And I think probably both of us, Fireflux and their fans at home, are desperately hoping that Soulfly can sort of keep that little bit of momentum that he had at the end through to Mirage. I do think this map suits him significantly better. I do think we don't normally see him go quiet for 2 maps in a row, so maybe this is his chance to step up. And I think if Zero Tenacity don't have players like Namana, Brute Monster to rival him, I think there's not going to be much stopping Fireflux.
Yeah, I think Fireflux, if they can get themselves in a good position, if they can kind of get themselves on the mark early, especially with this being a CT map, I think this is where Zero Tenacity might get a little bit worried, a little bit nervous, and that's why they are going for this force.
Util was good enough to allow Fireflux to get into the bomb site unscathed. Root Monster here with the scout. Soulfly looks to push through that CT smoke. Could have isolated Root Monster, and even if he gets tagged down, could still survive. Spams through to try to find Dougie, but nothing connecting with the CTs at all as that bomb gets planted. But CTs are getting softened up. Simka gets found. And it's another save call, but Root Monster, I think there's no exit route for you. It's actually able to find one, and no one directly wants to take this fight onto him, but Dougie will eventually connect and take down that scout. But 3 players are allowed to back away from that A-bomb site, from that carnage ensuing over there, and should be able to keep hold of these weapons into the next, give themselves at least another bit of a fighting chance.
Terrorists win.
Util was good though, breaking into A, and I think without any of the CTs directly having someone on that bomb site, Fireflux had no issues. A lot of speed as well. You see a lot of teams on Mirage tend to throw a lot of utility towards A and just slow things down by quite a bit, but not at all for the ease on that round.
Again, it's something that Zero Tenacity were kind of doing on the T side of Inferno. They were looking to get Brute Monster very fast towards brackets. I always like it when a team kind of throws caution to the wind and just says, you know what, you can be on a force, you can be on a full A start, we don't really care. We know that our entries and our pathing and our utility is going to be enough, so why worry? Needed the smoke here, and Soulfly sent in searching. Down to the Glock, Kyofo will get one, the molly to force him forward. Simka's in Palace, and this is where maybe the idea of throwing caution to the wind could be costly, but it's all a ruse. The B-bomb site is taken, the Mana very fast here. He thinks he's in the backlines, but now realizing it is this play through B. Dougie has to get this kill, he will. But the problem is he knows the Mana's between them, he knows the rotates are going to come through, and Paz and Scrunk with work to do now.
Paz's position's so good. With the smoke down, it's just going to be really easy for him to find these 2 kills. In such a tight chokehold like that, even though there's 2 players coming up against him, Paz makes it look so simple. Dougie trying to find the mana, great jiggle there. That's the mana, just baits out the shots, gets the exact location, does take him down. Don't get me wrong, some of these rounds are getting a little bit costly at times, but Flux, the most important thing is winning the round. And they certainly are doing so. Money's in a pretty good spot for them.
Yeah, and I think as well, look, the round could look ugly. It can get very kind of touch and go, but they are still winning it. They are now 3-0 up here on the T side. Obviously, with it being their map selection, I think Flux going to be happy with this start. Just a question of what holds for Zero Tenacity now on their full buy. Brute Monster's got the orb. He's going to be jumping into ladder. Namana taking a few pot shots in top middle to kind of keep the attention elsewhere. And Brute Monster can get posted. This is excellent. We do have Soulfly towards under. But it's just a question of how quickly he can kind of activate.
Very important opening kill, though. Just giving Zero Tenacity that extra buffering around. That's so important.
Oh, most definitely.
AVN is going to be peeking into Banjo just before the smoke blooms and gets the 2nd kill of the round.
Yeah, I really like that, actually, peeking before the smoke blooms, because I think in Banjo's mind, he kind of goes from going, oh, okay, well, how am I going to get myself out of balcony and out of a palace to, okay, well, the smoke's down, so what timing can I take? And the last thing he's thinking is a swing, but great from Paz. He gets himself a 2nd of the round. Obviously, they can try and look to maneuver their way up con. It's a 3-on-3, and although the Soulfly and Paz have both been chipped away at, we could see Dougie switch to that AK, but Soulfly, he finds the mana. Excellent kill there. Man advantage now. And although the HP is lacking, oh, what a spam. One here could be risky. Spam through for Simka, but it's Dougie full HP. He's planting. Brute Monster on the orb. He's elevated. He's above it. He's been spotted as well, surely. And Dougie can find him. I mean, it's disgusting, right? How has Paz got 2 more after that first one? He's down to a bullet from death. It's ridiculous. And that's just another moment where Flux looks as though they shouldn't be winning a round.
That's the thing. CS, a lot of the time, you look at the statistics, you look at man advantages, how do the stats change from a neutral round to when you get that advantage. In theory, you can look at it as basic as you've got a 50% chance to win a full fight.
Yeah.
You get that advantage, it sort of shifts to around 70-75% chance, but somehow, Flux, this series, something that Zero Tenacity haven't really had, is being able to win when disadvantaged. And this is the sign that in games, you do need rounds like this. They're not necessarily common, but they can be difference makers. And Flux so many times in this series, I can't really think of one round that Zero Tenacity have had that, where they've been able to win where it feels like they really shouldn't. First series we've got to watch today for tons of force buys being won, tons of sort of scrappy half buys.
Yeah. Not
so much here, though, apart from Flux, who win these half-buy rounds. They're winning these disadvantages. You look at Paz in the 1 versus 3. There's a 2-man disadvantage in a round like this. And I'm not necessarily saying this is great for Flux. This is kind of an insane team. This is more mistakes from Zero Tenacity. These are things that you really need to tidy up. And these, in theory, are the basics that you need to tidy up. But it just seems like it keeps on happening again after again.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, I don't think we know the number, but I think the statistical chance of Flux winning that round when they're in the 3 versus 5 against, full HP opponents and they're low, it's probably single digits. Low single digits as well. Zero Tenacity, they should never be losing that one. And now let's look at the difference. It's a 3 versus 5. This time it's Zero Tenacity who are the ones in the deficit. They haven't got the weaponry. Are they going to be able to change this round? Or is it just going to be the stomping? And Simka, discipline with a 5-7. That's a moment that can work. Yoffo rotates in, but Dougie's holding. Still 2-man disadvantage here for Zero Tenacity. But the difference is the bomb's now down. Brute Monster's alone and Soulfly can find him. Excellent here from Flux.
And the streak continues. 5 on the board. About 40% the way there. And Zero Tenacity just haven't shown us a lot of life yet, apart from that full buy where they found those 2 early kills.
They're 5-0 down. And this is their preferred side. They actually struggle on the T side a little. So I've got to say, Zero Tenacity fans at home, maybe turn your attention away, because Flux, they have looked incredible here. Namana going for a little bit of an early playthrough ramp, Paz denying any chance.
Yeah, fully ready for it, playing anti-flash that whole time, waiting for the flash. Excellent. Not even worried about potentially just a silent push down there. It seems like that's preparation paying off.
Look at Kyofo here.
Doesn't actually quite hit its mark on AVN, but yeah, you talked about Kyofo.
Oh, what? I thought he was going to go through it, but he backs away, and that's when the T's progress. It's unfortunate timing. Brute Monster, though, will take down Skrunk. A 3-on-3 now. They're sending the flashes to try and keep Brute Monster at bay. A smoke as well. The A-bomb site fully contained. I don't really know what Zero Tenacity do here. Brute Monster's going to send the smoke for Palace. Flashbang coming through for Paz to creep on closer. Avian is tucked away here in Con.
A solid amount of util actually for this retake for Flux. Starting to use it, some of it now. Nice fire from Dougie. Another player in CT, but it's AVN all by his lonesome in connector. A bit of a fluffed spray from Paz. And Brute Monster, he's being held. You kind of need AVN to push, but it's when does this timing come through? Does find Dougie, not an instant trade, and the USP finds the kill. No defuse kit for AVN. Can Brute Monster get onto the bomb site in time?
He can't.
No! Oh no.
What the... Oh no!
I mean, that is tragic.
That's
That's really unfortunate. Brute Monster does so much work to find a double, but that's the issue. The defuse kits were both towards CT. I think it would have been close if he got on the bomb there. I'm not actually sure where it's planted.
I think it was planted triple. Yeah, it's a tough one. But that just makes it so much worse. They finally are able to win when in that disadvantage. I've got to say, AVN has no right getting that kill there. I believe it was Skrunk. He was in a great position. He knew about AVN. AVN not quite at all. I don't know
you
how
say that. I've got no idea how Brute Monster switched the USP.
Oh,
and we just switched to the spray. I think it was Banjo.
It was someone.
It was someone. I think they want to try
to.
Yeah, lucky we don't remember exactly who. I mean, great initial shot onto Dougie there, and they understand that you've got to pull out the USP and find this kill now. But yeah, the spray was not a great one, that's for sure. And somehow Brute Monster finds it, and it's all for nothing. Namana gets the opening kill here, though, with the Deagle. Couple of players certainly tagged away at 1-0 Tenacity. Namana and Simka got one bullet from death. Definitely a great chance in a round like this, though. It's a half buy, you've got good weapons.
Yeah, the problem is if Kyofo goes down here, it could be a little bit difficult. He's just going to be jiggling. Ooh, smoke's been dropped. This is the type of angle that I feel like a Mag 7 could be perfect for. Nice HE grenade, and the Mag 7. You're thinking at that range it would pepper away at the health, but hardly any damage, and Simka goes down. We will see AVN rotating in, but the Molly and nade combination. Brute Monster can get one, though. It's a 2-on-2. Brute Monster falls to the Molotov, and Namana, you can be as sneaky as you like. You're on the wrong bomb site.
And even worse, Paz has just slipped the net.
Oh, he's gotten past again. Paz, can he escape?
I mean, this is brutal to watch for Namana. Still not down, and Paz finds the kill.
Namana,
oh, it's a tough one.
Just skip that round in the demo. Number 7 didn't exist.
This honestly feels like... This feels like Zero Tenacity couldn't actually get more unlucky.
It's like a comedy sketch.
Yeah, honestly.
When have skits come to CS Pro play? Because it's looking like one.
I mean, it is one of those games that is just tragic to watch if you are sort of a Zero Tenacity fan. There's been, don't get me wrong, there's been a couple of rounds where Zero Tenacity, sure, they've already got themselves to blame, individual mistakes, things like that. But there definitely has been a few where it's any other round, any other moment in a game, it feels like they win that round, and that would give them something back into this. But seemingly not. That is the round that will confirm Flux at a bare minimum will find 7 and win the half. But you feel like they've got to at least be finding a couple more.
Yeah, and I think for Zero Tenacity, I think 4's the bare minimum.
I
I think especially with the CT side of Mirage. And I think that's a glass half full thought process, because even 8 rounds on the T side sounds disgusting. Soulfly looks as though he wants to get himself in the smoke. Nade thrown, and the kills go the way of Fire Flux. How has that gone so wrong? There's 3 players in mid. Oh, but yeah, what even is this game? Zero Tenacity. They prep for a kind of a bit of a mid play. Scrunk throws the HE grenade to allow Soulfly to spot. Scrunk gets a kill of his own. Oh, this is crazy.
I mean, I like the change up there from Zero Tenacity. I like that they're looking to fight mid after Soulfly finds the initial kill, but I wish there was more user with it. I wish there was more flashbangs to make life difficult for Scrunk and Soulfly. Yeah. Sure, you've got the numbers advantage of having 3 players push towards mid. The issue is there's a lot of cover that you can play around. Scrunk showing that perfectly towards top middle, finding a kill and backing away. Soulfly basically can't be killed by the short players just due to where he is. So you've kind of got a 1v1 in connector. Have some flashes, have something thrown from the AE players. I wish there was a little bit more. It feels like it's a good idea, just the execution isn't quite there. And it really just feels like that is Zero Tenacity's undoing. It feels like they've seen other teams go for some re-aggression towards the middle, and they're like, let's do this without having actually any work on how to do it. I have to say, though, Paz, what a game he's been having. What a series he's been having alongside Banjo. Map number 1 here. He's the one leading the lines with Soulfly backing him up. But yeah, Paz, this is quite a turnaround from him individually.
Yeah, definitely. Look, something that is going to be an interesting one is they've got to find these final 4. It's a half buy here. What are they really going to do? Well, I guess hope for missed shots from Scrunk like that, because opportunity's been given up. I like the setup here towards ramp. Space is going to be taken while the conflict is elsewhere.
Really well played from Soulfly, dropping the molly to deny any chance of the trade coming through. Just spotting out AVN. Kyofo is the backup with a Mag 7 at range, but luckily the damage was enough for the Mag 7 to be able to do it. I was honestly hoping we saw Namana go down and not Kyofo to see the range of Mag 7 again. Very chaotic, very messy towards side alley for Fire Flux, but they are able to get out of dodge and get that bomb down towards B. Banjo and Dougie. I'm looking at Dougie here, the AWP at these ranged angles towards short.
Ooh, Namana looking to be alive, but Dougie will reface Simka just to save.
I think he's changed his mind. I think he realizes the point of the game is.
Yeah, you've got to give it a go. You've got to give it a go. And Dougie denies. Look, Charlie, I wasn't going to bring this up. I was trying my best not to think about it. Zero Tenacity had a scheduling conflict today, and they chose this game. They chose this such an important game. It's, a Swiss stage elimination. They chose to take an FF in their other match. Maybe it wasn't the right choice.
I mean, look, it's been disappointing. I think regardless of who they're playing and what they're doing, this is not a Zero Tenacity that we sort of looked at 8 months to a year ago. This is quite a different beast, and sadly not for the right reasons. Don't get me wrong, it's busy schedules in CS.
Yeah.
Whether that's a good or a bad thing, I'll leave that up to people at home to decide. But you don't always have a lot of time to prepare in between events, in between matches. But Zero Tenacity, I wouldn't mind if they sort of just packed it up for a couple of weeks and said we'll refuse a couple of events and go back to the drawing boards, because what we've seen recently, and even more so what I've seen this game, it's just been disappointing, and that's the worst thing. You watch teams and you know they're just not of a certain level or not quite there yet, and you can excuse worse performance if you're playing against a better team, something along the lines of that, but I think there's nothing worse than just being really underwhelmed by Zero Tenacity now, and it feels like this has been a trend that I've noticed every time I've watched them a little bit more frequently than I'd ever like. You can always have a bad day at the office. There's no issues with that. But when it feels like every time, and even a couple of months, I think it's generous to give to them. I think it's been a better part of a year. Yeah, and I think as well, the only reason we're saying this is because of what we know Zero Tenacity to be. We know the kind of the heights, and I think as well,
I think it's always difficult when you kind of look at a game like this, and realistically, right, when you look at the Zero Tenacity side, a lot of the time when we talk about teams and maybe the reasons why they've had a bit of a difficult game or why there's been a struggle, a lot of the time we go, well, you know, they've had a recent roster change in the last couple months, or, you know, there's a change in the map pool or something like that. This team's been together for 2.5 years.
And that's the thing. The only thing you can really think about that now is maybe this 5 has just run its course.
Yeah, potentially.
And I never want to think that. I like that they've stuck together because they found the most success they've ever had as a team by sticking together and grinding out these games. But that's where we do need to see some sort of change potentially on the server or outside of the server. But finally, we do see Zero Tenacity win a round. I do fear, though, is it too late? Minimum they can get, or sorry, the maximum they can get in this half red is 3 rounds.
Yeah. Yeah. Scary signs, I think that has to be said. And look, I've done a little bit of digging. Obviously, there was that change bringing Train in for Vertigo. Vertigo was a map that was always kind of a 5th/6th map for them. Statistically, their worst map, apart from Ancient, which they've only played twice on HLTV. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm trying to think of a reason. I really am trying
Honestly,
to think
it could just be as simple as, I think probably this is the case. I do think it probably is a bit of both.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it's something that I think many of us kind of casters, analysts try to kind of coin the Zero Tenacity effect of playing all of these events time and time again for, you know, 2-3 years running. It's what got them to the level that they were at. But the problem is, churning out that many games, it's never going to be good for a team. Ever. You know, it got to a point where it was, you know, 2 series a day at kind of a minimum.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to handle. And I was hoping the player break would sort of calm these sort of rough waters for Zero Tenacity, but it's not necessarily worked out as much as I want to. But they are still a team that on their day, they can show us signs of what they were. And it's just going to be trying to find a way back there that I think is the issue for Zero Tenacity, because they are still a team that, like you said, we know the heights of them. We've got to wait and see if they can provide. But as we are discussing Zero Tenacity, this is a round that looks set in stone to go the way of Flux. It's going to be double digits found on the first half. Fruit Monster desperately goes searching, but no one offers anything up until finally he's exposed. That's when Paz goes for the swing. On around of the half, and Zero Tenacity just have one lone round.
It's a tough watch. It really is.
I mean, I'm happy to see.
Oh, it's great for Fireflux. Oh, 100%.
I was kind of view both teams in a similar spot in terms of Fireflux. I really like this team. I still like this team on paper. I really like the pieces that they have.
Yeah.
But I do just think, similar with Zero Tenacity, kind of had pretty underwhelming performances as of late, and seemingly hasn't really changed. But look, both teams still can, regardless of where they are in the rankings, regardless of where they are in form. Both teams can still, honestly, win any game.
Yeah.
But it just feels like you've got to catch them at the right moment. But Fireflux, yeah, seemingly here. Look, I've questioned the change of Sensei. I really liked watching Sensei. Dougie's having a great game. He showed some good moments in this series so far, even on Inferno, where it felt like it kind of was just Banjo and Paz. Dougie definitely has some impact towards the second half. Maybe this could be the turning point for Fireflux here. But good looking around for Zero Tenacity, one that I haven't been able to see too much of on this CT side initially.
5v2. Please don't put us through this. Paz, great shot there onto AVN.
Easily going to expect Kyofo here above Balk, though. With 32 points of health, it's tough to clear. You find yourself very exposed.
Bomb's been retrieved. Oh, he's worried about it. He's ready for it. Oh, he's had the second volley. Oh, Kyofo, he spotted the shoulder. What are we doing here? What are we doing? It is a 5-on-2. Kyofo, okay, well done. Good kill there. Not messing about. He's taking the fight. He doesn't want to allow Banjo to get that trade. And the hero of Inferno, he's been pretty quiet here on Mirage. Let's see if he can impress with this 1 versus 3. He's been spotted, and now rotations will be seen. It's all about dealing with Kyofo, but Kyofo, okay, he can bring the heart rate and the blood pressure down, but not just us, but his teammates as well. Surely not another 2v5.
Yeah, it gets a little bit dicey at times, but Kyofo does a good job just to keep both Paz and Banjo guessing there. First half, though, it is certainly one that Fireflux will be more than content with. Double digits found, just 3 rounds away from taking this series and surviving another day here. That final series that they'll be heading into, Fred, to confirm or deny playoffs. So close to being able to do so. Already got a couple of teams confirmed.
Yeah.
Favbet, Biri, and Soul.
Yeah, they're in that 2-2 spot. Obviously, we've had some teams confirmed as in progressed already to playoffs in TNL and Nexus. And obviously tomorrow's games, it's not the eliminations, it's not the 2-2s, it's those games that are 2-1. You know, no unhappy faces, no sad kind of stories and waving goodbye to anyone.
I mean, definitely gets a lot of pressure though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You go from 2-1, you're feeling pretty confident, and then next thing you know, half those teams 2-2 and instantly at death's door.
Yeah, exactly. Especially for teams like Ecstatic and Ruby that were 2-0. So hopefully we won't see that, as obviously both Ecstatic and Ruby can't face off against one another. I don't believe so anyway. Either way though, big pistol needed from Zero Tenacity and Soulfly, the Julies. Nice finds here though, but Kyofo and Simka, they shut down and settle these A defenses. Namana's taking all this space towards B. This is excellent. Zero Tenacity.
3 rotating plays. Best I can hope for here is killing ABN, and then realizing what this round's all about. But ABN does a great job just to get that intel and back away.
Namana's
gonna have a heads-up duel on Namana.
Namana's not deep enough, really, to go unchecked. Especially with that flashbang coming through. Oh, Banjo's Julie's fight. It's a 3-on-3, and they know Avian's not here. They're going to rush this retake. Surely they rush this retake. They know he can't possibly be here by now. Banjo will find, and now they just need to deal with Simka. He's out in the open. Banjo can find again. He's on for the triple. He's found it so far. And Paz with a quick shot. Oh, no. Zero Tenacity. How?
I mean, that, honestly, I don't even think they've done anything wrong in terms of cool there. I don't think they've done anything wrong in terms of position.
Maybe not.
That does just come down to, honestly, just individuals. That shot from Banjo is insane. That final shot from Paz, if we get to have a look at this one again, only one we missed. But I mean, it does just feel like this is maybe a Zero Tenacity that already knows their fate sealed here in this series, and maybe just not as locked in as they could be. I say that none of them really ever had a great Mirage. Broomon has certainly found a couple of opening kills here or there, but yeah, we just haven't seen the individuals come alive as much as we want, and this is the thing we've said from Zero Tenacity for a little while, to be honest. Even when they have been finding a lot of success, if Namana's not the one playing out of his mind, this team lacks occasionally in terms of firepower. But look, I think they did a good job in terms of not actually committing Namana into a full-blown fight towards market, because that's where you do give up that man advantage. So he gets flashed in to go for a peek. Timing's a bit awkward in terms of blinding all 3 players. Banjo instantly rips him out of the server. I think ABM plays excellently as well. I think the call is great, but...
No. How? How has Soulfly got a triple there? I just don't get it. Every single moment, every scenario where you think, okay, at least for Zero Tenacity, they're going to get the trade onto Soulfly.
I mean, it is what I said in terms of, I do think Soulfly is just one of those players. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's sort of the star role. I do just think Connector, when I think of Soulfly, I think of Connector, the damage he can do there. And it feels like he's given us a little bit of a display there. Because, Fred, if I'm being honest, I don't think we're going to get to see too many rounds of Soulfly playing Connector in this game.
No. He's moving pause, he's playing B-apps, they lose the game. Look, I know you love a comeback story.
An optimist, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be optimistic about this one.
No, certainly not. I don't think that's the case. I think even Banjo, who's really quiet in this game, sort of 1 in 6, I want to say, at the start. He's come alive again. Soulfly, Paz are leading the lines. Scrunk, look, we're never expecting there, but Dougie's had a good game as well. And it feels like when you've got 4 players on Fireflux, the 4 players you're hoping can provide individually, when they all are, and you look at, on the flip side, for Zero Tenacity, and the best play is a neutral Brute Monster, I just don't even know if they can compete in terms of the firepower alone. But they found a couple of kills, but quickly the trades do come through as we find ourselves in a 3 versus 3. Everyone grouping towards short here.
Yeah, I don't mind this decision on the retake. They've got smokes, they've got mollies, they've got nades, they've got kits. Molly gonna force Kyofo
Yeah,
back.
they've got that intel. The tick has been heard. AVN, how does he play this?
Simka, oh! Surely not an ninja defuse. Doggy gets off of it. Well, we will see Zero Tenacity find the round.
They live to fight another day. I actually think Firefly's a little bit too hasty to try to get on that bomb. They had the fuse kits. I think as soon as they dropped this smoke, Dougie's intention was always get on that bomb. And I think the issue is they could have looked to clear up a bit more of the site first, and maybe they could have found a little bit more success there. But still, they are going for a buyback. There's an have a long road ahead of them if they want to do the impossible.
AVN, nice find,
early.
yeah.
And mid being taken, Fireflux now can't really challenge this position anymore with AVN going down. Or Soulfly. Great find onto Namana, not peeking wide enough to allow the T's to get the trade, but Soulfly might actually want more, and the timing is so unlucky for Brute Monster. Just drops over some util to his teammates. Not ready, not believing Soulfly has the nerve to go for that.
Simka will get one, but he's traded out by... It's an MP9 for AK trade. I don't think that's bad at all. And now Soulfly's looking to kind of take this space that was once under the control of ZT. Kyofo and AVN. 2 versus 3, and Soulfly, he's in the backlines. Banjo's in a really good position here. Somewhat reminiscent to kind of his anchoring on Inferno. Honestly, I think he gets them both. AVN jumps out the window. Kyofo swings out. He kills them.
And it's such an angle that so many players anticipate now. 1 for 1, honestly, is really successful there for Banjo. You can see Soulfly didn't directly go for the flank, not under the impression whether it's going to be A or B, but Kyofo softened up 13 points of health.
And
Soulfly is already here to eliminate it. 13-3, Fred. What a showing from Fireflux here. From a very close Mirage that they managed just to barely scrape over the line thanks to some pretty close rounds, some rounds that never were particularly favoured to them, to now completely shifting how I thought this game was going to go. I said I think even a Mirage, sure, Fireflux have the lead now and winning Mapman 1. I still felt like it was going to be a super close game, and yet somehow I got not only proven wrong, but proven wrong by quite some degree.
And I think as well, you look at that Inferno, realistically, as I said before, it was those 2 half buys, it was that pistol round that they lost, where ZT could have probably won Inferno. Yep. Okay, yeah, they might lose Mirage, even if it is that 13-3, they still got a chance for Train, they still got a chance for the series. Yeah, that was kind of taken away from them by the mismanagement of Inferno, and maybe the lack of kind of respect and preparation for Mirage, because what a game there for Mirage. And I think as well for Fireflux, you know, we've seen their kind of stats when it comes to their map selections. Realistically, it's not been perfect for them. They haven't really had a map that they've gone to pick all too often. A lot of the time, it has been Mirage, but they've still got a negative win rate on it. A win like that against a team like Zero Tenacity, a team that bested them just a couple days ago in a slow fashion, is going to give them so much confidence for their future, kind of not only here within the CCT, but kind of whether they can make their way to playoffs. But obviously, Charlie, bit of a speedy finish for us. I think we both expected this to be a 3-mapper. We both expected it to go the distance, but obviously still thoroughly underway within the Swiss stage. We've still got the 2-1 games. We've still got the remaining 2-2 games, and then we move to the playoffs. And obviously, kicking things off tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, depending on what time zone you're in, is 9 against Passion UA, which is going to be an absolute banger as well. I believe it's Nexus and Oversaid on the microphone for that. So if you guys are staying tuned for that game, if you guys are going to be setting your alarms, make sure to show them both some love. But that's been it from us. Hope you guys enjoyed, and we'll see you tomorrow for that CCT action.